but still, you know,
Still clinging to it. That is,
that are still lacking in their knowledge of the details and stuff. That's
yeah,
what.
that's true. That's true.
That's it. Yes. It astounds me the lack of what they know about their own bullcrap.
It'd be irrational to expect just some random noob to
Yeah,
know all the details.
yeah. Like earlier, you were having to actually read to this person because they're not lifting a fucking finger.
And
It's
I was
that part
being
astounding. That's what's astounding.
There's a large chunk of people coming in with scripts, 3, 4, 10 questions that they either wrote amongst their friends or they talked to their teachers about or parents about. And, at the end of every single one of them, it's been this way for years. I don't know if it's going to stop. Why would they lie? It's crazy.
Just type in your search that you use, why is the Earth a globe, right?
Okay.
And then you'll pull up these lists. It'll give you all sorts of explanations and questions to ask. Oh, here's what you should. That's all they're doing. I mean, not everybody, but a lot of them. They'll thumb through it. They'll remember some of the questions, or they'll literally read verbatim off of the website. Yeah.
I use Google if I want everything that I could possibly want or not want to find, but I usually, if I want to just search for something regular, I use my Norton Safe Search because I have the Norton stuff. Yeah. So, and it doesn't bring back too many results, but so let me see what it says on why is the Earth a globe?
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll screenshot the results and show you guys.
The
first one is Fighting Flat Earth Theory from Physics World. I'll post that.
I find their 4 main go-tos for their globe is boats over the horizon, Mars, the moon, and gravity. Those are their 4 mainstays. We've been to the moon, we're on Mars, boats go over the curve, and gravity, buddy. Obviously, we're on a spinning ball flying through space, and we've evolved from monkeys. I mean, it's obvious, dude.
Just take the most outlandish thing you can think of, and then apply it to your worldview, and you're closer to the globe than reality. Anything you want to think of at all. Oh, Rachel Brazil explores ways in which the physics community can best combat unscientific thinking, such as the belief the Earth is flat. Sounds like Rachel needs to get a better job.
Notice how they word that unscientific for the casual reader.
Right. Because if it's unscientific, then it might as well be gobbledygook gibberish. Oh my God, who's paying attention to this? It's unscientific.
And then when they come in
Physics
here
World said so. So did the Wall Street Journal.
And then when they come in here with the questions and realize that this group of individuals tends to be more scientific than the people claiming to be scientific, they typically resort to the why would they lie or why does it matter anyways?
Yeah, and someone said this a while ago. It and we talk about it all the time. It's obvious. It becomes a philosophical, existential sort of nonsense than just, hey, it measures flat. What say you?
Yeah, their picture's a straw man. I'm seeing the Physics World thing now.
Yeah, right. Look at that.
But because they saw it in Pirates of the Caribbean #3 at World's End, where they rowed their boat through the ice wall, and then they fell off the edge to go to Davy Jones' locker. Because they saw that, that's what they think.
They don't even know why. You're right. They don't even know why. It was implanted from a Disney movie, and everybody loves Johnny Depp's character. So, yeah, exactly.
Wait, is Davy Jones' locker past the edge of Antarctica?
Davy Jones' locker is on the other side of the flat Earth.
Yeah, like
So in the movie, in the story, in reality, the other side is a euphemism for the other side of life. But in order to get there to the realm of the dead, Davy Jones' locker, they have to travel over the edge of the Earth, and they travel through the ice wall, over the edge, and flip upside down. They crash, kind of. It's not all shown. It's kind of weird, but yeah, that's the story as as by the telling of the Pirates number 3.
Somebody's clipping that out.
what?
No,
What?
here's what's really fascinating. Go look for it. I tried to look for it because I was referencing it the other day, and I was like, it's you can pull up almost any, and that's a famous movie. There's a lot of dollars went into that movie and stuff. But you can there is one clip on YouTube that I was able to find, and it's at like 60p, like 60 pixels, not 120, not 240, not 720, not 1080. It's like 60. It's horribly pixelated. 60 might even be generous. It's just the worst. And it's the only clip of them going over the edge. I was like, well, that's kind of weird. I mean, it probably means nothing, but
Well, the thing is, the people aren't realizing that the entire story about Jack Sparrow and all that is fantasy.
yeah, but
You know what I mean? They think, oh, something like this probably happened back in the
something
days when
like
they
this.
sailed ships and probably,
Yes.
you know?
Yes, 100%. That's exactly what happens. It's not a historical narrative, but at least aspects of it. Somebody had a monkey. There was probably some dude on a ship that had a monkey, and somebody somewhere had a parrot.
Right.
Otherwise, why would we have these portrayals and artwork and stuff?
But you wouldn't have zombie captains. Like, no. Right? So, but yeah, people suspend their disbelief just to be entertained by a movie. And they do the same thing with the news. They don't realize they're doing it.
I love that phrase, by the way, the suspension of disbelief.
Yeah, it's perfect. Sums it up.
Yeah.
Come with me, suspend your disbelief. A world of pure imagination.
They should totally remake that movie, though. Not with Johnny Depp, but with the actual Charlie.
Yeah.
And he took over the factory. I was just thinking about this because I rewatched it not too long ago. But and he uses AI and automation for the whole chocolate factory.
Nice.
Oompa Loompas, it's all like robotics and stuff. They could really make a new Willy Wonka pretty cool. And he's searching for the next recruit to take over the factory, just like Gene Wilder did for him. I don't know. I think that the remake of that movie could be pretty cool if it was done right.
I agree. The Johnny Depp one ruined the whole franchise, in my opinion.
It was so,
oh my god,
it was so horrible and weird.
You'd have to have the Oompa Loompas though somehow.
I like the Oompa Loompas.
Those are fine. Those guys are fine. Yeah, Oompa Loompas are the best.
But then you'd have Dinklage virtue signaling at the news, being like, "It's time our people were thought of more highly."
You mean, how's that possible? Highly? That doesn't make sense.
I know it was a pun.
What a guy!
Pun on purpose. Yeah, that guy.
That's so funny.
I played some of the machinery of one of the machines in the factory in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory play when I was in early years of school.
That would have been fun, and like a fun set to build and stuff.
We got a standing ovation.
Nice.
Copy link address. I'm gonna post in the chat just because the Babylon Bee is just so epic sometimes.
Wow.
Exclusive short statement from Peter Dinklage. Oh, and they kill it. They really really drive the point home. It is pretty epic.
Okay, can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what's going on. I think I was just listening in the chat for too long. Was that Dave Hinkle that called me a Globy?
Yep.
Dave.
Bad, Shannon.
I know. Well, I was cooking, but now I've got my shepherd's pie in the oven so I can talk. But I was busy.
Nice.
Spinning left though.
I doubt there'll be much left over. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I made it double layer, mashed potato, cheesy mashed potato on the bottom, and then the filling in the inside, and then I topped it with mashed potatoes. Most people just do the filling in the mashed potatoes. We like a lot of mashed potatoes. I don't care what people say about carbs. We like them. It's pretty windy here. That's another reason why I'm going to stay pretty much muted. Yeah, I'm sure y'all can hear the wind.
A little bit of wind.
It's
yeah.
Texas. It's unavoidable.
Nothing to say here.
Well, I'll mute and let y'all get back to what y'all talking about. I just had to call you out, Dave. Really.
All right, Shannon. Have a good one.
I'm still going to be here. I'm just going to mute so y'all don't have to hear that wind.
Back to this globe that everybody thinks they dwell upon. Where is this thing? Haven't seen it.
It's on your computer screen, your phone screen. It's in every movie that you've probably ever watched. It's everywhere, bro. Except under your feet.
It's everywhere, but in reality, that's facts.
It really.
Man, how many people we got up in this live stream? We got 29 people. I'm sorry to rumpus, but we got 30 people in this live stream. Nobody's going to say what's up to Chocolate saying. What's good, Chocolate?
Damn straight calling us out. What's up, Chocolate?
Yo, what's going on,
Chuck.
guys? What's up, Jen? How's everybody?
I didn't get a link for when you came in the room. I'm still having that problem.
Yeah, I don't do much diddlinking.
That sounds like the good news. Hey, Brad, that's a mask. That person is wearing a whatever that girl's name mask is. You can look at the neck and see it's just slightly darker colored. That's literally just someone wearing a fucking mask next to the prince in the game. It's my opinion.
No, I wasn't trying to like strike a conversation. I just thought I thought it was semi interesting. Thought I'd feel I'd post it. No big deal.
They're just so sloppy, dude. It's ridiculous. Anyway. So I'm gonna keep annoying people with it until it happens. Elijah and Chocolate, man, y'all need to make a track. Sorry, it's just the way it is.
That's not annoying. That's facts.
Okay.
Jenny said she's over Johnny Depp. I have to say, girl, I totally had hots for him when I was a kid, but yeah, I'm so over him.
Well, yeah, I did too for a minute, and then I don't know. I was never into the Pirates of the Caribbean. That was like, wasn't interested at all. The only one I really liked was, I can't remember the name of the movie, but it was based off of a Stephen King book, and it was about him in a cabin as a writer, and
Misery with Kathy Bates.
No, it was the window something.
No, it's called the Secret Window.
Secret Window with Johnny Depp.
That's the only one that was ever palpable for me.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite movies by Stephen King as well, with Johnny Depp.
After that, it seemed like he was there. They oversaturated him and they ruined it. He was overplayed, in my opinion.
Well, now he's had so much adrenochrome, he looks like a fucking demon.
I don't
Well,
doubt
he was
that.
in that demon one. What was that demon one called? Where it was like
Las
the ninth
Vegas.
gate, the ninth gate
Ninth
or
Gate,
something.
yeah.
That one was really
one
bad.
Was good. That was
It was.
good.
It was. Well, I say really bad. It was so bad that
It was
as
just,
far as-
it was so satanic, dude. Like,
Yeah.
For the time that it was put out, it was scary AF to me.
yeah, to me too.
yeah, there's, I mean, you know, they talk about gates of hell and all that stuff in those religions, so it's meant to give you the creeps.
Yeah,
Well-
that was like an HBO back in the day. I
What
remember
was
watching that many times. A couple times.
Yeah.
You remember that movie where the spacecraft went? They went to go find the spacecraft because it disappeared, and it went through a black hole,
Event
came
Horizon.
back. That movie scared the shit out of me.
It's a scary fucking movie, dude. Who talks backwards in Latin? Like, no thanks.
And I remember having nightmares for like 2 weeks, and I was a grown ass adult, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, that was a pretty bad one.
Well, it's funny. It kind of has to do with the topic. They said, how do you travel this distance to this distance? Well, you just, you don't actually travel. You just bend the whole fucking universe into, space and time, all of these, and you put the two destinations right next to each other, and then you just, poke through, and it's like, how do you know how to do any of this, guys? What?
Manifest. You just manifest it.
Right.
Which movie was that, you guys, where there was somebody that like kind of tried to go through not a solid dome, but it was like a barrier? I don't know. Some consider it a flat Earth movie. I don't know.
Not the Truman Show.
No, not the Truman Show. No.
Well, there's the movie Contact was interesting because they had a similar device in Contact. So like the spinning circular thing in Event Horizon that allowed them to transverse universes or whatever. It looks like the same design and moves the same way as when Jodie Foster in Contact goes, apparently goes to space or goes to it actually doesn't make it look like she goes to space at all. It makes it look like she goes to another dimension. She's on a beach. She's talking with her dad. Anyway.
Right. Yeah. Trippy. Keep going, dude. I'm sorry.
I don't have anything else to say. It's just those movies are interesting because they keep bringing back that one piece of that, the circles that move within each other. They keep putting that in Marvel movies and everything. So I don't know.
I got a phone call, and I hate that I missed that whole conversation.
No worries. It's recorded.
Well, I'm sure you talked about Sphere and all of the movies that came out around that same time. The Big Circle. What was you talked about that, right, Sphere?
No, I was talking about Contact, but yeah, Sphere would be another one to add to the list.
Yep.
Shanna, if you're planning on coming to Ladies' Night, if there's like movies that put out propaganda about the heliocentric theory, we can talk about that on Ladies' Night. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like me and my husband just watched something last night, and it's such a weird movie. It's a series called The Island, not the island. It's called The Island, where like prisoners, they don't know they're prisoners, but they all wake up on this island and they don't know who they are. They're all dressed alike. And
oh no!
I've watched that twice already.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
Well, I'm only on like the second or third episode, and I've really, that she's gone out of there and back to the prison, and she's kind of figuring out what's going on. Anyway,
okay,
it's just
don't give any spoilers.
Okay, well, one thing I just wanted to bring up is first thing we noticed. Who said they'd seen it?
Sunny, I think.
Okay, well, so Sunny, did you notice when she first went into the warden's office, he had probably like 6 globes in his office. Like there was a gold one, there was a glass one, there was a white one, he had globes all over the place, and the devil's horns because he had, the ram head, and then anyway, he had all kinds of propaganda in his office.
I'll probably watch it again.
Phallus. And he had 2 phallus sitting beside the globe on his coffee table.
I knew there was some weird stuff, but yeah.
We were like, whoa, boom. We've been noticing a lot of these new series. They really throw a lot of that propaganda out there right off the bat. And like we were
Okay, are
watching
you guys done
Wednesday.
with spoilers?
I don't care about spoilers. You can't ruin a
Okay,
movie
I
for me.
Hold on. I posted the Event Horizon and the Contact things where they both use a similar looking core to do space or time travel. There you go. Voice text.
For those of you that have played Earthbound,
I have not.
Oh.
Hey, Glasslobe, you don't sit around playing video games all day, bro?
I
Well,
do play sometimes.
This is a game from
every
like
day.
25 plus years ago.
Yeah, I know about the game. I just never played it. I play every day, but only for like an hour or two, just to cool the nerves off.
I stopped liking games when like remember I don't know, this is gonna age me, but you remember like the first Tomb Raiders?
Yeah, shit, yeah.
And how like you could go like 6 months before you beat that game because it was like so intricate and
Right.
You got your money's
Stuck
worth
on a
out of
puzzle
it.
for like a month. Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
And now the new Tomb Raiders, you beat it in like a day.
Well, that's because they're trying to dumb everybody down.
I liked the old one. I liked all the puzzles. I liked the one where you had to push the cubes that all looked like veins and stuff, and you got lost in that room, and all the cogs, and oh my gosh, it was just, yeah, the graphics weren't that great, but for their time, they were pretty good.
It was good enough, yeah.
And it was good enough. Really, what was best about it is, like you said, the puzzles, using your mind to really figure things out, and it was teaching critical thinking stuff as well. You know,
absolutely, yep.
And they don't put that in games anymore. So to me, games are boring. I still find like my husband plays Fallout, and I like the Fallouts just because it's more like an open kind of thing. But all these other games are pretty crappy.
Well, what's good about Fallout is it's as best they could imagine. You know, it's like reality, a post-apocalyptic reality, right? So the puzzles are like, I got to open this box, but I need the code from this dude who died way across this map. You know, well, that's in reality, that's something that could happen, right? And so that's why I like games like Fallout.
Yeah, so I can watch him play that. I never.
Yeah.
Now I never did like playing them personally. Like when an animal started running at Lara Croft, I would just I just jumped a lot.
Yeah.
But I loved watching him play them, and I loved watching him play Fallout. But all these other games, occasionally, me and him will play golf on our phones together and battle it off. But that's just, like you said, something to chillax with and wind down for the day. But
well, you know, I don't blame anybody because, you know, we got the Cocoa Pebbles deal for the last 2.5 years, and there's no globe evidence, so we'll have some free time.
Yeah, yeah, I know. That's another reason why we've gone back and watched a bunch of older shows, that just to go back and watch them and say, hey, let's see what we can just find in this for fun. You know?
Oh yeah, I love doing that, and you know, like Terminator 2, for instance, one of my favorite action movies. They're, you know, going back through that and picking out all the little symbols and, you know, the little shots of numbers that nobody notices unless you're looking for it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy. But the whole thing that's been going on for 2 years has not affected me or my husband one iota.
Nice.
Like, not at all. Neither one of us have worn a face diaper once, or gotten one swab, or nothing.
Ooh, what a lucky man he was.
We have been blessed, but Texas is a little different. Plus, we are in a very rural area where it's just not as pertinent. Like, probably if I lived in Dallas, maybe that'd be a whole different story.
It would be. I lived in Austin for 10 years, and I moved back right at the wrong time because the next year after moving back home, well, we got the Cocoa Pebbles. But I hear Texas is kind of a haven. It has been for quite a minute here.
Yeah, our like I don't know what you call our mayor or whatever's over our county said we're not going to be doing. Basically, we were a Cocoa Pebbles safe haven.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy.
Like nobody has to do any of that stuff, even though still 50% of the people still wore them. You know.
Of course they did.
Yeah. Like if you went into the hospital, you still didn't have to wear one. It was not anything
Wow,
pushed
that's
there.
pretty great. Yeah, that's great. The 2 hospitals I live next to are absolutely barren. Nobody was there for
Oh,
a whole year. I was like,
yeah.
what
You know,
pandemic? Sorry, I had to say it.
I heard this the other day, and I don't know if it's true. Fact checkers, somebody give me the facts. But it was a nurse talking, and she said, you know, when they say we're at 90% capacity for COVID patients. Oh, I said it. Darn it.
All
Anyway,
right,
she
finish your
said,
sentence, and then we got to change the subject.
she said that the beds that they allow in her hospital was 10 beds. So if 9 of those beds had people in them that they considered Cocoa
Wow.
Pebbles, it was 90% capacity.
Yeah, it's a numbers game.
I'm so sorry. It just slipped.
No, you know what? I said some dumb shit too. It happens. So, but all of this can only happen on a flat, stationary, enclosed Earth because that's what we experience, and you can't escape that reality. Give it a shot.
Yeah, totally.
Yo, Glad.
Yeah.
My whole life, ever since I've been a little kid, I thought the Earth was flat until I tried Cocoa Pebbles, and all my friends and family, out of respect, tried Cocoa Pebbles. Now everybody, me and my friends, all know the Earth is a globe. It couldn't be flat because of Cocoa Pebbles.
Exactly.
Cocoa Pebbles opened my eyes, bro.
Hey guys, my mother-in-law just showed up, so I've got to go. I love y'all. I'll try to chat with y'all later.
All right. Thanks for speaking with us, Shanna. You have a good day.
All right, y'all too. Bye.
Once you accept relativism as the answer for everything, then anything can be anything.
Hell yeah.
And everything makes sense because everything can be anything. And with that line of reasoning, you can allow, all things are relative. And
You know when kids are like, I want to be a fireman. Fuck that, dude. You could be a fire truck if you want now. Just do
Dude,
it. Just identify
you could be
it.
the ISS, bro. You know what I mean?
Oh,
I
dear.
remember when I was a kid, bro. My grandma said, you know that somebody actually landed on the moon. I said, Grandma, that sounds too good to be true. The day they land a man on the moon is the day that they'll have a booster for all the poor children who can't afford it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Shit, when I was little, we used to have to crush up aspirin and put it in a turkey baster. That was ours. We didn't have it like all the rich kids who get to go to the doctors and get theirs. You know what I mean?
What did
They
you
had it
do
real
with
good.
the turkey baster, or is that not appropriate?
No, my mom that's how she gave me my booster because we couldn't afford to go to the doctor. You know what I mean?
Got it.
So I remember all the rich kids on the block used to go out on Christmas and their birthday, like, look at my new booster, and we'd be so mad and jealous sitting there with our turkey basters, little bit of liquid aspirin running down our arm. You know what I mean? But
All right.
we did what we had to do. You know what I mean? I love my mom.
Sounds like she loves you.
Oh, she does, bro. You know what I mean?
it's because I can imagine it that it's extra funny.
Dude, like I hear kids complaining today about the things they have to wear on their face. I'm like, man, I would give anything to have that on. You know what I mean? We used to make masks out of like paper plates and bags, put them over our head and everything, and you know what I mean. It was better than not having one, but the fact is that these kids don't know how good they have it nowadays.
Dude, I feel that in elementary school, man. You stick your tongue out at anybody, ain't even gonna know about it. It's crazy, dude.
Right?
Crazy
Yeah.
cheat codes, man.
I know, man. Yeah.
Up, down, left, right. Something.
Right.
BA star. Yeah, that's Contra.
Yeah.
30 lives in Contra.
Most deaf.
Well, I don't care how many lives I have I mean, maybe you, but it doesn't matter if I have infinite lives in Contra. That game is impossible.
Yeah, it's just not. It's not really doable.
I'm not interested in infinite lives. Just give me infinite health.
There you go. Yeah, or give me just one health bar, but it takes a lot to get it down to 0.
And flotation. I think you can fall in holes and it kills you too, right?
I'm better at the second map when you got to do when you're down at the baseline running back and forth left to right than I am the first map when you have to try to get there.
Yeah.
Nutty.
I think I just tried to play that like twice in my life, and I was like, yeah, never mind. It's all good.
And Metroid too. Like who sits down and figures that out? It's unreal.
Yeah.
Whew.
Chocolate.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna give the floor to y'all. I've been talking too much. I got some shit to do anyway. Check y'all in a bit.
You out of here, Glad? Hey, did you get that message?
Just for a minute. I'll check it right now.
Did you get? All right.
Well, I did the whole Lookout Mountain thing, and they did seem to go ahead and dip out. I put that one in their lap, and that seemed to. It's a new toy for them to play with, at the very least, I guess.
Yeah. Man. It's crazy how anybody could deny the curvature of the Earth. It's just crazy. Against all the years of science and Galileo and Copernicus and measuring shadows with sticks, I don't know how people couldn't see that it's a globe.
As relativistic as they are, you would expect them to be fully accepting of all identifications of Earth features.
Whatever pronoun Earth is, right?
Whether it's flat or curved, it's all relative anyway.
Exactly, bro. Yeah. Tolerance, man. There's no tolerance for it, though.
Because it's like critical race theory. It's like the Earth being flat is too white.
Right? Man.
Yeah. That's who came up with it, huh? The melanin deficient people definitely came up with the concept of the flat Earth. That checks out.
Right? Dude, my dog's in heat. My lady bought a little diaper. It's like a little black diaper that our dog has to wear. She hates it. It's so funny, though. I got to take a picture of it. I actually think dogs actually prove curvature of the Earth.
When magic and relativity is your answer, anything can prove the curvature of Earth.
Yeah. So my nickname for my arm is my server. My left shoulder is my server, okay? So out of respect for my neighbor's Wi-Fi, I give my server a boost every couple months out of respect.
I don't follow what you're saying.
Oh, I'm just saying my shoulder is my server. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean.
Out of respect for my neighbor's Wi-Fi, I give my shoulder a boost every couple months. You know what I mean?
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, never mind.
I'm not tracking because I'm way too literally minded.
Here, real quick, it's like if it's raining outside and there's a guy using a umbrella and he's walking past you, but you're not using an umbrella and you're getting drenched. He looks at you and says, "Hey, man, if you don't use your umbrella, mine won't work."
Oh yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I'm familiar with that.
But I get it, man. The shoulder and Wi-Fi thing, yeah, and you can boost Wi-Fi. I mean, I get it.
Yeah. Did you read that message I sent you?
Yeah, I read it. I just responded twice, bro.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I still think that the seatbelt one is even better than the
Yeah, it is.
Even better than the umbrella is. My seatbelt protects you, and your seatbelt protects me.
Yeah, it's like buying rat poison to kill a rat you got in the house and eating it yourself.
You won't have to worry about rats anymore, though.
Yeah, either way. Quality product. Works every time.
I mean...
You want some other recipes, man?
I have a story on this topic I wish I could share, but we're in live stream.
That's unfortunate.
Y'all ever made French toast with croissant bread? Bomb.
A lot of fruitcake going on today.
A lot. What? Fruitcake?
Yeah.
Is this another euphemism or metaphor for something I'm not following?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
The shoulder thing was fruity as fuck. Didn't make any sense at all.
Apparently, it was a metaphor or something.
Metaphor for what?
It's a menopause, bro. A menopause.
There you go.
I think it was more like a meta 5, maybe a meta 6.
Right?
Oh my.
About sounds more like medical attention needed. Medical attention needed. Hurry, hurry.
Must be no taller than.
Very glad.
I'm going to jump down and chill for a second if anybody wants to follow me. I have an interesting story to tell.
I'll follow you.
Barry, welcome.
What's good, man?
Welcome. How long have you been in the server?
I joined like you can say 2 weeks ago.
Okay. How much do you know about the topic, about the falsification of curvature and stuff like that?
A pretty decent amount. I'm still learning.
Gotcha. Any questions that have been struck for you or anything like that?
No, not really. But I'm gonna stay in this VC and like come up with questions.
Okay. Boy. That's not helpful.
Astronauts to the moon.
Ignition sequence start. 2, 1.
What's going on, everyone? It's Jaronism with another video for you today. Just a few things. Mostly wanted to point out a little Twitter exchange I had with everyone's favorite professor, Mr. Cryan Box, or as you might know him, Brian Cox. It all started with an interview I read linked in the description with Brian talking to I Freaking Love Science. And in that interview, a question was asked, and Brian gave an answer that I felt was, well, pretty unscientific. The question was, we've also seen a bizarre spate of people coming out in favor of Earth being flat recently. How do you deal with people like that? And Brian responded, again, I don't think you can change the opinion of people who are ridiculous. And that is the most ridiculous example of not thinking that you can possibly imagine. I think what you can do is just turn them into laughingstocks, which is, I think, my general approach to people. It's very difficult to argue with an idiot, particularly in a forum such as a chat show where you've got a limited amount of time. So my view is you have to sort of essentially show them up to be fools as quickly as possible. I think that's the only way that you can proceed. Wow, it'd be really cool if you'd grab me those 2 spheres over there. Yes, I love balls. Spheres make me so happy. See how they repel each other? Of course they do, because it's science. And everyone knows that the most perfect shape of all time, of all shapes, are spheres. You know, the reason I became a physicist, I've always loved to test and yank on spheres. They're everywhere in space, and sometimes they even bump into each other, and when they do, they go this way and that. They might fly here or there. If they break into new pieces, well, guess what? They just reform as spheres again. Because spheres, like science, are perfect. But sometimes there's some bigger spheres, and they are not kind to smaller ones. Sometimes the bigger ones even call the small ones small cocks. Small cocks. Little tiny baby cocks. And for almost no reason at all. We can't all be great and overwhelming. So we need a way for little spheres to push away the big ones. And that's why I became a scientist. Because this way I'm always right. Then I can handle myself by simply shaming anyone who doesn't worship the sphere like I do. There's nothing more perfect in the entire world than spheres. I love them. I love science. Alright, well, he definitely got a little carried away there. It was actually only the first part, the quote that you see on the screen now, that had me upset. So what I did was I made a little meme really quickly that basically is the scientific method versus the Cox scientific method. And then the tweet said, thank goodness we have scientific educators like Professor Brian Cox. He tells us all how to act when people question our claims. So in the scientific method that we've all been raised with, that we all know, it goes purpose, research, hypothesis, experiment, analysis, and conclusion. But Crime Box's is a little bit different. His starts out with a purpose, same thing, but then you have to ask an authority, and then you have to agree with anything that they say as long as it's consensus, and then you have to show graphs and charts, and then you have to cry when anybody is skeptical of your claims, and then you must shame them and turn them into laughingstocks, and then collect your check as you enslave the human race. So, I sent that tweet expecting it to be over. But then, just minutes later, he decided to respond by saying, I'm sure somewhere I also said a jab-jab cross combination might be helpful. Which I guess that means that not only are they idiots and you should shame them, but you should also beat them up. At least as far as I can tell, with some sort of jab-jab cross uppercut thing. So then I said, so being I'm an idiot flat earther, why not join me on my channel and explain to my 60,000 subs how wrong we are while you prove the ball? Well, he responded to that one too by saying, because I'm too busy talking to my 2.6 million intelligent followers and can't be arsed wasting my time. So I finally replied, yeah, so intelligent. Believing every word you say without proof or evidence sounds like a religion, the divine words of Pope Cox, hashtag scientism. And then after waiting a little while and not receiving a response to that, I posted one final GIF image and said, when Professor Brian Cox walks into a room and someone mentions proof or evidence. And that's got to be the funniest thing ever. Could watch this over and over again. Here comes Brian Cox and... Oh, proof, evidence? Oh, can't do that. Oh, proof, evidence? No. Sorry, ain't going to do it. All right, and then I also tweeted out this little Final Jeopardy question here. Let's play. The category is frauds. These pathetic clowns have spent nearly 60 years lying to the world and pretending they can travel in space, while faking moon landings, rovers on Mars, and images of Saturn, and even faking satellites. They have stolen over $1 trillion from the U.S. taxpayer.
NASA.
Hello.
NASA.
You have to wait till the...
NASA.
You guys aren't playing right.
NASA.
Alex.
NASA.
What are you guys...
NASA. NASA.
Yeah, what are you doing?
NASA.
This isn't how you play.
NASA. 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 NASA.
All right, but that's not even how you play. I guess all three of you won. Johnny, tell them what they won. You lucky three have just won a worthless trip to Cape Canaveral. You and a guest will fly round-trip coach on the ISS while you... Huh? Oh, round-trip coach on the NASA Super Guppy while you enjoy a 2-day tour at Kennedy Space Center. Yes, for only $125, you get to witness what your tax money already paid for. Plus, you'll enjoy a short walk to the gates when you pay only $10 for priority parking. Yeah, you may think this prize already included too much for you three, but of course we have much more. Because while you eat, learn at the same time while you pay $199 for lunch with a space actor. Yes, you and your guest will each get to eat lunch for $199 each with an astronaut, asking whatever questions we give you to ask. And after your food settles, you'll get to expand your imagination while you get an up-close and personal look with a model of the space shuttle. That's absolutely right. You'll get to enjoy a tour of the set where scenes from space and the shuttle were filmed. Look but don't touch. The shuttle that braved the vacuum of space is very delicate. And just when you think your day is over, jump aboard as we count down to blast off as you enjoy a bus tour of the facility. Yes, you and your guests will get to inspect the swamp and even see the tallest building in the history of the world, the VAB. Yes, the VAB is so large, it has its own climate and even its own population and economy. And when that tour is over, we invite you back inside, where you can be like NASA as you fake it with a green screen. You'll see how the magic all works as we magically transport you to orbit. Then, you get to magically transport something to us when you spend the rest of your money at the gift shop. Who can't live without a NASA cup or a special edition NASA keychain on sale right now for $39.99? And when you finally spent your last dollar, go backstage with us to see how we spend our money as we pay off the Round Earth shill Joe Rogan. Enjoy the laughs that come with purposefully cooling the world's population. And what Space Center trip is complete without getting to touch the truly unbelievable? Yes, put your hands on this piece of petrified wood. Yes, our moonwalkers had to go quite far to get this petrified wood for you. How far? Well, why don't you tell us while you lean back and take a lesson in how we use helium as you and your friend enjoy a real-life NASA rocket launch. Don't forget to plug your ears as up, up, and away. And as it ends in the ocean. All this is yours. A fantastic trip with a value of 7 cents. However, you couldn't pay me to go to that hellhole. Congratulations, Jared. Back to you. Wow, sounds like an awesome trip. That trip used to include an afternoon with Buzz Aldrin, but it didn't go over too well because Buzz would always just pretend he was there. So that didn't work out. So we're looking here at my Twitter feed, and I posted an image of the NASA satellite Lady, and these images that they try and pass off as real. Go search Lady Moon Images, Ladee, and tell me what you think of these images. A child could make better fakes. But you'll notice something funny here. About once a week, either Twitter or NASA, or whoever it might be, goes into my Twitter profile and deletes my photos and videos section. Could it be because I only post images and videos showing NASA to be frauds? So you'll see as I scroll up here that now there are only 5, and those will surely be gone soon. Here's one of the images taken by Lady. And to think that Kryenbach said if you question the moon landings, you need a new brain. Well, anyone who thinks this is an actual photo of the moon has completely lost their mind. Certifiably crazy. But I don't know. Brian is pretty smart and scientific and all. Has anyone seen his charts on climate change? Wow. Facts. Oh, by the way, I have a chart as well of the latest scientific findings in the globe versus flat earth debate. Looks like flat earth is just flying past the globe. Wow. Ask my friends. You'll see there is a definite consensus. And here's Brian talking with climate denier, which I'll call a skeptic, Malcolm Roberts. And a great job by Malcolm holding his own as Brian tries to tell him how this chart equals facts.
The absolute consensus is that human action is leading to an increase in average temperatures. Absolute consensus. I know you may try to argue with that, but you can't.
No, not in my way.
So
I'm going to go quickly to Malcolm Roberts. We want to hear from all the panelists on this. But sure, the longest temperature record for temperatures on this planet is the Central England temperature record, which goes back to the mid-1600s. And I'm absolutely stunned that someone who is inspired by Richard Feynman, a fantastic scientist who believes in empirical evidence, is quoting a consensus.
Can I just say, I brought the graph. Right? I mean, can I just... The pause that's off.
Watch here his right hand, how much it's shaking from anybody who dare questions his graph.
Do we understand the physical mechanisms and the influence of those of the 19th century?
Brian,
I'll give you a lesson if you want. I can give you.
Can you go back to the middle of the graph there?
Yeah. That graph.
Yeah, the in the middle?
Yep.
What year is that?
That's about 1941.
Yeah, 1930s and 40s were warmer than the current decades. Where's that?
Well, no,
what's the data source?
Well, not exactly.
No, the original records are. The original records are far warmer. But the other thing that tells me that graph has got something wrong with it. Okay, I'm just going to pause here. So you're hearing.
It was an El Nino year.
Both were El Nino years. Malcolm, just one second. You're hearing the interpretation of a highly qualified scientist, and you're just saying I don't believe it. Is that right? I'm saying two things. I'm saying two things. First of all, that the data has been corrupted, and we know that the 1930s were warmer than today.
Yeah. Corrupted? What do you mean corrupted?
Been manipulated
by
NASA.
NASA?
Yes.
The people. This is quite serious.
No, I'm going to just ask the audience. Just hang on. We've actually got to hear what's being said here. So it's all very well to laugh, but we want to hear what's being said. Steve Goddard. He has shown the NASA figures, and the graph was originally showing that 1930s were warmer than recent decades, and that is correct. And people have recognised that for many, many years. And in the recent years, they've been reversed so that the 1930s were reduced in temperature and the later periods were inflated in temperature. That's a fact. Now, the Bureau of Meteorology is exactly the same. And Greg Hunt squashed an investigation of the Bureau of Meteorology earlier this year. OK, all right, Greg Hunt.
Can I just check one thing? NASA. Now, NASA,
yes.
The people that landed men on the moon.
Yes.
The people that landed men on the moon. I should just ask, actually, you believe we landed men on the moon? But,
see the little trick there?
No.
It's questioning whether or not I believe that I'm a moon skeptic. Now,
are you?
No, I'm not.
Oh, right. No, but I mean, it's a serious accusation. I mean, the idea that NASA but the point is that the accusation that NASA, pretty all the Australian, the Met Office in the UK, everybody is collaborating to manipulate global temperature data.
Unless we learn otherwise, it will be prudent to suppose that the next ice age could begin to bite at any time.
In the 1970s, there was a big scare about global cooling. Climate experts were worried that we might be headed towards a new global ice age. Time magazine reported in 1974 that, quote, the atmosphere has been growing gradually cooler for the past 3 decades. The trend shows no indication of reversing.
These are all experts in their field, and they advise us on what is real and what is not real. And as far as I'm concerned, the where politics comes into play is how to implement their advice. They advise us on what is real and what is not real, and they advise us on what is real and what is not real. And
as far as I'm concerned, politics should be based on empirical evidence. All policy should be based on empirical evidence. I've heard consensus, which is not science. I've heard appeals to authority, which is not science. I've heard various illusions. Hang on. I've heard, hang on. Hang on, Brian. One of your inspirers is Richard Feynman. Richard Feynman says it doesn't matter how beautiful, how emotional your theory. If the evidence does not suit, it is wrong. That's what Richard Feynman says. And what we need is not just empirical evidence.
Can I have 1
we
minute?
need empirical. Hang on.
Yeah,
we need empirical evidence that demonstrates and proves cause and effect. Greg Hunt says he relies on advice. I have never ever heard Greg Hunt say that he relies on data.
Well, I've been listening to all the global warming talk for a long time and posting material about global warming on our website. But finally, the crescendo of global warming myth, nonsense, exploded in my head, and I had to write a real rant. And all I was doing was telling you the truth as best I know it. Grin, you got to make a living, first of all. So you spent 10 years becoming a PhD in meteorology. You got a research job, and you decide you're going to research the effect of human activity on global climate. And if you were to put out a research report that said not much and it doesn't seem too bad, you probably wasted all your... And I found out it was bogus science. It wasn't real. The numbers had been massaged. The whole thing had been created. What bothered me was that the other scientists had accepted it. Well, why did they possibly do that? And I think the real answer to that question is that they all have an agenda, an environmental and political agenda that said, let's pile on here. We're all going to make a lot of money. We're going to get research grants. We're going to get awards. We're going to become famous.
That last speaker was Dr. John Coleman. He was a weather reporter here in San Diego that never went along with this bullshit climate, whatever they want to call it. He never went along with it. Rest in peace, John Coleman.
Next, we got Brian saying that he doesn't even accept that the moon landings need proving. So I'll go ahead and set this up real quick. You have Brian and a producer driving to an observatory to shoot lasers at the moon. The producer wrote in the script that this would help prove the moon landings to the skeptics, even though they shot lasers off the moon in 1961. So he's asking Brian where they're going and what does it have to do with those that question the moon landings. And number one, Brian never read the script. Number two, he completely loses his mind over the question even being asked. Go ahead and enjoy the science.
Okay, where are we going? There are so... No, I'm saying it on camera. There are so many things that you could talk about, right? You could talk about... Oh, I don't know. Fuck it. It's bollocks. The moon landings happened, and it's nonsensical. It's like saying, was America ever discovered? Right. Well, yes, it was. Did we work out how to... Did we discover penicillin? Yes. Did we go to the moon? Yes. That's the end of it. There's no information, content, or use in debating it anymore. Right. Tell me where we're going in respect to the fact that ultimately this completely proves the fact that they went there. Well, first of all, I don't even accept that it needs proving, because you've got to be a complete moron to anyway. But no, remember, if you don't hear my question, your answer doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Yeah, right. Are you really suggesting that in this program, a scientific documentary program about gravity, you're going to even mention the words, could it have been true that the moon landings were faked? Well, in the script that I wrote, yes. Did you read it? No. There we go. Does it say something about it? It says something like, it's a comedy throwaway line. I'm not saying that we're saying that it didn't happen. It's a comedy throwaway line in that, of course it bloody happened, because I fire a laser at the moon and it sends it back. It's a silly thing to have said. So... Alright. Where are we going and what does it prove or not prove, and who cares? We're going to the laser engine. We're going to the lunar... We're going to the... Where are we going? Where are we going? McDonald Observatory.
So Brian, No interest in proving your claims, huh? Just laugh at people, throw graphs at people, cry a lot. Well, you never even responded to the 2 open letters at allist.com, and now you're too busy for me. Well, I speak only for myself, but in no way have you earned the respect from me that you think you deserve. I really don't care how smart you think you are, but if you're so smart, then join me on my channel, not for a debate, but you can just come and end all this silly flat earth stuff by just showing the evidence. That's all we want. But you don't look at evidence. You simply believe what you're told. Well, guess what? I don't. That makes me a skeptic and you a dogmatic person of faith. So, who is more scientific? The one doing tests and asking questions, or the one who says you have to be a moron to believe X, or an idiot who should be turned into a laughingstock because your holy book has been questioned? I'm so sorry that I dare question your holy ground, but perhaps I'm wrong. See the difference? Maybe I'm wrong. You think you might be wrong, Brian? Of course you don't. That's the problem. You're no scientist, Brian. You're a priest. Open invite to Father Cox. Come teach us all and show us the evidence that the sun is 899,000 miles across and flying through space at 1.5 million miles per hour. Anytime, you're welcomed. I'll be here waiting. In the name of the Science Fathers, the Sun, and the Holy Sphere. Amen. Be kind, don't lie, and open your mind because there's truth inside. This has been Jaronism. Till next time. Peace.
Shout out to Jaron.
So he's a monist. I guess the music is still finishing. Anybody want to help my silly little brain understand if the truth is inside your mind, then how does opening it help? No.
I would respond, but I'm probably a robot.
I can hear you.
Technically, you have a good point there. Saying that it doesn't make much sense when you think about it that way.
I mean, it sounds cool, but I'm just trying to understand it. If you think that the answers are inside of your brain, which is why I am accusing him or suggesting that he may be a monist, monism, all is one and one is all, one with the universe, then that's a group of people that would believe that the answers to the universe exist within your own mind or whatever. But then opening it, if they're already there, what are you opening it to? I don't know. It's all good. He certainly put out a ton of content. He just his little quip there at the end kind of struck me as confusing.
But didn't you think Brian Cox made some good valid points there? No.
Yeah, I mean the people he was referring to, they're just mockers and stuff. He was certainly, yeah, Jaronism was making some valid arguments. I just we see the world fundamentally different. So not the earth, but the world. Worldview, not earth view.
That's kind of the beauty of the flat Earth, whatever you want to call it. All different perspectives, all different opinions, but we all agree that the globe is BS, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody new on here? You have the right to remain silent, but you have the ability. Seems they do have the ability. Now here's Gospel Bear with the next topic.
I don't really have anything to go on.
Wasn't trying to put you on the spot. You're just the only one talking, so it's all good.
Yeah.
Beautiful sunny day here in Kentucky. What's it like in, let me guess where you're at? North Dakota?
Yeah. We are at 37 degrees this time.
Oh, that's balmy for you. Yeah.
Yep. Cloudy. As far as the forecast goes, it doesn't look like we'll dip below zero anytime soon. So that's nice.
I've got 65 degrees, blue skies, and no tic-tac-toe patterns in my sky. So that's a good day.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's all just cloudy for me, but not cloudy. What, hazy, I guess you could say. I don't see clouds. I just see gray.
Hazy sunshine from the left coast. Currently 66 degrees. I shit you not. I wouldn't make that up. Humidity 58%. 9-mile-per-hour winds from the west. High today 69 degrees. The low overnight.
Pretty high.
45. Wait a minute. 45 is going to be the low.
I'm just saying that's high humidity for sale, isn't it?
Pretty high, yeah.
Global warming. Watch out. Gotta have a globe cover. That's a problem.
Excuse me. Good day for some fresh air. It's like 5 degrees warmer than it was yesterday.
We'll do sort of a station ID. Anyone listening to my voice right now, maybe you're curious about this subject or you just heard about it, or you think you live on a globe, click the link and come in here and tell us about it. We'd love to talk to you.
I think it's flat.
It is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Now here's May 1973 or Sunny, whoever talked.
In case of the zombie apocalypse, anyone hearing this message, I'll be near the aircraft carrier Midway. I have food, I have shelter, and I have flat water. Did you guys catch the reference to the movie?
Sort of.
I
What
Am
movie?
Legend. I Am Legend.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Was that the movie where the population was wiped out by a virus, or is that a different one?
That's it.
Okay. Sounds legit.
It was caused by a like Cocoa Pops kind of.
Was it written by Vincent Price, or did Vincent Price just produce that movie originally, Last Man on Earth?
Oh, really? You think it might be this? Yeah, it could be the same.
It's the same movie.
Same storyline.
Yeah. I just don't know if he wrote it. I'm trying to see. No, Richard Matheson wrote the book in 1954. And it was originally titled I Am Legend. So it was originally titled I Am Legend. Then Vincent Price did The Last Man on Earth, and then I Am Legend was the title of the Will Smith version.
Should go back and watch those movies. Shit, I bet there's a lot of clues in them that have been overlooked because of the age of those.
The Omega Man is another rendition, apparently.
Does anyone know why Effie Batman is muted? Let's unmute our friend.
Yeah, he's probably just hot micing.
Most likely. People in like UK time and stuff, We understand people fall asleep listening to Discord. I gotta get outside. It gets late. Still gets late kind of quick now that they changed the time. Which they didn't change. It's because no one can change time. So you can't use it as an independent variable. Durr. Anyone else? Comments? Statement? Comments? Complaints? Random rhetorical statement? Anything? Anybody? Dave Hinkle. Lunatic. He's probably busy.
Just driving home from the job. You probably don't want this shitty Bluetooth. What's up, though, guys?
Just thought I'd say hi. Saw you in the line. Saw you in here.
Well, hello.
Sounds like a bunch of dogs. Are you sawing something? Oh, you said you're driving, so you wouldn't be sawing. Don't saw while driving.
And some 7.3 liter taking off on the on ramp.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. You said it's a 3-liter what?
7.3 liter.
A 7.3 liter what?
V8 engine, whatever. It's
A V8.
fucking,
Okay.
it's sucking about $5 a minute right now, probably.
Yeah, gallons per mile and shit.
I get 8.9 gallons a mile, or miles a gallon.
Damn, I would have. That's too bad because carburetor technology is available to make the V8 like that get over 100 miles per gallon, probably 200. We lost the technology. We knew how to run cars. We had the Pogue carburetor. Tested his carburetor over and over and over and over and over and got over 100 miles per gallon with a V8 with his carburetor.
When he claiming bankruptcy?
We're never taught about those little incidences.
Robot check.
Pretty good, Dave.
All right, I'm back in the zone now.
Low to no roboto.
Good deal. I'm still in motion, so I'll probably start doing it here in a second. Damn satellites. Need to talk to NASA. I'm gonna write NASA a letter. They'll take care of it.
Yeah, why? I think we need a refund. Why aren't they? They're never where you actually need them, out in the open or up in the mountains. Sorry, no reception there. And still no proof of probe. But meanwhile, we do have water on Earth achieving its level everywhere we see it when contained. This has never been found to be the contrary in any case in nature. Kind of makes you go, right?
Yeah. Yep. Nature's just seeking its equilibrium, to speak generally. Nothing about nature screams that you're on a spinning ball zipping around through nothing that I can see. That's just me, though. I'm headed out of country road, so I'm pretty sure I'm going to be dropped here in a second. Is it still working right now?
Yes.
Okay. Someone else continue or not. Your choice.
It's your slow Monday show. With Boomer Radio. I'm being silly. Don't mind me.
You getting lonely in here by yourself, or what?
Lonely?
Yep.
Who said anybody's lonely?
Sounds like you're lonely. You ain't talking. At least talk to yourself, man. Make it look good.
Well, I'm
No. Okay. All right.
I'm personally
Fine. It's not funny.
talking
I get it. It's not funny.
elsewhere.
Oh, how dare you? How dare you have a life without us?
It's actually inside the server, and by talking I mean typing.
Oh, no.
But yeah.
How dare you?
It'd be like that if you would
Horrible
have talked.
person you. I am. I'm talking. I'm giving you a hard time. Didn't you notice? I figured whoever speaks first is gonna get. I'm kidding.
Oh, I'll be the fall guy.
No good subjects?
I like the
Nobody
fall.
has a good subject?
I like
Yeah,
the fall.
I like
I'll
that.
be the fall guy.
Why not? Whatever.
I like
just
winter
keep
more
conversation
though.
going.
So
Yeah.
I'll be the fall guy that loves
I'll
the
defend you
winter.
later. Don't worry. I'll just pick on you for a second, and then I'll defend you after everybody else starts in
I'm
on
free, free falling.
you. There you go. Free falling.
My dad had Tom Petty over to his house.
Nice.
It was a weird detail I learned from my dad. He was like, "Yeah, he was over here just a couple of months before he died."
Yeah, when I was a little kid, my dad knew all kinds of people. I met people that were playing music way back in the 60s, and I often wonder who those people actually were from there on, like in St. Louis.
Yeah, I mean, some musicians lived like really insane lives. It's amazing they lived as long as they did. And other musicians lived like really peaceful, chill lives. They made their money and dipped out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Grand Funk Railroad, I guess, was he the lead singer and guitarist?
Yeah.
That guy is still touring to this day.
I believe it.
And but not living a hard. He changed his life around like in the late 80s or something.
You would have to,
Yeah.
Unless you're Keith Richards.
Yeah. Good old Keith Richards. Speaking of Pirates of the Caribbean.
My old friend Keith Richards, I learned every single riff I ever heard the man play. Thank you, Keith.
Sonny, I can't hear Sad Skies talking because of your drumming.
Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, because I'm gonna go outside. I'm just gonna leave my phone inside. Just do it.
Yep.
Alright. So I was talking earlier, and they said they're talking about the gravitational forces to the center.
You're coming in and out.
Oh, come far.
I heard.
They were talking about the gravitational forces to the center of the Earth.
I heard gravitational forces, but it's like you're getting your mic further away from where you're talking. Like, can you speak closer to the mic?
Alright, I could go back inside. Alright, they're talking about gravitational forces to the center of the Earth. And they're talking about how to measure it and all this different stuff. I think it's in the chat. And I was trying to explain the curvature of the Earth. So, the boat concept, the farther the boat goes off into the water, it disappears because of the horizon, which the horizon is supposed to be about 5 kilometers away from it.
Okay, so two different topics thrown into one comment/question. First, I would ask you, does the concept of gravity have any presumptions? Are they presupposing that mass attracts mass in order to then make up all kinds of stories about gravity?
Yeah, they were talking about mass attracting mass, but I didn't go into that really. I went into the boat and the horizon.
Okay, so not related. So you mentioned gravity, but then you don't want to talk about gravity. You want to talk about horizon.
Yeah.
Okay. So yep. So why is it that we can see past the curvature?
Why is it that we can see past the curvature?
Why is it that we can see past the alleged curvature?
I mean, the Earth is very big. Like,
whether or not it's really big or really small, if it's curved, why can we see past around the corner or past the edge? Why is it that we can see past that edge?
okay, see past the edge. You can see past the edge.
Okay, so let's say that you have pimples, hypothetically, and let's say that you put makeup on. And let's say that you are making the claim that you do not have pimples, hypothetically. And let's say that somebody zooms in, nice camera, and they see the pimples. And why I'm asking the question analogically, why is it that we can see the pimples?
I'm getting covered up by makeup, but then you can still see the bump.
Yeah. So the pimples are there. That's why we can see them. So we can see where we can see, and we can see past what's being alleged or claimed.
Sorry.
Whoa. It's a claim with no foundation. It's just a story. This idea of curvature blocking what we're able to see. Oh, let me start over. Hey, there's this thing that blocks how far you can see. Right? We'll just start with simple English. We'll not get confused with the terms. Hey, there's this thing that stops you from being able to see past a certain distance. It's called curvature.
Yeah.
And then you're like, well, but I can see past it. Well, the reason that you can see past what you can't see past is because there's this other thing that allows you to see past what's impossible to see past. And that's the story. It's as simple as that. There's a claim that you know there's a physical spot that is the edge based on your height and how far you can see based on your height and the math of geometry and the curve there. But then there's this other story that claims that, well, there's this other thing that allows you to see past the thing that you can't see past. Therefore, you can see past it.
How?
But all of this is all presupposing that there is a curvature in the first place.
Exactly.
So what if we can just see as far as we can see based on the weather conditions and perspective, and that's that? Why do we need to invoke or bring up the topic of curvature at all?
So they told me to look at a table, put a bunch of dominoes lined up on that table, and look if there's curvature. And they said, "Oh, the table isn't long enough." But I said there isn't curvature because it's straight. So what I told them to do is get like a basketball or a soccer or something. Now get a battery, and you see as it disappears because it's going behind curvature.
Okay. Did I hear you in the first part of what you were just saying? Did I hear you say that there is curvature on your table?
No, there isn't.
Okay, I would hope not, because otherwise that's a jacked up table.
Yeah, they showed an image of like the domino disappearing because the table had curvature, and I was like, "What? That's not true." But let me see if I can find a picture.
Yeah, I don't know what you're referring to.
I think if you go up like further in the chat, find it because
It's sad, Sky. It's extremely hard to understand. You might need to go to your video and voice settings. It sounds like you're in a tunnel or something. It's really muddled sounding.
Or you got to pull the string like tighter against the can. One of the two.
I don't know, combination of
Them androids will get you every time. The phones, Android phones.
Is that better?
Yes, whatever you just did.
awesome better.
Okay. So if I look up just a little bit more,
What did you
it.
do? Because it's an extreme difference. What did you do?
It was noise suppression.
Oh wow, yeah, whatever. Yeah, that's amazing.
Oh yeah, and then we were talking about this that you could see the 7 states. We're going to get into that.
You said you're going to, or you did look into it?
Yeah, we looked into it earlier. I mean, I was here earlier, but
Yeah.
And then they said that the sun was too small, and that's why the other side of no, they weren't talking about the other side. They were talking about the Earth not being light up on one side and being light up on the other side, which made no sense. They showed like a little graph.
Yeah, it's just a representation. As for what and how the sun is, people have plenty of different ideas and explanations.
I put it in the chat. I put it in the chat so you can see it. This is tab.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
And then I asked them how do the seasons happen then? Because that makes no sense. Because the way that the Earth, the spherical Earth, gets the seasons is because which part of the Earth is facing the sun closer.
Well,
on its axis.
You got an answer of that a couple of messages later, which I can just post for you. Old dude had given you the answer.
Yeah, but I didn't really understand it the way that he said it. Cause it really didn't make sense.
The sun goes between the two tropics. It's as simple as that.
Oh, the one that says the path of the sun on flat Earth.
Yeah. How all of that works, I don't know.
We went into so much stuff earlier. I had to go away and play some basketball because inside for too much time.
Notice how flat the court is in a basketball court. They actually lay the varnish on and it achieves a level. They get a mirror finish.
Mm-hmm.
How's that work on a ball?
Well, on a basketball, it's just a material, and once you put the air inside,
No, he's talking about the court. He's not talking about the ball.
Court?
I'm talking about the floor that you're playing on in basketball, the court, the floor of the court.
Yes, pretty straight.
Absolutely straight.
Isn't that made by gravity?
No, it's because that's how, see, everything we do, this was discussed a while back about foundations of buildings have been leveled with the use of a water level for many, many, many centuries.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a level on a curved surface at one side and you take that level over to the other side, if it's curved, it would be off, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And would the water flow towards the lower part? Yeah.
All right, and here's another theory that I heard earlier. They said if you get Another thing about an object, right? You get a random object, doesn't matter what it is. You pour water onto it. Where is it gonna drip to?
Huh?
If you get any object and you drip water onto it, and if you put water onto it, where's it gonna drip to?
The lowest point.
It'll fall off of the outside of an object. It'll just fall off of the outside. Yeah.
Well, what I heard is that it's gonna fall off to the center of where gravity is, which is the center of the Earth.
Okay, so they need a radius for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the one they don't have. They have no radius. It's never been measured.
And they also said, how does the water on Earth stay on the Earth?
This kid is spot on, man. I got to hand it to you. I don't know how old you are, but I would shake your hand. So you don't believe the globe fairy tale, right?
Which one?
The globe, for the globe Earth. You don't believe that fairy tale, right?
The one that it's flat?
No, the fairy tale is that it's a globe.
I believe it.
Oh, you believe that? Oh, you believe it? It's a globe. Okay. Then do you know when they measured Earth's curvature ever in history?
When they measured it, wasn't it back in Aristotle?
Okay, so how is that a measurement? Could you explain?
They got a circle. I remember seeing a diagram of it. Circle is A, the distance between the curvature was C.
So you started with a circle. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's a presupposition built into it. So that's not a measurement. And it came from a time that you can't even verify this dude was even living, let alone living at the time he was living. There's no source data. If this is supposed to be a technical measurement, where's the technical source data of the actual measurement? How they measured it, how they measured the distance, how they synced the clocks 200 BC to 12 noon each place. How did they measure each topographical change from each location?
I don't know. Maybe it's
they didn't do that because they didn't have to, because they just said it's a ball. Let's go out and measure some shadows and presuppose that the sun is an infinite distance away, and that therefore the light is coming us in parallel rays. So they presumed a ball. He presumed the distance to the sun. He presumed that they're parallel light rays.
You know, we want such an easy fix.
Yeah.
If we would have commercial, not flights, but you're commercially, they were selling tickets to go to the moon, and you would see either if it was flat.
They're already selling. They've already sold. I think they've already sold real estate on the moon and probably on Mars too. People are that dumb.
Really?
Mm-hmm. No joke.
Elon Musk sent his Tesla to space for no reason.
Yeah, what a joke. Are you kidding me? So anyway, back to the Earth, the non-existent radius that is never seen in nature is only talked about but can be never measured or observed. But yeah, we're giving exact numbers for this size. Do you see a problem there?
Yeah.
Okay, good. At least you're getting that far. That's good. It's good talking with you. I have to take care of some business. Gospel Bearers got this thing, man.
Well, for a little bit before I have to go too. But yeah, if you have any remaining questions, it sounds like you've just been listening to the conversation. You're hearing the talking points.
I've also been looking into some. I see what they're talking about, then I switch it up, and then I do studies into it. I look into actual books too.
Yeah, that's good. Let me tell you, there's endless explanations, right? But
There's only one answer. Just go up and observe it.
Well, but there's more than one way. You say there's only one answer. I would say that there's more than one method, and it just requires measurement
Well, this
and
is
or
what I believe.
falsification. So if we can say this has been falsified, then it's pretty much game over. No, actually, not pretty much. It is game over. It's been falsified.
Well, we've already been provided with the evidence. There's been photos taken, but nobody thinks.
Okay.
I mean, they do think of NASA as a valid.
Well, you have to
don't-
appeal
they
to
don't believe
authority. Hold on. You have to appeal to authority first. So first you have to believe. That's not knowing. Believing is not knowing. And you also have to believe that what you're seeing is a photo, in spite of NASA telling us themselves that they have not produced. They say they've only produced one. Robert Simmons came out and told us, and even more recently came and said that more than 17,000 so-called photos from space were all photoshopped.
Actually, there weren't photoshopped. I have
Oh,
proof
really?
of it. I have a video, and the video goes in depth.
Oh. Okay, wait a minute. So hold on. Are you going against what Robert Simmons has said publicly then?
Publicly, because that's what he
Yes.
believes.
No. He worked for NASA.
He works for NASA.
He worked for NASA.
As y'all said, y'all don't believe NASA.
He photoshopped the blue marble. He's honest about this. He comes out and say it. Someone play that. CB, are you here?
Let me see if
Yeah, please, somebody play.
No.
No, I'm not talking about those. I'm not talking about those in specific. There's other they've also said that that the video of Neil Armstrong getting onto the moon is fake.
Who is they? What do you?
Straw man. That's a straw man. We're not talking about that.
No, I'm just curious. Who is they say that Neil Armstrong going on the moon is fake? Who is the they you're referring to?
People who don't believe NASA.
Okay. And is there evidence that supports that the moon footage is not originating on the moon?
I don't think it's fake, but people say that it is. People that don't believe NASA.
Is there what's the evidence that supports its trueness?
Its trueness? I mean, they were saying that they're looking into it, and they said that the way that the flag was reacting to the that in space everything is
when it wasn't being touched and it was still moving.
When it wasn't being touched and it was still moving.
You want to know what their explanation is? Because I know what the explanation that they have is.
What was it?
They said that vibrations. You can look up on. I think it's called Vintage Space. Is one of the YouTube channels, and a handful of other. They have explanations, but their explanation for why the flag was moving is the vibrations of their foot were vibrating through the moon surface, causing vibration of the pole, which was extremely flimsy, and it caused the flag to look like it was moving. That's their explanation.
That makes no sense at all.
That is what people that believe in the moon landing stand on as their argument for why the flag was moving.
But it's a solid rock. How is it a step?
How do you know what the material of the moon is? What do you mean it's a solid rock? Supposedly they have footsteps.
Supposedly it is, but
it can't be a solid rock if they're stepping on dust. But anyway, this is their story. What I'm trying to point out is that people have explanations for all sorts of things. That's not the point. Is what can you validate? What can you prove? Right? You look at your hand, you know how many fingers, and let's not get confused with whether or not a thumb is a finger and all that, but you look at your hand, you know what you got. Okay.
Wait, people think that a thumb is not a finger?
depending on how you're going to get semantically specific, yeah, some people will not count the thumb as a finger. It's besides the point. You know what you have on your hand. If somebody tells you otherwise, you can use more than one method to prove it to yourself what you have on your hand. Okay, it's right in front of you. It's observable. You can touch it. You can feel it. Your senses can experience these things. Same thing with water being level. And the example that you were given by Sunny is that they put a liquid surface or a liquid on the surface of a basketball court to liquid level it, and it basically produces at least nice quartz. I've seen some bumpy quartz out there, but a nice quartz will be almost mirror finish, not just in its glossiness, but in
I
its
don't know how
smooth.
if there's a curvature on Earth.
Oh, sure you do. Sure you do.
Same thing with bowling
He would
alley.
argue that it's too small. That the basketball court, in correlation to the size of the Earth, is just too small of an example. That's why larger examples are used. Hold on. That's why larger examples are used, like lakes and oceans and that sort of thing. So you see the sun reflecting off of a lake, for instance. Okay, and for some reason, you got to look. How does light reflect off of a curved, domed surface? More importantly, not just a curved, but an actually domed surface. How does light reflect off of a domed surface as compared to a flat surface? Okay, and you can demonstrate this for yourself when it's a domed surface, like a disco ball, for instance, and a light is shining on a disco ball. It only shines on, let's say, if the light's really close, it would shine on maybe 15 of the little squares on the disco ball, maybe 20, maybe 30, depending on the size of the two things, the distance, and all that. But and then it shines on the other ones too, but in a different way, and in relationship to where you're standing on the dance floor looking at the disco ball, you see a reflection of the light, what they call like a hot spot, right? Excellent picture, Mayo. Thank you for sharing. That's exactly what I'm referring to. So look at that picture in the live stream voice text. That's what I'm referring to. And this, in regards to what you can see with your eyes in reality, and kind of show the differences between simple things like that, that can begin to help you.
Well, actually, the mirror, the windows on a plane are warped.
Okay, I'm not talking about a plane. I was talking about a disco ball. But again, look at the voice. Look at the voice text at 22. Two posts just above the basketball one.
It says, I'm not sure.
No, it says reflection on a curve, reflection on a plane. You decide. That one. Posted by Mayo 1 minute ago.
Yeah.
Live stream voice text. Hello.
It says reflection on a curve, reflection on a plane. You decide, is Earth a ball or a plane?
Yeah. Is it a flat plane or is it a curve?
Oh.
Yeah, not plane that flies through the sky. Different word. It's a homonym, right? Sounds the same but has different meaning. Homonym. No, we're not talking about planes that fly in the sky here. We're talking about plane of existence. Flat plane. So, do you see the difference between how light reflects off of a curve and how light reflects off of a flat surface?
Yeah.
Okay.
It also depends on the position of the sun.
What?
I mean, it depends of the position of the light source compared to the reflected surface.
The surface makes all the difference here, though.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So the point is, can light reflect as shown off of a dome
Compared to a flat surface? What happened?
What do you mean?
Oh,
What happened?
I just couldn't hear you anymore.
Yeah, I was reading something and distracted.
You just got cut off. True. The second one is. Yeah, that little video.
Are you talking to somebody else? I don't understand what's
Oh,
going
I
on.
was looking at the video chat, and it says, "Can you see which one is, spherical and which one is not?"
The main thing is we see too far for there to
That's
be
quite interesting, isn't
curvature
it?
that's being
Like
claimed.
how it. No, he's talking about the one I posted at 225. He's talking
Oh,
about
okay.
the three circles, where it says it's the gift that I posted. It's interesting how they all look like they're kind of spherical, don't they?
Yeah.
And then how there's a couple of them
That's
that
because of
aren't. And
the reflection.
the one that's not spherical at all, the one that's just a flat piece of paper, looks the most spherical in my mind. Like that one, I didn't expect that one to be the one that was spherical. I thought it was that one right there, and that one turns out to be flat. It's like crazy. I thought when I first saw this, I was like, "What the heck?" Like it is kind of hard to tell. Isn't it? Specular highlight is important,
I mean,
but not when
that's
not
how.
when it's a
Yeah.
soft, dark spot. You know what I mean? It can be very deceiving. There's a lot of things about things that we think we see, but we really aren't seeing what we think we are. We're seeing an illusion, but we're not really sure why it's doing that to our eyes. But we just have to go with whatever we were told, right? Like we don't know, right? No one's told us. I mean, we're just trying to tell you that there's other ways of looking at everything, right? And if you go and start investigating the truth about all that, you'll start to realize that there's some interesting things about it that don't match up that should, right? That's what we noticed. And then the more we got into it, the more we realized that obviously it's just not true. We don't live on a sphere. It's not possible. But it took me a while to figure it out too. So I mean, it's entirely up to you. We can't make you understand it. All we can do is show you what we saw, in examples, and hope that you figure it out too.
Well, the reason why I was tricking your eyes is because it was showing the light source was a spherical object. So if you point, well,
You're coming in and out.
Yeah, you're breaking the
if you point a light on a ball, it's gonna look like that. It did was just make it into a piece of paper, and I see what you mean. I'm gonna have to for now because I'm gonna go play basketball. But I'm gonna look at that before. Y'all are nice. See y'all later.
Yep. Thanks for posting the relevant stuff. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. I just happened to have any stories. Otherwise, I was trying to post the other one too, and I couldn't find it. I was looking through all the rooms trying to find it, and I've seen it in the chat somewhere, like probably this morning. And somebody posted it, the Rob Simmons thing, or a video where you click on it and it has him saying all of it, saying what he said. I couldn't find it.
You're welcome, Gosper. I'm glad I could help. I post all the important stuff,
Ha ha ha.
You're the important stuff. So let's say he's gone or what? You're cut? I'm
What?
not quite sure whether did he leave?
Are you hot micing? Yeah.
No, I'm asking.
I couldn't understand the question. Sorry.
Oh, I said, did he leave? Did the kid leave we were talking to?
Yeah. He left. He
Oh,
said he
okay.
had to go
I
play
was.
basketball.
Oh, that's okay. That's right. I didn't catch on to that part for some reason. It went through. It went in my ears, but my brain didn't register.
Yeah, it's fine.
We might have slipped into cognition and maybe thought, maybe I need to go do some investigation. At least he seems honest about trying to figure it out, right? Would you agree?
I think so. He's
Of course, I mean,
what I can tell for certain is he doesn't appear to be triggered by the subject, which is step number one.
yeah. It's like
I'm okay with
it's like
stubbornness,
he's done a lot more research than most do.
but if you start hyperventilating, it doesn't bode well for your likelihood of understanding things.
Ready? Check.
Yep, coming through fine.
We have Johannes Gladra in the chat. I don't know if anyone's spoken to him before.
I haven't heard him on mic yet. Johannes Midgard.
I've heard his voice, but not very. They talk of Frambear.
Franbear?
Frambiary or something like that. Frambeer.
Oh, yeah, he's in the chat earlier.
I know a lot of it's work and weird. Now, like I'm doing some work right now, and in between taking a break between plugging the plants in the ground, and all my stuff in the garden. I know a lot of us. That's what we do. Most of we're at work.
Oh my gosh. He's back? I didn't I didn't know. I didn't know he was back. Yeah. No record. Oh my gosh. Have no. Why is this so hard? What? Are you listening on YouTube or something, Les Moore? I see.
Must be time for the music box.
Checking of the mic.
Bit muffled, but you're through. That's inaudible.
Conley. Thanks for mic checking anyway.
Yeah, no problem. Now you sound a bit better.
I was asking why you have Buzz as your icon. Is he your hero?
It's just ironic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta love Buzz.
He is a bit of a whistleblower, I think, in my opinion. I've got hopes for him.
It's because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
That's right.
Okay.
Exactly.
Thanks, Buzz.
We were just passengers. You watched animation.
Yep. Hope things are well in your part of the plane.
Thank you, sir. You too.
Anyone else on here new or old or in between? They want to talk. We've got wide open airwaves. We're at the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. We are looking for measurements of Earth curvature, measurements or detection of Earth rotation or movement, and the existence of the ball Earth with a gas pressure system attached next to the near perfect vacuum of space. That's all we need, and then we'll shut up. But it's been several years now, and no one has provided anything on any of those. So there's that. Now's the perfect time for anybody to sit there and wide open airwaves. Or don't. Joined the VC Verified, CMH 9492. Welcome. What say you? CMH, can you hear me? Are you there, CMH? Alrighty then. Feel free to pipe up at any time during this message.
Dave. Hey Dave, can you hear me? Hey Dave, can you hear me?
Where'd everybody go? Testing.
I heard you, Godric. If I'm coming in, I'm way out in the country, though. You there, Godric?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you.
Evidence for the glad good. Can you go take Jamaica well last night? It's fine. It can't work.
No, Dave, your mic's working fine. I just jumped in to play a video because nobody was talking.
Yeah, go ahead. Do what you do, man.
All right, cool, man. Oh, but by the way, the meetup went really well. I'll send a pic if you haven't seen it yet.
Y'all didn't piss off any Glovers or anything?
No, we didn't have any trouble, man. We had a good time.
That's a good thing.
Yep. But yeah, this is a new Eric DeBay just put out a new video today about the Foucault's pendulum, so I'm gonna play that.
The Foucault's pendulum. I've never heard about that. Go ahead and play it.
Yeah, Foucault pendulum. All right, man. Let's listen to that. It's only like 5 minutes long.
In the mid-19th century, a Frenchman named Léon Foucault became famous for swinging pendulums and claiming their consequent motions were proof positive of the Earth's diurnal rotation. Since then, so-called Foucault pendulums have regularly been swinging at museums and exposition halls worldwide, purporting to provide everlasting perpetual proof of the heliocentric spinning ball Earth theory. The truth is, however, unbeknownst to most of the duped public, that Foucault's pendulum was a failed experiment, which proved nothing but how easy it is for pseudoscience to deceive the malleable masses. To begin with, Foucault's pendulums do not uniformly swing in any one direction. Sometimes they rotate clockwise, and sometimes counterclockwise, while other times they fail to rotate, or they rotate far too much. Scientists who have repeated variations of the experiment have conceded time and again that, quote, it was difficult to avoid giving the pendulum some slight lateral bias at starting. The behavior of the pendulum actually depends on 1. The initial force beginning its swing, and 2. The ball and socket joint used, which most readily facilitates circular motion over any other. In fact, the majority of Foucault's pendulums in operation today are not even based on this design, and are instead electrically powered and fully adjustable. The supposed rotation of the Earth is completely inconsequential and irrelevant to the pendulum's swing. If the alleged constant rotation of the Earth affected pendulums in any way, then there should be no need to manually start pendulums in motion. Furthermore, if the Earth's alleged rotation actually caused the 360-degree uniform diurnal rotation of pendulums, then there should not exist a single stationary pendulum anywhere on Earth. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, First, when a pendulum, constructed according to the plan of Mr. Foucault, is allowed to vibrate, its plane of vibration is often variable. Not always. The variation, when it does occur, is not uniform, is not always the same in the same place, nor always the same either in its rate or velocity, or in its direction. It cannot therefore be taken as evidence, for that which is inconsistent cannot be used in favor of or against any given proposition. It therefore is not evidence, and proves nothing. Secondly, if the plane of vibration is observed to change, where is the connection between such change and the supposed motion of the Earth? What principle of reasoning guides the experimenter to the conclusion that it is the Earth which moves underneath the pendulum, and not the pendulum which moves over the Earth? Thirdly, why was not the peculiar arrangement of the point of suspension of the pendulum specially considered in regard to its possible influence upon the plane of oscillation? Was it not known, or was it overlooked, or was it, in the climax of theoretical revelry, ignored that a ball and socket joint is one which facilitates circular motion more readily than any other. And Lady Blunt wrote, "We believe, with all due deference to the pendulum and its proprietor, that it proves nothing but the craftiness of the inventor, and we can only describe the show and showmen as deceptions. A thing so childish as this pendulum proof that it can only be described as one of the most simple and ridiculous attempts to gull the public that has ever been conceived. It has been said that the pendulum experiment proves the rotation of the earth, but this is quite impossible, for one pendulum turns one way, and sometimes another pendulum turns in the opposite direction. Now, we ask, does the earth rotate in opposite directions at different places at one and the same time? We should like to know. Perhaps the experimenters will kindly enlighten us on this point. If the earth had the terrible motions attributed to it, there would be some sensible effects of such motions, but we neither feel the motion, see it, nor hear it, and how people can stand watching the pendulum vibrate and think they are seeing a proof of the motions of the earth almost passes comprehension. They are, however, brought up to believe it, and it is thought to be scientific to believe what the astronomers teach."
If you say so.
No, that's celestial navigation. Look it up. It was in the introduction of your own reference.
If you say so, Nathan.
No, if your reference says so, and it did.
You're ignoring the intro.
Did you want to just not get hung up on the intro of how you do this with straight lines, measuring angles? Because suddenly yours are bent and refracted in standard terrestrial refraction. Suddenly we want to be getting hung up on the fact you can't get this straight line angle. No, it's the thing that proves Earth's flat. It's the point you lose. Not getting hung up on it, proving you lose and Earth's flat.
No, you're stuck on one point. And you...
What, that you can't get an elevation angle measurement from a curved Earth? Yeah, we're stuck on that point because it proves Earth's flat. It's the only point we need. You can't get one. You claimed a tangent. And yet, Black Swan, it's all refracted.
Retreat. The denial of basic geometry.
Sorry, what basic geometry? You can't get that basic geometry. All your lines are bent. You can't get two straight lines. So what basic geometry am I denying when you can't measure two straight lines, meeting? One of them's bent.
So you say. That's what...
So you say. You told me refracted. I presented the Black Swan, and your response was refraction. What's it got to do with it? Yeah, so what? Yeah, so what if that point's not there and we can't measure the tangent? Well, you haven't got a straight line then, have you, you stupid shit?
I do. And
no, you don't. All lines are always bent. So where'd you get the straight line then?
Line of sight.
Well, the line of sight isn't the geometric tangent point horizon. It's not straight on your globe. It's not no Atmo day.
Stop bringing us in circles. It's getting annoying.
Sorry, when I point out how he loses, he says, stop bringing us in circles. No, you've said the line of sight is straight, and I've said, no, it's not no Atmo day. You're going to respond to that?
Light and...
So light's not going to give you a straight line for an angle measurement, then? You're looking in a sextant, measuring a straight line with what you see. That's light that you see with your fucking eyeball. But according to you and your last statement, that's bent. Yeah, we know. A standard rate on a sphere. Well, an angle's two straight lines, you stupid shit.
The direction you're looking in is not bent.
Oh, really? So it's no Atmo day?
What direction do you look at so that you don't
sorry,
have
nothing to
refraction?
do with it. My response that it's no Atmo day to get a straight line's got nothing to do with it. Because it defeats your argument, it's got nothing to do with it. No, mate, it's got everything to do with the annihilation of your claim that you've got a straight line, it's the line of sight. When the line of sight, straight line tangent point, doesn't exist, we can show that in the Black Swan. You haven't got a straight line of sight.
You haven't got a straight line of sight. Oh shit, I'm unmuted, sorry.
That was a great Nathan impression, Elijah. Good job.
No, that was fun. That was right at the end of the video too, so that's cool. Yeah, it's all good. I was looking up some new taboo conspiracy stuff too. Got a couple of new videos that came out a couple weeks ago. I guess he's going through some flat earth facts and making videos. Number 15, 16, 17 is the last few he put out.
I love Taboo Conspiracy. He's on point. He puts out some good info.
Let's listen to the latest one.
Yeah, there used to be some good YouTubers. Remember John Thor? He was good too.
Yep.
This world is not what you think it is.
Exactly.
He's still got a channel on Odyssey. I don't know if he's on YouTube still, but he's got an Odyssey channel.
Okay.
Well, let's listen to the latest Taboo Conspiracy video.
The combination of high-powered lasers and ultra-zoom cameras like the Nikon P900 have destroyed the globe narrative for those who are willing to open their eyes and see. Our flat Earth reality is evident, with demonstrable and repeatable testing that anyone can perform. As always, you don't have to take my word for it. Go out and test it yourself. As proven with engineering software, the globe model mandates that all bodies of water must have a noticeable degree of convexity and would drop away from the observer on all sides approximately 8 inches per mile squared, a mathematical expression that is very accurate up to even a distance of 1,000 miles. However, I'll be using an online globe curvature calculator like this one to make accurate calculations really simple with both observation heights and distances taken into consideration. The following laser test will prove that there is no globe Earth curvature and therefore no globe. Let's begin. For this test, Grota 1 drove his snowmobile on a frozen lake with a green laser shining behind him. That's the same Grota 1 who conducted this frozen lake colored light test, demonstrating a very flat frozen lake over a distance of 8 miles, which I'll discuss more in a subsequent video. But for this earlier test, Grota 1 drove his snowmobile across a frozen lake while maintaining line of sight to the laser that was 2.4 feet above the lake's surface. With all successful laser tests, you need clear, consistent air without miraging and other atmospheric distortions and a direct line of sight like here. Defying the globe, Grota 1 drove 7.5 miles and could still see the laser source as shown here and even the laser light shining on his hand. Under the globe, at that distance, he would have had to have been 21 feet high to see the laser source over the supposed frozen hump of curved water. Do you really think that frozen lakes have a giant frozen hump between the two opposing shores? The nonsensical globe simply does not match reality. The next test was conducted by Flat Earth Perth in Australia. The laser was at 8.2 feet off of the water. The camera was 1.3 feet off of the water at a distance of 9.54 miles. The globe mass says that 24 feet should have been hidden behind the Earth's curvature. In contradiction to the globe model, you can most certainly see the laser source. This next laser test was conducted by D. Marble at the Pacific Ocean. The laser was at a height of 7 feet off of the water and was 10 miles away from the observer. The laser source is so bright that D. Marble was able to even film it with his cell phone. The globe mass states that at that laser height and distance, an observer would have to be 30 feet high to see the laser source. Debunking the globe model, D. Marble brought his cell phone to just inches off of the calm water, and you can still see the laser source. Now, the propagandists have tried to claim that the laser source is only visible because the laser wasn't level. The argument is nonsense, as it is irrelevant. Under the globe, if the laser was angled downwards, you still wouldn't see the laser source as it would have been hidden behind the curved water. If the laser was angled upward, you still wouldn't see the bright laser source. Next, we have a laser test by a PhD who goes by the name Dr. John D. That's the same PhD who filmed this footage showing a horizon more than 5 times further than the globe model would allow. To any honest thinking person, that footage alone destroys the globe model. But for this laser test, the distance was 9.5 miles. The laser height was 0.5 feet off of the ocean water. The globe model says that the observer would have to be 50 feet high to see the laser source, but in this case, the observer was only 2.3 feet high. Proving the globe faults again, you can most certainly see the laser source. For the next 3 tests, a husband and wife team tested the alleged Earth curvature and discovered for themselves there is no Earth curvature over water and therefore no globe. For this test, the laser was 16.42 miles away from the observer and 4 feet off of the water. According to the globe math, the observer would have had to have been a whopping 130 feet high to observe the laser source. However, the observer's camera was only 2 feet above the water, and you could still see the source of the laser. Can you open your eyes and see that the globe has a major problem here? The next 2 tests were conducted at 10.4 miles, but on 2 different days. At 10.4 miles and a laser height of only 1 foot, according to the globe model, 57 feet should be hidden behind the curvature. Of course, to find the globe, you can see the obvious laser source. Look at the reflection on the obviously flat water. The next day, they conducted the same test. Without question, he has direct line of sight to the laser source, not some mirage. All of this footage should be impossible under the globe. I have also conducted several tests at Utah Lake proving it flat, but this next laser test by a father-son team was awesome. It comes from the YouTube channel Level-Headed. For the test, the laser at a height of 5.5 feet was 13.7 miles away from the observer. At that distance and laser height, the observer would have to be 78 feet high to see the laser. As shown in the video, you can certainly see the source of the laser as it hits the camera. The cameraman even brought his camera down to just 9 inches above the water, and he was able to still film the laser, conclusively proving water does not curve at 8 inches per mile squared as required by the globe. That laser source should have been over 100 feet below the Earth's horizon, but it wasn't below any supposed water bulge. The next laser test was conducted by a truth-loving group of Muslims at the Sea of Galilee in Israel, or Palestine if you prefer. For the test, the laser was 3 feet off the water, which would mean the observer would have to be 59 feet to see the source of the laser under the globe. Instead, the observers filmed the laser just a few feet off the water. Not only can you see the source of the laser, but the reflection of the laser on the water unequivocally proves the water has no giant bulge between the laser and the observer. Again, no giant water bulge means no globe. For this next test, we have a couple from Romania, testing the flat Earth off of the coast in Italy. The YouTube channel name is Paradox Romania. The laser height was 6.6 feet, and the distance was 9.4 miles. According to Globe Math, you'd have to be 26 feet high to see the laser source. Instead, the observer brought the camera down to just 2 feet. Israel, Italy, England, Australia, North America. There is no curvature anywhere. With many observers present, and after testing a mirror flash that was 18 miles away shown on this video, this laser source was also 18 miles away. This video comes from the YouTube channel Mike Bowl. The laser was approximately 5 feet high at 18 miles. That means that the observers would had to have been at over 155 feet in order to see that laser. Again, defying the globe, the observers filmed the laser just a few feet off of the water. Although more difficult with changes in elevation and more obstructions, you can also test the flat Earth with a laser on land. This test was brought to us by Mikey Smith, horizontally approved. For the test, Mikey drove to different spots along a very flat highway adjacent to railroad tracks in Saskatchewan, Canada. The laser was set up at approximately 5 feet above the railroad tracks. For the final test, Mikey drove 21.2 miles away from the laser. At that distance, the observer would need to be 227 feet higher than the laser in order to see the laser over the curvature hump. According to Google Earth, the laser was at an elevation of 1,912 feet, and the final observation of the laser test was at an elevation of 1,964 feet, a difference of 52 feet. The globe hidden was 227 feet. Mikey, as the observer, was at an elevation of 52 feet higher than the laser. Subtracting the higher elevation, Mikey still would have had to have been 175 feet higher at his location to see the source of the laser. Beeline the globe again, you can see the source of the laser 21.2 miles away. The view of that laser was 100% impossible under the globe. Water, land, ice, oceans, or lakes, the result is the same. The Earth is flat. I've shared these next two tests several times, and I can assure you that these tests were conducted honestly. This one was filmed by me at Bear Lake between Idaho and Utah. That laser was at a distance of 18.83 miles and at 5 feet above the icy water. Under the globe, I would need to be at 173 feet to see the source of this laser. I filmed the laser and its reflection at just 5 feet above the water. Absolutely no curvature is present. This was my furthest laser test so far, at a distance of 21.03 miles with a laser height of 5 feet. That is a globe hidden height of 223 feet. At just 5 feet above the water, I filmed the laser source and its reflection, proving the Earth flat. Obviously, it's a direct line of sight to the laser source, over 200 feet of missing curvature. Many people ask what kind of laser I use for the test. Well, here it is. I'll end with two very long observations from a group of well-educated researchers called FE Core. This video comes from the YouTube channel Decimal Z. These tests were conducted at Lake IJssel in the Netherlands. For the longest test ever recorded over water so far, the laser was 24.94 miles away at a height of 9.6 feet. That equals a Earth curvature hidden height of a huge 298 feet. That is almost enough supposed curvature to entirely hide the Statue of Liberty with its base and foundation included. Breaking the globe, the camera filmed the laser source at just 5 feet above the water. Finally, this test was at a distance of 17.8 miles. The camera filming the laser was only 2.8 feet above the water. Listen.
Okay, check this out, brothers and sisters. 28 kilometers in your face.
Wow. Awesome. That is awesome.
My camera is 85 centimeters above sea level.
Look at that. That's amazing. You can see it reflecting off the lake water.
Yeah.
That's astounding.
That's the nail in the coffin.
Yes, it is.
Oh, this is so great, boss. It's really awesome.
Any intelligent person who loves truth can reasonably perform these laser tests. The conclusion is clear. Regardless of the location, flat Earth is our reality. Of course, you can believe in omitted photoshopped cartoon images as your reality.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
You can believe in silicon space models and hope they're real. You can believe in Freemason astronauts dangling from wires and astronauts swimming in pools when they're supposed to be in space. You can believe in the ridiculous moon landings that supposedly took place 50 years ago, even though you can see the obvious 1960s movie set backdrops. You can continue to believe in computer graphics and fake images as your reality, and you can certainly live in your globe illusion. As for me, I seek the truth, not imaginary narratives, regardless of popularity. Flat Earth is a wonderful, fundamental paradigm shift that will awaken your soul, but it's up to you whether you'll accept the truth.
Well done, Ben, at Taboo Conspiracy. And all the gloves say, "Fuck! Fraction!"
Hey, I got another one here. It's on Taboo Conspiracy's channel, but it's a clip from an interview with Mark Sargent with a ship captain, or is it a ship captain?
A shit captain?
Ship.
Oh, I thought you said a shit captain. Okay,
No,
go
I
ahead.
didn't say that. Anyway, I was listening to it while I was listening to the other thing too. I just want to keep I know Mondays are slow often, because people kind of like shoot their wad on the weekend. Monday.
Oh, hey, could I say something real quick?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wanting to say I like this server because, like, y'all don't get into so and so's a shield and all that crap, and like,
yeah, we're not supposed to. I mean, yeah, and it's like a lot of people don't like Mark Sargent, but I'll play some of his content on here because I support what he's doing. Whatever.
Because I thought Eric Dubé was right about Mark Sargent, but like I found a little small channel that Mark Sargent has,
Dude,
and it's really good content.
Mark is making a difference in the world, man.
I have to agree.
Yeah, how can you not support? You don't have to agree with everything he says, but he's actually, he's out there doing God's work, basically.
Yep.
So
that's good.
Yeah. So and this is one. This is a portion of an interview that Mark had with. Let's see if there's a description on this next video and. Mark Sargent interview with merchant. He was a merchant marine. Yes, he's a shipman. So anyway, so let's listen to this one. This was pretty good so far. I listened to a couple minutes of it before and I think I've heard it before. This one's pretty good too. I have it already ready to. Ooh.
The email goes something like this. Mark, my full name is Lee Womer. Wommer, if anyone wants to check out. I have been trying to get an email to you from my phone, but keep failing. As the subject reads, I was a ship captain by trade under the U.S. Coast Guard as a merchant marine, similar to the Air National Guard for reference. To keep this short, I studied and loved navigation on the ocean. I navigated difficult waters through coral reefs and many hazards in the Atlantic, primarily off the shore of South Florida. I also have a background in optics and engineering. Like many of your flat earth clues are part of what hit me. Sun rays at sunset, Polaris, a lighthouse I could see that I should not have seen, and technical navigation that I could not have done on a sphere literally hit me like a punch to the face about I don't know if that's 8 days ago or 8 weeks or 8 months. I think it's 8 months, isn't it?
8 months, yeah.
Okay,
maybe pushing 10 now. Time flies.
Oh, that's true. I am also a Christian, so Rob Skiba interviews put it in cement for me. I would love to contribute and am happy to speak on air. I am amazed. I have amassed some surprising proofs. Like the other night, I was able to verify from a commercial airplane mechanic the location of the GPS antenna on large planes is under, all caps, the belly of the plane.
And you know, we've talked a lot about me being a ship captain, but then immediately I'm replaying in my head, it's a sphere, and you use the analogy of wheat thins on a basketball, and that's a really good analogy.
I was hungry when I said that.
I went back to actually my exam for getting my license. We had to plot courses, and it took me back to that particular chart and thinking about bending that chart around a ball, and that it does not work. You're going to get creases. And at first I was thinking you'd only get them along the longitude, but you would actually get them in either way, and it would be, just taking you off in a curve of the wrong direction no matter what. And I navigated like between reefs that I couldn't see that would have torn holes in the bottom of the ships, and I would take divers out to a shipwreck in the middle of the Atlantic. And we had the way we did that, because it was pretty near the shipping lane. The shipwreck was, I think it was about 80 feet down to the shipwreck. And what we did was we took a 65-foot line, tied it off on the wreck, and then took a deflated buoy under, and then there's a little rig you can hook to your scuba gear that has an inflator nozzle on it. So we took a deflated buoy down 15 feet under the water at low tide, inflated it, so the shallowest that buoy would ever be would be under 15 feet of water. And I could manually plot right to that buoy and account for wind and current and everything else, and take you right to that buoy on a flat piece of paper. So if you bent that piece of paper, even the distances I was going around a properly sized sphere, I never would have found that shipwreck. Never could have done it. It's not repeatable to navigate that way on a sphere. You could come up with a navigation system for a sphere, but we don't have it, and we don't use it. And those technical things have been kind of talked about a lot, but that was more of it. I just kept putting that wheat thin on the basketball, and it cracks. Does not work. And I kept trying to. You don't actually have to get that precise about it. All you have to really say is that here's my chart and here's a ball, and if I try to do this, it doesn't work. And so to determine exactly how it's going to throw you off, it's kind of irrelevant when there's a storm rolling in and you can't see the reef, and you got to go through waters that are literally like 3 feet deep in a 8-foot draft boat. Are you gonna wreck the thing, and or are you not? And that's the kind of precision you have to have, and it just goes out the window.
Precise navigation just does not work on a globe.
Yeah, it just doesn't.
Yeah, and that's funny, because what you were mentioning, and I don't know if a lot of people picked up on it, the very first subject matter guest I had, the Navy missile instructor, he said the same sort of thing, where he said, look, I hung out with the chart guys, and everything they worked on was on a perfectly flat, perfectly straight, these courses, and he goes, nobody adjusted for anything. And you combine that with the stuff that he would see, which was one of my follow-up questions too, which was, okay, so you're a captain and you're in open water off of Florida, lots of open expanse in the Atlantic. You're seeing nothing but flat horizons, obviously, because it's water in all directions. Did you ever, kind of like the pilots that I talked to, the pilots would say, well, the horizon looks flat, but it can't actually be flat. Did you ever get any creepy moment where you're looking, it's like, did you ever have a doubt when you were out there, or was it just, something, you were so conditioned that you never even questioned it for a second?
No, I didn't question it. And maybe being down at the water level is less than it being up in the air for that amount of time. I did now in hindsight, like the whole lighthouse thing comes up. And one place I worked a majority of my career, actually, there was an unlit lighthouse that was built by someone that owned the island, and they put it on the wrong side of the waterway. So the Coast Guard didn't know. It's a gorgeous lighthouse, but it can't be lit. They lit it one time and it got shut down. But I used to use that as a visual navigational aid, because you don't always want to get out your Jeep. You're leaving, before the sun in the morning with your divers, and you don't need to have all your stuff when you do the same thing over and over. So I would use this lighthouse as a navigational aid, even though just because I could see it over there. And going back now and doing 8 inches per mile squared properly, that lighthouse from my port would have just been over the curvature from my port. In other words, I shouldn't have been able to see it. Well, not only could, because everybody's like, oh, that bottom little bit gets fuzzy. Well, not only on a good day could I see the lighthouse, I could see the shoreline of the island that it was on. So, because there was a little bit of sand in a couple of spots, and then the seawall right under it. I could actually see the highlights of that from my port all the way across it's Biscayne Bay, which is part of the Atlantic Ocean, but it's partially enclosed by islands.
Still there, Helio? The audio stopped. Can anybody hear me? Hot dog, are you there?
He was there a minute ago in the check-in, so he's very curious about becoming a flat earther.
Good, I'll let you talk to him then. Hot dog, can you talk? A little mustard with that hot dog? or ketchup? Or both? So he was talking in the check-in. You don't want to talk here? Not sure what happened. Helio was playing an audio, but it died. Technical difficulties. Please stand by. Or you can sit. You don't have to stand. Do whichever one you want.
Damn, Dave, I was out smoking, and then I had to take a pee. I mean, I was listening to the video. I mean, just, come on, man. Give me a break.
Oh, you're good, man. It stopped like right in the middle of it. I thought something happened.
No, I mean, I'm just playing clips from some stuff. You know, it does sound like it's like there's like, well, thank you so much for, and there's no ending. You know, it's just
Okay.
some short clips because I don't want to like play a 2 hour long video when people are might join and want to talk. You know, so.
Well, we got Hot Dog here, but he just went on deafening. But Logan said he talked to him in check-in, but he doesn't want to talk right now.
That's all right, man. They may be listening. There's some people in check-in right now, but I think they're all flatties. No, they're checking. There's a guy, Thaddeus, is in check-in right now. So I see Wolfgang and Resolve up there, Quad Whopper. They're all
cool.
So maybe we'll get somebody new in here. Let me see if I can find another short clip to play. In the meantime, play another taboo conspiracy clip. Hold on.
Can't go wrong with that, Dave.
Could play that one, but that might make everybody sad. He's got one called Remembering My First Flat Earth Friend, Jibby Jedi. Yeah. Really sad, man. He just...
Yeah, shout out to the Jibster, R.I.P. Jibby Jedi. He was a good dude.
Jibby is out in the ether, like, going, rooting for us, man. It's all good.
I like to think he's got a lot of the answers that we're trying to look for that we'll probably never get. He's got them now, right?
Yeah. How about Felix Baumgartner's indisputable flat Earth proof? Let's try that one.
Yeah, he jumped out of a balloon and the Earth was curving. I saw it on TV. Go ahead.
Let's see what Taboo Conspiracy had to say about it. Boom. And, give me a couple seconds here. I'll get back.
Just ignore the part where the horizon rises to its eye level that high, but no big deal.
There's a lot of opinions about that.
Yeah, apparently.
You just roboted. What did you say?
Try it again, Cyber. You roboted.
I was saying apparently Arizona's curved from that
Sure, the view from the cabin, versus the view from when he was standing on the platform on the outside, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, let's see what Taboo Conspiracy has to say about it.
In my Flat Earth Fact number 10 video, I discussed Felix Baumgartner's proof that the Earth is stationary. To reiterate, according to the globe model, at the location of Felix's ascension, the Earth supposedly spins at the ridiculous speed of 867 miles per hour. Felix's balloon ascent lasted 2.5 hours, which would mean that Felix should have landed over 2,000 miles to the west in the Pacific Ocean if the Earth was spinning. Instead, Felix landed 44 miles to the east, which is the wrong direction, clearly indicating the supposed spin of the Earth had no impact whatsoever on Felix's 2.5-hour ascension in a balloon, despite the fact that the air gets much thinner the higher you go. As Felix's balloon ascended, it should have quickly fallen behind the ground that was spinning at 867 miles per hour, much like what you see here. Belying common sense, the globe faithful claim that the air above the ground impossibly stays uniformly attached to the ground like spokes on a bicycle wheel. Moreover, like the outer edge of the spokes on a bicycle wheel, which would have more distance to travel than the inner part of the wheel, Felix's capsule would have had to inexplicably speed up in the very thin air to keep up with the alleged spinning ground below it. The truth is the alleged spinning ground cannot effectively communicate its motion to the air above it, and that air cannot then communicate its motion to the air above it, and so forth, as there is no such connection. The Earth is most certainly not spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. But Felix also unwittingly proved the Earth is flat. First, from the inside of Felix's capsule at 128,000 feet, you can see the flat Earth horizon in the distance. Of course, when discussing the Red Bull jump, the media repeatedly showed pictures like this one. No, Felix did not jump over Planet New Mexico. This ridiculous curvature was only created by the camera's wide-angle lens, which is common with GoPro cameras. My own sister even used this image as her one and only proof of the globe. But you don't have to take my word for it. Official storyteller Neil deGrasse Tyson stated the same.
And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. Right. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Let's assume that Tyson is correct that it would be impossible to see the curvature of the Earth at 128,000 feet on a globe, which contradicts nearly every other globe propagandist out there. Regardless, Felix's indisputable evidence of the flat Earth is the fact that the horizon did not drop 1 iota from ground level all the way up to 128,000 feet. The globe model states that the horizon, marked by an X, constitutes a physical barrier where the ground begins to obstruct distant objects. So once you ascend under the globe, that physical, tangible barrier should begin to drop. However, flat earthers believe that the horizon is a matter of perspective. So even though the horizon can be obstructed by haze, clouds, atmospheric conditions, miraging, lighting conditions, location of the sun, etc., the horizon would generally remain at eye level like you see in this example. Notice the perceived horizon remained in the same spot. This is Felix's capsule, approximately 10 feet off of the ground. Here's another angle of the dangling capsule. This is the point where Felix entered the capsule. Here it is again. I've marked where the perceived horizon is located in the distance. In this clip, Baumgartner is over 128,000 feet. In complete contradiction to the globe model, the horizon line didn't drop 1 iota, proving the horizon indeed rises to eye level. As another example, the model on the left illustrates what horizon drop should have occurred on the globe if it were real. The model on the right shows what would happen on a flat Earth as the horizon rises to eye level. If the globe was real, the horizon drop should have been obvious and unmistakable, but there was no horizon drop. Obviously, Felix's jump matches the flat Earth perfectly, proving the globe faults. Yes, flat Earth is our reality.
That stuff is flat.
Got anything else, Helio? You must step to work. Don't see no people still. So we'll continue with silence till the next person talks. Jenny, you there?
What's up?
Yes, ma'am. Thanks. You got a cup holder? Thanks. Sorry, I meant to mute. I'm at a Chick-fil-A picking up order. Continue, Jenny.
Oh, I wasn't doing nothing. I was just sitting here, man. I just got here. Oh my goodness. We have Chris. Oh, Chris is deafened. Never mind. He's here, but he's not here.
There you go, sir.
Thanks. Have a good night.
Helio's here. Glad is here. I mean,
We got hot dogs, a new person, but they're undeafened right now. We're waiting for them to undeafen.
oh, are they making a pizza or something? I mean, what?
They could be they're getting their hot dog ready, putting the ketchup and mustard on right now.
Oh boy. Anticipation.
So is there any reason that you're just Jenny now? Did something happen?
No. It should show on my status, but it's not showing them from what I can see. But then when I go like I'm gonna change it, it's there. So it was kind of something I was reviewing some old notes from ladies' night meetings and I came across it. And I know a little about a lot. I'm just Jenny on a flat earth block. Is it showing on my status, like on the side or wherever it shows on the app or?
It says just Jenny. Looks like there's some headphones next to it or something.
No, but like over the side where you can set your custom status.
I don't know. I'm on the phone.
Oh, you don't do all that? Okay, I got you.
I'm currently operating a motor vehicle. I just started the engine, and thankfully it started.
That is great. You have to be grateful for those things.
Wheels are about to be in motion. I will be driving across several spots of curvature. Are you ready?
Oh, I got you.
We're on a globe in outer space and all that good stuff. So, gotta be some curvature. Like George W. would say, curvature gotta be somewhere.
What a goon. Got lots of them floating around.
That's just an example, he's up there at that White House dinner. I know it's a press thing and they're all joking around, but still, people are dying over there, and he's over there talking about that curve or that weapons of mass destruction got to be somewhere, Anyway. Where's this globe everybody thinks they live on, Jenny? I haven't seen it.
I don't know. There's a lot of people that say they have seen it, and we want to talk to those people.
He sings, just join. Maybe he's got a new song or something to play.
Somebody's got a new song?
I'm saying maybe Flatter Day does. He puts out music. But he's not opening his mic yet, so.
Hey, what up?
What's up?
How you doing?
Another day, another 50 cents. How you doing?
Right.
Another 50 cents.
If it don't make Donald's, it don't make pence.
You got any new music you're working on or anything you can share?
Just the last song I put out. I just made one with compilation of like little snippets of like best parts of my songs. You know what I mean? I can share that one.
Hey, Flatterday.
What up?
I'm gonna go ahead and give you a DJ role.
All right.
Yes.
so that you'll be able to play some of your stuff and what I recommend when you get the DJ role, you'll be able to see the bot room where you can scroll up there and you can see how it works. You can see the commands, how to use it.
Okay.
So yeah, let's see. I'm gonna give you the DJ role.
That's kind of a long time coming. Great idea, Helio.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. Let me make sure I'm getting the DJ bot control. That's the role. Oh, great. J. Wait. Oh, here we go. I'm clicking on the wrong shit. There we go. So when I give you, I just gave you DJ bot control. That means you'll be able to, play music and sound clips and debates or whatever. You pretty much you've been following us for a while, so you pretty much know what you can and can't play in here.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, you'll be able to play when there's dead air, whatever. If you want to fill it up, just freaking. You can only play it when you're in the voice room, though. So that's
Yeah.
You have to join the live stream first, and then go to the bot command room. Do you see it now?
Just a second.
LS1 music bot command.
Is it in the? What's it in?
It's right above. It's right above the live stream post text.
Okay. Hold on. Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, just click in there and you'll see the commands. I mean, it's pretty simple. It's M is the first thing you say. M ! Play and then space and then the link.
Okay.
And it's the same command if you want to pause it. M ! Pause. Or if you type M ! Stop, that will clear the queue. And so if you want to pause the video, talk a little bit, and then start it again, you just hit play again. But M !
Is there somewhere that says it, or should I just memorize that?
Yeah, it's at the very, very top of the thing. You'll never find all the commands. I'm not sure how to. I don't know if you can type in how to get all the commands, but for the most part, just like 4 or 5 commands is pretty much all you need.
So M ! Is the what?
It's the command. So use M ! And then if you want to play, stop, pause. And if something's already playing, if you hit M ! Play, and then if you want to set up another song to play afterwards, where you don't have to wait for it to stop, I'm pretty sure it cues that afterwards. Okay. So it'll finish playing that song. So you don't, if you hit play again for a new song, it will wait till that song's finished, and then it'll just cue it up.
Oh, okay.
Next, and then if you want to clear the queue after you add some songs, you just hit M ! Stop.
Okay.
And then, but you always put a space after your command, and then your link should work.
Okay.
So if something's playing and you want to pause it, you just put M ! Pause, and then hit enter.
Okay.
And it'll pause the thing that's playing.
Okay, so just put that before whatever my action is. M !
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, there's other things, but basically to play a song, if there's that, or just use play, pause, and stop.
Okay.
And if you use play while something's playing, it'll just cue it up for when that song's done, and it'll automatically play it.
Okay.
But yeah, just scroll up through that room, and you'll see how it works.
Okay.
Anyway, so yeah, show us your hottest, newest shit. Try it out.
All right. Just a second. Okay.
Well, Chris, I'm not sure where they're pinned at.
Okay.
I need even access pinned.
I'll say the bot in the rooms is supposed to be in here, Julio.
It will once he starts it. It'll be in there.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see it now. Let's see.
Hold on, I had to move these dogs. My dog's in heat, and the other dogs are going crazy over.
Hey,
okay, so
Saturday, Chris just posted the commands. Did you see that?
Okay, just a second.
But yeah, for the most part, you just have to worry about play, pause, and stop. But anyway.
Okay.
But yeah, all those you can save that. You can take a screenshot and then all that stuff. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna screenshot that shit because I don't know where to find it. I'm gonna go ahead and screenshot it.
You had to take a screenshot.
Gotta take a damn screenshot.
Okay, so I just posted the song on the on the music bot, and then what do I do? Just push play, or do I have to put M exclamation and then I hit the play button?
No, you M exclamation point play space then the link.
Oh, okay. Space. Okay, let's see if this works. Want me to hit it now?
As long as you have a space between M and play.
Conspiracy theorists claim
Okay,
that
cool. There you go.
like
There you
terror
go.
attacks and school shootings didn't happen. That the crime scenes are fake, and all those people you see crying on television are crisis actors.
If you could influence kids through the lyrics you spit, would you lead them all astray or just steer them adrift? Wear a mask everywhere, you appear to be sick. Living in fear, 6 feet says, here's you'll get. If you like what you hear, screen mirror the shit. This is the new 9/11 of Hear 'em a Biff. There's no such thing as a terrorist. The real terrorists are the American military. Harry Potter, where you been? This is the Truman Jim Carrey show that you win. A whole slew of proof from the Hoover Dam break-in. Road crews digging tunnels that you can't explain. Faster than a speeding locomotive and a train. Watch out for words like inclusive and sustain. Ability is killing me, you don't comprehend. Straight out of Compton, yo, I'm off the hinges. Intended this shit's not meant for me. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We're the indentured servants of this century. Can I get a witness to witness these nitwits getting into wits? It's business, jeez. Every time he takes a shit, hiccups and sneezes. Yo, there's no such thing as a terrorist. They only show you such things just to scare your kids. Just know one thing, that where you live is not pear-shaped, but you swear it is. My rap's like the second law of thermodynamics, further advances to murder tactics. I smoke herb till it's gone, then I'm burning the ashes. You voted for Bernie, haha, you conservative bastards. I'm observing these actors, affirmative action. I deserve nothing but a few words in the caption. I'm the referee, coach, and the verbal captain. Even my girl knows, yo, my whole world is rapping. Take away from me that, and my world collapses. Like a NASA fan finding out his world is flattened. Like the first, second tower, and the third collapse. And birds and catfish on my bed, about to burst this mattress. Thirst with anticipation like ejaculation. Exposing master plans of these master masons. Another flat the day saints from around the way. You ain't nothing but a hound dog on Groundhog Day. More often than not, yo, I'm off the chain. Getting off on the it cause a lot of pain. Start seeing through all these artificial strains. It's hard to fake what's been made already plain. Yo, there's no such thing as a terrorist. They only show such things just to scare your kids. Just know one thing, that where you live is not pear shaped, but you swear it is. Yo, I hit my photo with notes and rhymes I spit. So if you wish at this time to resign or quit, I'm going with you every time. You know what time it is. Overdosing on the hoaxes and psyopsis. Blinded by the light shining from your diamonds, kid. I've been waiting all my life for a time like this. Holy moly, what a roller coaster life I live. No motion sickness in the ocean, yo, I dive right in. Motion picture industry likes to slice your skin. Hocus pocus, focusing on the lies they spin. I can't believe you still believe in these staged events. But if it don't make dollars, then it don't make sense. And if it don't make Donalds, then it don't make pence. Get it? Donald Trump, Mike Pence. There's no such thing as a terrorist. When they show you such things, it's to scare your kids. Just know one thing, that where you live is not pear shaped, but you swear it is. You think it's pear shaped, but there's no such thing as a terrorist. When they show you such things, it's to scare your kids. Just know one thing, where you live is not pear shaped, but you know it is pear shaped. You swear it is, but there's no such thing as a terrorist. Terrorist. There's no such thing as a terrorist. There's no such thing as a terrorist. But you swear there is a such thing as a terrorist. But there's not. Nope, sorry. To burst your bubble. I'm out.
Oh, Alice's death was a fake. It was a hoax. This guy's a crisis actor. I was stunned. It pisses me off.
Can you play that song next that I posted?
Yeah.
I want to hear Drace's song where the part where it says, "No matter what you do, it measures flat." I like that one. I don't know the name of it. You guys?
I don't know the name of it either. He's got one in the queue already, though. Elijah gave him one.
Yeah, that's all good.
All right.
Anyone here want to stand up and say, I'm a sheep, I'm a lamb? Good for you. Anyone else? Good for the rest of you. Fine. Sheep you are.
The sheeple are marching the streets, marching cause none of them want to be free. They bought into talking cause talking is cheap, almost as cheap as the garbage they eat. And they are what they eat, unhealthy and processed, while on their way to a job in an office, making a living that they think is honest, but mostly because they're afraid to be jobless. At the mall, if not shopping from home, shopping for stuff that they already own, shopping for money they already spent, but they borrow some more and start shopping again. But why? Cause they believe in the lies that comes out the box that is feeding their minds. They're told how they should be leading their lives, but it's the blind leading the blind. They go left, right. Just close your eyes and empty your mind and go left, right. There's nowhere to hide, so get back in line and go left, right. Just close your eyes and empty your mind and go left, right. There's nowhere to hide, so get back in line. See, most of the sheeple are scared that one day they will have to care. They can't make a stand cause none of them dare, so they elect someone who's full of hot air to talk and promise a lot and spend all the money that none of them's got. They did it before but probably forgot, but the sheeple don't care if he's honest or not, as long as someone else is leading them and watches over them when they are sleeping. Sheeple are mostly afraid of the freedom the Lord is their shepherd, and that's why they need him. The question is now, do you see the sheeple are you and the sheeple are me? Whatever Empty eyes and empty minds, side by side behind yellow lines. We go left, right. Just close your eyes and empty your mind and go left, right. There's nowhere to hide, so get back in line and go left, right. Just close your eyes and empty your mind and go left, right. There's nowhere to hide, so get back in line. Go back to sleep, just count some sheep and have some sweet dreams. Mess up the sheets because you think you're on the TV screens. Cause when you wake up, reality hits you harder than that of a magazine issue. Life is nothing like what they describe, but you shut up the moment you're offered a bribe. Yes, you too can be a celebrity. Talent the practice is not a necessity. Cause Simon Cowell has written a recipe for your success, and he's got success indeed. Give up what's left of your integrity, leaving no legacy true to your pedigree. Everyone's laughing at you while you helplessly dance to the tune of their melody while you go left, right. Just close your eyes and empty your mind and go left, right. There's nowhere to hide, so get back in line and go left, right. Just close your eyes and empty your mind and go left, right. There's nowhere to hide, so get back in line.
Holy shit! Man, I like that one.
Yeah, I really did too. If he would have said
Dang.
anything about Flat Earth, I would have been super hyped, but it was still a good track.
Well,
Who was that?
I need to listen to that in my vehicle where it can be really loud, because it was on my teeny tiny phone and I could barely hear it, but it sounded good the little bit I could hear it. That was awesome. Thanks for sharing that, Elijah.
You guys ever heard Flat Earth Mafia?
I don't think so.
I'll play one of their songs right now. Hold on.
Hang on, we got Positive Seed just joined us. Maybe he found some earth curvature. Guess not. Go ahead and plug.
Just one.
Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. NASA's been a bad boy. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. NASA's been a bad boy. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. I got bars. Call me a repeat felon. How they going to Mars but can't repeat the moon landing? Highway to heaven. Michael Landon. Did you see that moon module? How they landing? NASA's been a bad boy. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. They out here talking space travel, how they never left. You want the truth? Educate yourself. Don't trust the system, boy. Educate yourself. Operation Fish Bowl, we in a snow globe. NASA's faking space walks in a swimming pool. Look down there, I see space bubbles. Astronauts is drowning, I see space bubbles. I see the truth. Took off my fisheye lenses. Post about Flat Earth, and you see just who your friends is. Can I get a witness? Flat Earth Mafia, can I get a witness? The Earth is flat, they better deal with it. Zipping and turning through infinite space, and we don't feel spinning. Then they fall back on almighty gravity. Undetectable, untestable, theoretical gravity. Where's that all at? When you need it, there it is. Run up on NASA like I was Negan. You never look in that bowl that you've been eating. You never looked in that bowl that they've been feeding. Look at NASA's founder, Werner von Braun. 1901, book of Psalms on his tombstone. The firmament showeth God's handiwork. It says the firmament showeth God's handiwork. He got the last laugh, he spanked him with Van Allen's belt. Once you finalize here, you start looking at other stuff. Epstein didn't kill himself. 7 didn't collapse by itself. Pizzagate, illegal organ straight. Child sex, slaves, illegal, no knock raids. All for your guns, all up in your homes. Adrenochrome, they hear you through your phones. Milk's bad for your bones. Birth certificates a bond. The elite can't wait to drop the bomb. Bases underground, pyramids in the U.S. found. 1947 Puget Sound. Men in black, they put it in the movie to make you laugh. Hey, yeah, it's funny, but it's facts. Hey, yeah, it's funny, but it's facts. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt.
Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt.
That's spank him with.
I love
Van
those guys,
Allen's
man.
belt. Man, that's funny.
That's so dope. You like that channel? It's called Come Out of Her, or no, it's called Get Out of Her.
Crazy, man. Spank him with Van Allen's belt. Yeah, my message right, Flattery.
Sorry, I muted my mic because my chick just came in. The dogs are barking. Want me to play? I'm gonna
I sent you that clip
some,
I took of all the or that screenshot I
Huh?
took of all the commands. I sent it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
And I also said you can play SoundCloud links too. You know, so if you find
Okay,
some shit
okay.
on SoundCloud, you can play links from there too.
Yeah, I got a whole bunch of good Flat Earth music. I've been collecting it for a while. I have to go in there and get the playlist already.
Yeah, you can create a playlist. You know, fill up
Mm-hmm.
deader. I mean, like Mondays, sometimes like Saturday mornings and like Sunday mornings. It's really kind of dead. So if you jump in and play a playlist,
okay,
just kind of pay attention. You know, if new people jump in, you just gotta pay attention. You know, if new people want to actually talk, then you just pause it. And
okay.
People talk. Kind of the way it works.
Okay. Thank you.
Fun stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Indio, for creating, the bot, making that.
Thank you, Indio.
Yeah, thanks, Indio. He's the master of the universe.
Yeah.
There's a request for "I'm a Believer." I can't remember the name of the artist though.
What? I know
Song?
what Dave's talking about. I know what Dave's talking about. You don't want to hear my shit, do you?
Play the Monkees, man. It's the Monkees cover. Yes.
All right, let me see. Let me pull it up real quick.
After all, we're just monkeys on a ball, right?
Thought flat Earth was only true in fairy tales. Meant for someone else, but not for me. Video.
Helio, how did your meetup go?
It was good. It was really trippy. I mean, I showed up a little bit early. We were supposed to meet at 6. And I got there about 20 till. And I didn't make a reservation because last time I made a reservation, I was expecting like 15 to 20
Yeah,
maybe.
let me guess. You made a reservation, more people showed up.
No, I didn't make a reservation, and
Right.
we had 20 this time. So it was kind of. So I walked in and I was like, I have some friends going to meet me tonight. I'm thinking 8 to 10 people are going to be here. And she was like, well, the hostess, which I kind of feel bad whenever you show up and he's like, yeah, we need a table, a 10 top, but at the same time, you don't know because I didn't get a lot of RSVPs. I knew that we were going to have at least 8, 8 to 10. So I was like, hey, probably going to have 10 people here. And we'd had a meetup at this place before, and they have this room in the back. And I was like, can we get that room? And she was like, oh, that's already reserved. And I was like, damn, I should have freaking made the reservation. Because I knew it. Because I knew Nathan was coming, and he'd already talked to Nathan Thompson, and he had already talked to a few people, and they were going to be coming. So I should have done. So, but anyway, we ended up having it on the patio, which worked out better because we weren't in the middle of the restaurant, disrupting a whole lot of stuff. And they have the patio wrapped with these vinyl. It wasn't cold, but so it was like 60 degrees, 65 outside, and the wind was blowing. But inside the patio it was pretty warm. And so anyway, we had the whole patio to ourselves. And so I got there, and she was like, well, we can put you on the patio. And I was like, I'm going to wait for somebody to a couple people to show up before we actually make a decision on that. But looking at the restaurant, the only real option is that special room that was already reserved. And I'm like, crap, somebody already reserved it. Otherwise, you're sitting in the middle of a restaurant. They have to move tables around and stuff. And
Get to the good part.
The good part is I went out and thought about it. People weren't showing up, but then I was like, you know what? I'm going to take that patio option, because I was looking at the patio. There was only there were 2 people on a patio table. I knew they were about to be done. So I just walked back in and said, yeah, I'll take that patio option, because I knew they were coming, because I was getting messages from them saying, on our way. And so right when I told her that, I saw one of my buddies, local guy, walking up. I said, yeah, we're doing the patio. And which is cool, because you can see people walking up from the patio. So I was like, all right, so we can see
It's a great
at least the people that we know that are going to come, people that I know are going to come through the patio. And you can see that. Anyway, so then we had like 8 people at one point, and we're all just talking and stuff. And then there's another guy shows up, and he's like, you have room for, you guys ready? You guys have a room for 10? And the 10 was him and his wife and their 8 kids.
Well, that's interesting.
It was cool. It was really cool. So him and his wife, after we already had 8 people, him and his wife came, and they brought their 8 kids, and we just moved all the patio tables around and had just this big long table of 20 people. So that's 20. Did you see the picture yet, Jen?
I didn't.
All right, I'm about to post it in the live stream. Hold on. I'm in the right room. Hold on, let me make sure I'm in the right post it. Here it is. We had a photo at the end of the night. This one. We had a good time. We always have a good time when we do these meetups. They're really fun. Yeah, look at that.
All right, let me see. Look at.
Yeah, that's the 8 kid. Well, one of them is a baby. I don't think the baby's in the picture. And
Ooh, look at that white beard. Oh man, has that changed over the last couple years?
yeah, I mean, time ain't on my side. No, it ain't.
No, it ain't. I like your version. I was trying to say time is not on my side.
Yeah.
And then I like your
I'm
no,
gonna
it ain't.
own that shit. I'm gonna own that shit anyway. Whatever. I started growing my hair out. I've been bald, and I shaved my head before. I'm just start growing my freaking bald ass hair out. What hair I can grow, I'm just gonna grow it.
Well, that's awesome, dude.
But yeah, that Randy, me and Randy standing next to each other. Me and him, we're the ones that host these meetups. And so anyway, the guy holding that little girl, with the other beard that's not gray, and the black girl next to him, that's their kids. All their kids are like in the front of the camera. It was so fun. Those kids were freaking so funny, man. They were so fun. And we had control of the whole patio. It's like there was all of us, man. So yeah, it was fun. And the guy on the right side, the big tall guy, that was his first. It was his first flat Earth meetup, and he'd never really gotten to talk to some flat earthers before, so he was really excited too. Yeah, it was a really good time. Yeah, there's several people that I know in there from former meetups, but yeah, we have a good time every time. Look at them kids doing the flat earth. Dude, 8 kids. How do you do that? Yeah, fuck you, Chris. Hey, but like I said, I'm gonna own it. I mean, I don't really have a choice about it. Gray and bald. So
Hey, bald is okay. Gray, I mean, doesn't matter for a guy.
I mean, if I dyed it, that would be even worse, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah, guys should not do that. No. No. Oh, no.
But yeah, I decided to go ahead, or I'm trying it out anyway, to let my hair grow out. And I might even let it grow long in the back and do the old hippie ponytail bald guy shit,
Hey, Helio.
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, so when I want to play music, I just go into that thing, type it in, and then even if the music bot isn't showing up like in the chat that we're in right now, I just go into that the thing above the live stream voice text, type in what my command, and then do it, and then it'll just pop up and start playing.
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right.
It will. Yeah, if you hit M play and then space and then a link, it will play. So if there's a conversation going on and you do that, then it will disrupt the conversation.
Yeah, most definitely. Okay, I was just making sure.
Yeah, that's how you activate the bot.
Okay. Cool. Okay. Thank you.
But as far as I haven't created playlists, to fill up time or whatever. But if you can figure out how to do that, and if you're, but I don't like to play long videos a lot of times unless I'm pretty sure there's nobody going to join, or unless people are just going to be listening. Usually, I like if I'm, if it's just some dead air and I feel like it's going to be a couple hours, I'll play a debate or something.
Okay. Yeah, I heard. I think it was like last night or like early in the morning. Something like that was playing.
Yeah, but there's other people. Yeah, just once you get the feel of it, you'll know.
Okay.
It's like and if somebody starts talking, it's just like, hey, you can hear them talking. If you're listening to the debate that you're playing, and they don't realize like sometimes people come in here and start arguing with the recording. They were just playing something back, and people start arguing with it. So if you're actually in there, you can just hit M, exclamation point, pause, and hit enter, and then you say, hey, you can let them know, hey, this isn't live. We're just listening to a recording.
Okay.
Because a lot of times people come in and say, oh, they'll start trying to argue with the
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So yeah, just if you're going to play something, just kind of pay attention to what's going on.
Okay, and as soon as I leave the Discord, the music will stop if it's like in a song, right?
You can jump in, play something, and jump back out, and it'll still continue to play.
Okay, cool. All right.
Yep.
Cool. Okay.
That's what I intended to do when I came in here, and then everybody's like, Dave's calling me out. He's like, "Oh, Helio's in there." I really just came in here to fill some dead air with some videos.
Man, this dude, this kid who was on he was I guess you guys verified him to talk or something. He's a Glober, and he has like a not a British accent, but it's like something of that nature. And I saw on his channel he made a video about me, like trying to, trying to clown me. They make the videos of the flat earthers. Like one of my videos where I go inside the store and with no shoes, and the dude's trying to tell me to leave the store, and I'm like, kind of just friendly explaining my rights to him and everything, basically, and like. But he in the video he's trying to clown me and everything, right? But I thought it was kind of funny because their kind of sense of humor over there is so. How should I, like, for the most part, I'm not trying to stereotype people, but for the most part, I feel like well, for me anyways, over here I'm a lot more cynical and like jaded. So his type of sense of humor, he messaged me on my YouTube channel. He wrote a comment. He goes, something about how his friend so he put some medical dumb comment, right, thinking that I would bite, and so all I put was, oh, that sounds tough, or something like that. So anyway, he tried to make a video about clowning, but I ended up seeing the video and I thought it was kind of funny, you know what I mean? But I seen him again. I heard from him again a couple months later when he was on this server, and he had been messaging me like, yeah, I want to debate you for like 6 months now. So when I seen him on the server like a week or two ago, I was like, all right. And so finally, we missed it a couple of times because of his time schedule, because he's on the other side of the world. And so today I was like, all right, I'll debate you on this Twitch. So I'm starting to debate him, and then I don't know, like 15 minutes into it, this guy just starts saying, you know what I mean? I could tell he's a little kid. He starts asking me about like, hot dogs and just like, really just dumb
Same
stuff.
shit we almost put up with every day here,
Yeah. So I was just like, dude. And when people do that, I'm just gonna go quiet and be like, all right, bro, I'm out of here. You know what I mean?
Well, you don't. It's what do you do with someone like that?
That's what I decided to do.
It's like you're not serious about this. You think I'm a clown, fine, but you don't really have any good arguments. So you clown them back, but you clown them back with intellectualism.
Yeah.
It's like
he even
really, you don't understand. What you're even talking about. You have a belief that you don't even understand. You just believe it.
Yeah.
Just tell them something like that, and they're like, well, that probably just trigger them, and then they'll rage quit.
Yeah, he even, well, it was on his Twitch stream, whatever. He was like, he commented, he's like, this guy's got an answer to every single one of my questions. Of course, like, and if I don't have an answer to it, it's because it's something you're saying that's inappropriate or like, so. But I didn't.
Sometimes you can ask them, well, you probably did, but ask them questions about their globe model, and they, most of the time they don't know much about it. I mean, not that you're trying to take the piss out of. You're not trying to take the piss out of them. You're just trying to help them under, because you used to believe that too, right?
Yep.
So all of us did. So it's not.
It's funny. It's funny because the only time I'd ever heard about flat Earth was when my girlfriend brought it up to me, and I was just like, I don't want to hear this shit. Like, I don't want to hear this. There was nothing about it that made me want to debate with her. It was just, it sounded so ridiculous. I just basically shut her up. And it wasn't until I saw my first flat Earth video on accident. It was playing the 200 reasons, you know what I mean? And then like it was like maybe 10 minutes into the video, I wasn't paying attention. One thing he said stopped me in my tracks, and I like turned and looked, skipped it back a little bit and watched the whole video. And then from that point on, I was like,
what was it?
I'm about to say the same thing, Jan. What was it?
Oh, which point that Eric Dubé made?
Yeah.
What was it he said that was just like?
It was the part. It was the part where he's talking about surveyors laying the train tracks, and about how surveyors, how absurd it would be for them to they've never taken curvature into account to how he says that on that one point. I think it was like 0.15 or 0.20. I'm not sure. Yeah. And it stopped me in my tracks. To everything it said before that, when you're like on auto tune, I was just smoking bud, getting ready to leave, and I couldn't change the channel on the TV because it was too high, and I couldn't find the remote, so it was just playing.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, but it was just like right when I heard that one point, I feel like that's what.
And then you realize your girlfriend isn't crazy.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. I feel like that was a part, like that was the dividing point in my life almost. It's so weird, From the time like I realized that, I relentlessly researched it nonstop every single day. I to this day, it's been every single day I look at something that has to do with it. But in those first couple of weeks, I was relentlessly searching it. But I was telling people the Earth is flat by midnight that night, dude. So I don't see how people could be presented with fact after fact after fact and just still refute it. Like if somebody had ever brought this to me.
There's people here that have been like that for years. So
I don't understand that.
I don't think that's possible.
Well, it hit me pretty hard first, and I did the wrong thing, and I started telling everybody right away.
Me too.
Before I could actually argue any of the points.
Me too, bro. Me too.
But now, I feel certain situations, if it comes up, I have a more gentle approach now than I did at the beginning.
Yeah. Dude, I used to be gangbanging for Flat Earth. Like I'd run up on gangbangers in my neighborhood. You know what I mean? Because I had one of those hats that's like the Easy E Compton, but mine says Flat Earth. And so I live in pretty like a little gang infested neighborhood. So people would kind of see it and they'd be like, "What?" Come check out what the hat is. And when they see it, they'd kind of be like, "What?" I'm repping that stuff though. You know what I mean?
So you flat smack in the Crips or the Bloods?
What up?
We're flat smack. He's asked you if you were flat smacking the Crips or the Bloods.
Oh yeah. In my neighborhood, it's Hispanic gang members, but yeah, I've had flat smack Crips and Bloods down in LA before.
Yeah.
One of them looked at me and looked at my feet, and he's like, "Damn, you walking?" He's like, "You walking barefoot?" And then he went and told like all the people. He's like, "Look at this crazy ass white boys walking barefoot down here. That's crazy." I was like, "Bro, that's the least of the crazy things I could tell you or show you."
It's like you get really excited at first. It's like you want to tell everybody, "It's like, can't you fucking see it?"
Right, bro? Yep. Exactly.
But they obviously can't because the day before you didn't see it.
Yeah, no.
Well, how are you
I didn't see it, but it was never presented to me in any way,
Yeah.
I just don't see how you could like these people watch all these flat Earth videos or hear like things flat Earthers have to say. I don't know if I had been. I just wasn't an opportunity to be presented with that because my girlfriend didn't know anything about it. She had just watched the video and she believed it, but she didn't have any points to bring up, and I wasn't trying to hear it. So it was like divine intervention,
Well, did she research it more, and is she still like all?
Oh yeah. She had only been a flat Earther for like 2 or 3 weeks before I became one. You know?
Cool. You guys still together?
Oh yeah.
All right, cool.
I'm just trying to buy Jackie some tampons. You know what I mean? That's her. She's in one of my videos where I go into the grocery store with my dog in the shopping cart. I have her in one of those videos. It's so funny.
She ever come in here and talk to us?
Nah, dude. She's so like.
She's shy.
Yeah. She went on Modern Day Debates with me once, much to her
Oh, that
chagrin,
is
and
a
like.
horrible idea. Why would you do that?
Well, okay, so
For her
James
first
called
exposure?
James
Oh,
from
no
Modern Day
wonder.
Debate. He hit me up last minute. He's like, "Hey, I need 2 debaters." Basically, he needed 2 debaters, and I had like a 24 or 48 hour notice or something like that. So I asked my girl, and she said she'd do it. And like leading up to the point, oh my god, she was so nervous. She was like putting on her makeup and she was just like shaking. I was like, "Babe, are you sure you could do this?" And then I asked James like an hour before. I was like, "Dude, do you have anybody else?" Or like, I was like, "I could debate both of these people." He's like, "No, we wanted a tag team thing." I was like, "Damn." And so she heard me. She's like, "Oh, I'll do it." We were like a half hour late getting on for the. He was kind of upset, pissed a little bit, and then she left like before the debate was over. But whatever.
Wait. So is that on their channel?
Yeah, it's on Modern Day Debate.
Yeah, so I don't think I've seen that one. Send me the video.
Okay, I will. Yeah.
I think I remember one of the flat Earth on Modern Day Debates that somebody played. I don't know if it was you or not, but
no, I've debated on there 3 times.
I don't. I respect Modern Day Debates because James is a pretty cool guy, and and the other moderators on there too are really cool.
Amy.
Yeah, Amy's okay.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, like, that's the only place I would ever go. All these other fuckheads that want to try to exploit us to make money.
Yeah, for sure.
I would do that. I mean, they're fair on Modern Day Debate.
Yeah, they are. They are fair. Yeah.
Hey, Helio, is a gospel bearer around? Do you know?
He was earlier.
Do you see that picture I posted just on the feed? I've been looking around at the 7 states stuff, yeah?
Are you talking about where you can see 7 states from one point?
Yeah. Have you seen that?
Isn't that in Virginia? I think is that where it is?
Yeah, it's on the Virginia, Kentucky. I didn't know anything about where it was. I just had a quick look at what he posted earlier on, just to see.
Lookout Mountain, Tennessee. I've been there. I personally observed the 7 states.
Dave
when I was
I haven't been there. Yeah. Dave knows more about it than I do. What about it?
It looks bloody beautiful. But anyway, just to let him know.
Beautiful country.
Yeah, I haven't got anything. I'm looking at what all the information is, but can you see that picture I sent?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, he had on the dial. There's one position that says Mount Pinnacle at a distance of 120 odd miles or whatever. Yeah, and he had it marked as Pinnacle Overlook, which is the yellow marker there in the middle, which is at 2454 feet or something like that. Yeah, that's correct. He cited its height as 3,730 feet because I think he was using a peakblogger.com page to say that the pinnacle in Virginia was 3,730, but the longitude latitude of the point that he's citing is actually the one in the far distance there you see, which is not the same. So in actual fact, the position that you allegedly can see from the 7 states position is not at 3,730.
Wait, who said you could see that mountain from? I don't think you would be able to see something over 3,000 miles away from.
No. He said that. See that marker in the middle that says Pinnacle Overlook? That's where he marked the position of where you could see. But he was citing something which was erroneously he was citing the point.
Who said that?
Gospel Bearer posted it so earlier on, just sort of let you know.
So hey, Dad, did you see almost 4,000 miles away when you were at that point?
No, but what I'm saying, no, that's
No, I was 12
No,
years old.
you
It was
can't
like
see that.
100 some
Well, you
miles.
can't see that far anyway. I mean, no, man, no.
The farthest
I
one's
don't.
like
I think,
120
and I'm
miles. I
pretty
think.
sure you probably misquoted Gospel Bear because he would. I think he would agree with us. You won't be able to see that from there, even if you're at
no,
2,400 feet.
No, I'm not saying you can see that point. I'm not saying that at all.
Well, then
He's
what's your
right.
point?
So don't get overly defensive. Let me show you what he posted because it's actually works in his favor. I'm just pointing out. He posted.
I vote next.
No. Hey, we've been talking to each other for a while. Pazza can talk a little bit. I mean, he's the only. I mean, he's a resident Glober. I mean, we haven't kicked
Okay,
him
I'll
yet.
trust you. I'll take your. I'll go. All right, that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, he's a Glober. I mean,
Oh.
what are we gonna do? Just freaking sit here and do?
He might be a flat acre. We've been doing research on that.
Well, as long
Anyway,
as
so Pazza,
as
Just
long
let me
as
make my. Go on.
no, go ahead, Jenny. What were you gonna
is
say?
it possible we could pause with what we're doing now? Then, if someone new comes in, is that okay?
No, sure. Paz has been here for quite a while, and he's a
All right,
Glober,
cool.
and he really, if there's no other Globers to talk to, he'll talk to us, and he has a question about this. So let's go over this. And now, I wish Gospel Bearer was here to actually talk to you with you about this. But did anyone hear Gospel Bearer talking about this earlier?
I was listening, but I don't know what he's talking about. I was here listening, but I don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's like what he's saying doesn't make any sense so far. So
To be clear, I wasn't actually picking anything he said apart. I was merely picking up on something he said. So can you see those last two pictures I put on there? Yeah, that's what he posted earlier on, right? So
that's what he posted from Pinnacle.
Yeah. And the bottom part is the 7 states vista looking in that direction, and he's got a marker of 146 miles. Yeah, and that's all well and good, right?
Sure.
But actually, what he did is he used that peakblogger.com to get a height for the pinnacle overlook of 3,730 feet, right? I mean, if you go back to my picture, what I'm saying is that the actual peak blocker point is over that far. It's the wrong point, and actually the pinnacle overlook is lower. It's at 2,454, so it worked in his favor because it's actually lower than 3,730. It's actually at 2,454. So it's not picking anything he said apart. It's actually pointing out to him that the height he's using to cite the fact, that thing is below the horizon. It's even lower than that. It's at 2,454. And additionally, he puts in the vista height it says Lookout Mountain, which is near the vista point. The C7 States Vista is at 1,624 feet. And he put the vista point at 2,400 feet. Again, it's lower. So in both cases, he's used over generously. He's used heights that are higher than the actual two positions he's talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you realize how difficult it is to, especially with elevation. Those are really GPS coordinates where that we have now, and I wouldn't say they're necessarily completely accurate, but now you say you're trying to make the point that he's correct about this, but you're also saying that it was lower, which
it works. Having both the points lower actually strengthens his argument. But the point is that that's the actual. I just thought it worth pointing out to him that the heights in question aren't 2,400 feet and 3,730 feet. They're actually 1,624 feet and 2,454 feet. So they're lower to the
right,
lower
and
to
that's why for the most part, I mean, these land observations are quite awesome. I mean, it depends on how much time people spend on it. It's great, but it's all based on sea level. The best place to measure across the sea is from, across the water. Right? Would you agree? So when you move from the mountains to the oceans or a lake, a body of water, there's no mountains there. There might be mountains under the sea, under the sea, under the sea. But other than that,
Well, you're right, Helio, but you can do land observations as long as you can verify the heights of the stuff. But
well, sure,
I understand what you're saying, though.
yeah, but all the assumptions are based on sea level, which is it's flat. It's flat.
So Pazza, you went and did the homework, and you found out it was even
Here
worse.
he is.
Worse.
Here he is. Thank you, man.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making. It's both your blogger altitude is too high, and your
Well, you see the source that I used for what I was doing.
yeah, the source is for actually another completely different pinnacle in a different part of Virginia, but that's not beside the point. The height for that is the height for where you actually the pinnacle overlook is much lower than 3730.
Okay.
So you're actually reinforces
what's your conclusion?
I'm going through it all still, but I thought I'd best point out to you that the figures are stronger in your favor. Do you know what I mean? Rather than what you're.
Well, yeah. If the Lookout Mountain location is actually less than 2389, that starts to affect the distance the distance to the horizon drastically, because at the 2389 number you have 60 miles. If it's lower than that, then it's only going to be worse and worse and worse.
Exactly. I wasn't. I think when I came on here, people misinterpreted what I was trying to do. I'm not criticizing it. I'm saying that actually the real figures for the two locations are lower than the two figures you cited. The
And what are you
C7
using to validate that? Google Earth or something?
Well, for the Lookout Mountain, I used a website that just gave it off of a local contour map height for the. I think it's just the general area around the what's it called?
Contour map, as in a topographical map that shows you in iterations of 100 feet or something like that.
Yeah, I think so. The Cumberland National Park, where the Pinnacle Overlook is quoted at 2454, so it's around that sort of figure. However, the C7 States Lovers Leap type, that demi dial thing where you can see those lines. It's not actually on Lookout. That's not actually on Lookout Mountain at all. Lookout Mountain is to the south of that. So the actual C7 States
It's called Point Park or something along those lines.
Yeah, it's actually at 1624 feet. It's not at 2400 feet. It's at 1624 feet. So it's lower. So in other words, from you can't see Lookout Mountain, I don't believe, from what I've just looking at what I've seen online. You haven't got a direct line of sight to Lookout Mountain from the C7 States because it's behind you. Do you know what I mean? And it's kind of out there behind you. There's an elevation rise to the plateau behind you. So, but the point is that in both your actual points, which is what you correctly stated was the position of Pinnacle Overlook, and C7 States, which is slightly to the north of where you said, the actual two positions are lower than what you stated. So rather than using 3730 and 2400, you're actually using 1624 and 2454, which conflates the issue even more.
Mm-hmm. Well,
so I'll carry on digging around, see what I can.
As far as I understand it, the stopping point is really the level at which you're going to permit refraction to be your savior.
Yeah.
And
I don't know.
And some people are willing to go all the way with refraction. They're willing to get married and call it, a life of eternal union with refraction to the ends of the earth, no matter what. And some people are like, what?
Yeah, I get it. I get it. I don't know. I'll have to look into what.
Some people have a point at which they think it's absurd, and they stop at a certain point in their willingness to believe that refraction answers all their problems.
Sure. I mean, from my perspective, looking at that now, I'm going to go away and work out, the context of how often people see that and what they see. I mean, it'd be interesting if there's any photographic evidence from the vista that you can see it. You know what I mean? Rather than first person or second person anecdotal evidence. I'm not saying it's not valid, but it's not. It's not. I'm suspicious of everything, so I'm not going to take anything.
You just want,
sure.
yeah.
Sure, and I don't know. Again, I'm not an expert, but I don't know to what. I wouldn't even try and fathom as to what the extent of refraction would do there. I mean, who knows? But I'll have a dig around and see what I can find, because there must be some other stuff relating to that. But that's why I was asking you earlier on. I wasn't being disingenuous. I was asking you what the context of the clip of the nurse, the anecdote of the nurse. And I get it now because I've seen the website and I realised that it's not what you see all the time, but it's obviously have people who have seen it. So the question is, what it's like. It's one of those things where it's not there all the time, but it is visible. So what do you make of that? Do you know what I mean?
Without a P900 was also my point.
Yeah, right, yeah, I get that. Yeah, I mean, she was obviously using optics contemporary of her time.
Yeah,
and if anybody, and I don't know, people have.
But isn't it? Your words are very interesting. Like when you say it's not always there, why wouldn't it be that it's not that you? It's that you can't always see it there.
That's what I mean.
Like
and obviously, I know.
You could say that's what you mean, but you do it enough where your words are very particularly unsatisfying.
Yeah, I mean, if I say, all right, fair enough. I understand what you're saying. I mean, when I say it's not, when I say, oh, it's not there, it means I can't see it. Do you know what I mean? And that's just a colloquial way I would talk about things. It's not to say it's not there. I understand the physical mountain is still there somewhere in the distance. Where the question I'm talking about whether it's there in your the only thing I'm going on here is, can you see it? Is it in your view? Is it visible from your viewpoint? So when I say there or not there, I mean, can you see it or can you not?
Yeah, I mean, because it's in your line of sight unless the day isn't clear enough. Because it's there in your line of sight.
Yeah, but if you look out, if you're looking out over some. Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's just a turn of phrase. It's not. I'm not actually refuting that the physical thing is not there. I'm talking about whether it's there in your, it's visible to you. But anyway, the point I was making is that the actual figures you've used for the heights are overly generous, if anything, by quite a margin. So, but did you say you'd been there?
I've been there twice. I was a teenager. I think I
I've been
went
there a
once
long
as
time.
oh yeah, go ahead.
I've been there a long time ago too, when I was like 12 years old.
And were you able to see the pinnacle overlook when you went there?
I wouldn't know.
Oh, right, okay.
I was looking at mountains. I was 12 years old looking at mountains.
Yeah, I suppose it is. Well, that's the trouble, isn't it? I suppose it would be difficult to. You have to know what you're looking for, wouldn't you? I suppose, really. I don't know. When I look at, I've been in a couple of places around in the UK where there's, the mountainous areas, and you look out and you think, you see all the mountains, but it's difficult to, unless you're you've got an intimate knowledge of the terrain, you're not going to know, are you? But I'm not using. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, I'm not picking it apart. I'm just saying that you'd have to know what you were looking at, wouldn't you? I suppose. It's a bit, but I'll keep on digging around, see what I can find. Anyway, I thought I'd let you know. Rather, if you're citing it as an argument, then you might as well make it as strong as you can.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Pazzi.
I'm digging around.
But you won't find a refraction model that will answer this question. You will find curve calculators which will put in a mathematical model, which is based on an ideal, which is actually inflating or deflating the radius of the Earth in the orthographic geometry. You won't find any real world refraction that can do such a thing.
Well, I put in that link earlier on to that guy who built the refraction simulator for the and I'm now going through the. You can, to be fair to him, if you know what you're doing and it actually there's a YouTube video that tells you to do it, but you can actually even though it's running live in a there's a calculation. There are two pictures of two. He's got two pictures of two oil rigs, and so when you see that image that was snapshotted, they aren't distorted images. He distorts them in real time using some sort of like mathematics. Now, to be fair, you can drill down into that, and all the source of all the mathematics behind it is totally exposed. There's nothing concealed there. So what I'm in the process of doing is going through that and his blog and trying to work out where he got those equations from, because he's got two components in there. He's got what is conventionally called atmospheric refraction, which is whereby they allude there is a refraction because of the density of the air changing irrespective of temperature, and then which actually, if that's the only refraction you've got, is fuck all. It's not enough to. In that case, the black swan is a problem. But then he's got the other model in there, which comes from a different order of refractive science, if that's what it is. That says, which if you probably look at the photograph, you'll see there's a temperature altitude profile he's got in there. Now, I'm in the process of actually drilling through that and trying to work out where the fuck he's got that from, and what if there's any meaningful citations to where those equations are coming from. Now, to be fair to him, there's nothing concealed in it, and if you dig around with it, it's relatively easy to find him talking about. He's prepared to. He actually is. Obviously, he's a glober, and he's got a bit of a to and fro going with it in both communities, as far as I can see, and he's digging it apart. And when he first built it, he didn't build it for those rigs. If you actually go on that website and trundle down the bottom, there's a tab you can pull up, and he's got various scenarios from all kinds of stuff, and he's even got a model for lasers in there. But again, until I actually dig around in there, I'm not going to basically dismiss what he's got in there, because that picture you see where he's got those rigs at what looks to be the horizon, visible horizon, it looks very it has a definite symmetry to the photograph for the black swan, and I'm going to basically it could be that he's just highly contrived fudge, just to get it look like it. But until I actually dig around in there, I'm not going to dismiss it outright, because there is, irrespective of what you think about what he's done there, you can either come to two conclusions if you're at one end or the other. He's either got an accurate model of several contemporary pieces of science that describe atmospheric diffraction on several levels, or he's got an enormously contrived fudge to try and make something work to represent a reality that doesn't fit the globe model. So between those two poles, it's a question of which side does it sit on, So from a position where I am,
in terms of refraction, when you look into, like, if you click the links, if I'm not mixing up my people, like it just goes to Snell's law. Like there is no, I'm looking for the same thing you're looking for, basically.
Yeah. Well, he uses a quad Bezier pair curve approximation for his temperature profile, and that in itself I'm not particularly bothered about, because it doesn't really make much difference really. You can effectively, whatever geometry you use to get a profile of temperature versus altitude is irrelevant to some extent. What's important is what's going on underneath, why to what extent his mechanism works out the refractions based upon the temperature differentials, and if that's crap, then it all comes tumbling down. But if there's some meat on those bones of that, I'd like to know what it is, But yeah. Anyway, I thought I'd let you know about the heights because it's
Ginger and honey, buddy.
Yeah. I will tell you this, Pat. So where this ends up is at really long distances. Okay, this distance that Gospel Bears told you, it's pocket change.
Yeah.
We got
It's good for
distances
Americans.
250 miles, 1,200 miles.
Yeah, I know.
An infrared, which
But
mitigates
there
refraction.
I saw somewhere else yeah, I know what you're saying. I saw somewhere else a simulator model that suggested that if you had it was enabled to contrive a world with a particular gravity that would show that you could actually have enough refractive a high enough refractive index in the atmosphere caused by a pressure differential that you could see the back of your own head with a powerful enough pair of binoculars. You know, which is utterly and totally counterintuitive to, you know, what you'd expect, what you anticipate from reality. That said, if there's any mathematics behind it already if there's any citable investigation into that, I'd like to know. I'd like to find out if there's any experiments you can do to create a temperature gradient in a sufficiently big enough, I know lab space permitting, a particularly big enough sealed conduit of air, so if you can actually get refraction going.
Well, I asked if they had anything where something that's visibly obstructing something displaced, meaning it's not obstructing the thing anymore, and the answer was no. Usually they show this thing where they have like this these two canisters, and they spray something, and you can see a little bit of what's behind the canister. I'm like, yeah, but you guys are trying to explain why, say for instance, the canister is now gone from obstructing the thing behind it to being behind it. That's what you would have to recreate. Obviously, that's a feat that I don't believe you believe is possible.
Yeah, I agree. And I was going to just say, yes, you cannot recreate Earth's atmosphere the way we experience it. You can't recreate it on a small scale the way that Earth works. You can't just like do small tests.
No, I mean,
I know what you're saying. I know what he was talking about. Like, wasn't it like nitrogen or something? They got a light to go over this cold tank or some shit. Some video they made.
There's liquid nitrogen. They were spraying liquid nitrogen onto some medium, weren't they, to create an extreme temperature differential? But it's too contrived an experiment to be convincing. I think it's too extreme.
Right, but you were asking, can we do a recreation of what we experience on Earth on a small scale to prove, this refraction idea, to show that, what all these arguments about refraction causing the Earth to look flat even though it's not. The answer is no, and Elijah just said that.
No, exactly. But the point is that if they have a set of equations that perform
equations.
Yeah, no. Well, that's something. They have a set of equations that they feed in the values for that create a diffraction profile. So the question is the only question that remains is where did they get these equations from, and how representative are they of reality? That's all I'm trying to dig out, really.
Well, hey,
again,
go ahead, Elijah,
the only answer I can think of that would be there is the changing of the radius. That's literally it. It doesn't have anything to do with any refraction. Anything that they do on refraction is using a baseline of a zero elevation angle. Like, so you start with literally a plane. That's how Andrew Thomas Young describes it in his papers, and then for considerations for the globe, he continues into the rest of it. But yeah, all you gotta do is look at how they increase the radius. That's all they do. That's what you would have to do.
Have you
But
seen the? Have you,
but you can't though. You can't increase the radius value of Earth without changing the entire solar system.
no, and that's the point. Is that if their equations don't change the radius, they do something else. So everything, they live and die on the sword of how good those equations are. Because, like you say, patently you can't change the radius.
Yeah, but equations are
Hold
in
on,
the.
hold on.
Go
Are
ahead.
you saying that what you're seeing is that he's not changing the radius?
In his equations on that website, he's not changing the radius. No.
Well, how are the equations relevant to the 7/6R? Or is the 7/6R already in there? Because if that's the case, then
Well, he's got
that the 7/6R is the, well, I mean, because I don't even see how 7/6R helps. So
it doesn't have a great,
It doesn't. Yeah,
it doesn't help a great deal. It doesn't help a great deal at all. He's got two basically, to cut a long story short, he's got two component algorithms in there for the diffraction. One is one is a conventional atmospheric diffraction model, which is the foundation of which sits around the concept that there is a gradient differential, and light is being refracted by that gradient differential. So it's temperature independent, that is. Yeah, and anywhere you go online, it says that's fuck all. It's like a worst case scenario. It's 300 odd feet difference in the
But
between.
let me ask you a really quick question about that. Is that from the observation point, like you standing on the shore of the ocean, and you're talking about? Are you talking about sunset?
It's literally where I think that refraction would cause the where you observe the horizon to change about 300 odd meters. So it's not. It's
can
next
you
to nothing.
can you find the ray tracing?
Ray tracing. What do you mean? Sorry.
Well, can you find the portion where it shows the path of light to meet the observer? Like, can it show what?
Yes,
Well,
it
I'm
does.
curious. So you
I
said 300.
want to see visually what's happening with the rays of light.
If you go and visit that website, and you move on the ray diagram, it will show you where all the laser light are
Hey,
going. It's
Pazza,
interactive.
post it.
Yeah,
Did you
yeah.
already post it?
Can you
Yeah.
matter of fact, no. Help me find it, because I was looking for it earlier, because I had screenshot it about two years ago.
Yeah, no.
Or a year and a half ago in here.
Where is it? Hang on, let me just dig it.
That makes no sense at all. He said, "Oh, maybe 300 meters." I mean, dude, compared to the size of Earth, 300 meters is nothing.
Exactly. But that's just the standard atmospheric model. Atmospheric refraction model.
Well, then I think this is why you have this question, because that's ridiculous. It's inconsequential.
But like I said,
nothing to
like
do with anything.
his model has got two refractive components to it. One is the standard atmospheric refraction, and one is based upon
based on the temperature, right, and the altitude. You know, the temperature based on. Yeah, I heard what you said.
So that's the bit that makes that's the bit which, if it comes into play, makes a
fucking meta bunk. We already talked to this idiot.
Yeah, and all I'm doing, and I get it. I get what you're saying. I'm sure that no one here has got anything, but I'm actually going through the equations in the back of that, trying to work out where he's getting them from, and if they're, I don't know if they are implemented correctly or not.
This is not reality. You can the globe only exists in math. doesn't exist in physical reality. I mean, that's my opinion. And but if you can show the globe Earth in physical reality, then I'm more interested in that than showing the globe Earth with this math.
My perspective on this, okay, right, is a set of equations in the background of that. Yeah, I like to know. I'm going to find out where he got them from, and I'm going to find out if there's any practical scientific evaluation that they're derived from it, or if they're entirely theoretical. If they're entirely theoretical, they're no use to anybody.
All right,
If there's some practical demonstration of that, it's worth investigating. That's where I'm going with it.
Well, if you look at Andrew Thomas Young's paper, it is entirely theoretical.
Yeah.
In order for, look, I'm telling you, like, in order for this program to work, it would have to be contrived.
Well, that's what I'm finding out. I'm not going to take anybody's word
Well,
for it.
the link that you just shared, it says Metabunk Refraction Simulator.
Yes.
What I'm saying is, I mean, when you read in Andrew Thomas Young's work, he outlines like the main components, like the theoretical light rays, because this has to be a component of your math in order to include it and what it's doing, right? How it's being affected by the atmosphere, which has to be another component. So it's all theoretical because you can't do this in real time. Like okay, but I mean, if John took him seeing the black swan and seeing that the horizon isn't geometric for him to come to where he came to, it took what's the other guy's name that comes in here that boxes. It took him a while, and this may be the thing that makes you question things in it, from a different perspective.
You're talking about reasons. Elijah, you're talking about reasons.
Yeah, reasons. Yeah.
Have you visited that link at all? Have I sent it?
I just clicked on it, and I just took a screen capture from the when you click on that link. This is what you get. I'm about to post it.
Yeah. So
here it comes. And you can adjust refraction with all the sliders and shit. Is that yeah? Here we go.
If you go back to the picture,
it's the silliest shit.
He doesn't give you a refraction slider. He gives you a button to dial in standard refraction, which is 7/6R. I read the thread.
Yes, so to be clear, that's one of his components. The second, see he's got that temperature height differential chart with some Bezier curves on it. That's his model for temperature change with altitude of the atmosphere above the sea.
God.
So if you go down to the bottom, of the page and change your settings from platform, hill house, and habitat oil rigs.
I feel bad for these guys to spend this much time making something up like this, and they can actually go. They can go to Santa Barbara and look at this shit themselves. Do the same thing that BLMSB did.
Sure.
What the hell? It's weird.
If you change it to clear day at the bottom, if you change it to platform, hill house, and habitat oil rigs clear day, it looks like the other photo. Yeah. And if you look at the temperature in Celsius chart, then he's got pretty much a consistent temperature with altitude chart, which is what you'd expect on a day when the sea temperature and the air temperature are roughly consistent up to about 100 feet. So I'm not going to basically dismiss what he's got outright. I want to know what the maths behind this is, what the equations behind this is, because there's obviously a fair bit of work going into this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel bad that they spent so much time and it's just wasted because it's all bullshit.
It's a cool video game, but it's not as good as his earlier work. Tony Hawk was a lot better.
You can go to Santa Barbara and take the same footage that this dude has taken several times, and we've seen it and you can go do it yourself. Same place.
No, I think Walter Bislin is a different person than the one.
No, this is
that
from
came
Mick
in here.
West. This one is from Mick West.
I still
That's
have
Mick West's website.
I still have a standing question with Pazza and I think a handful of other people. If you're saying light is curving through the atmosphere,
Yeah.
why must the ground be curved? Or the
Well, I don't know.
surface, ground surface, same but different. Why must the surface be curved if light is curving through the atmosphere, depending on gradients and all that sort of thing?
I think the premise is that they're two different, conceptually different things, aren't they? I mean, they're not.
No, you might be jumping ahead or something. Light. Okay. Do you understand or believe or do you conclude that light is bending through the atmosphere or the air, the medium that is above the surface?
I'm working at the moment on the presumption that these equations are accurate until I can prove to myself otherwise.
Okay, that's not my question. From point A, origin of light, to your eyeball, straight line or something else?
Straight line in a fixed density medium.
What? No.
It's not what I asked.
That isn't what I asked. I didn't say fixed density medium. I said, is it a perfectly straight line? Is it a perfectly... Okay, something else. Thank you. Why must the surface be synonymous with that? That's my question.
Who's asserting that the surface is a
All globers ever.
Not this one.
Well, fantastic. Then why can't you just accept that the surface of the Earth is flat? Why are you assuming that it's curved?
Light being able to be distorted by refraction and the
Is mutually exclusive of the surface? I would kind of agree with that, actually.
Right.
You get where I'm going with that? Does it make
Really,
sense?
No, because
Okay.
I'm saying.
So if light acting the way that light acts in the in the material medium above the surface of Earth is mutually exclusive, then we need to determine what the surface is.
Sure.
And not assume that it's curved.
I'm with you 100% on that.
Okay, cool. I think that what happens is there's that assumption. And I think that what happens that there's like the secret foundation of the argument, and don't take the way that I'm phrasing that personally, like that you're keeping a secret, but I think that maybe a subconscious might be a better word than even secret, that there's this subconscious awareness of where that curve is being justified, the curve of the surface, that is. And then everything else is hinging on that assumption rather than determining what it is for what it is without assumptions.
Maybe that's the case. I'm not gonna argue that's not the case for a lot of people. I mean, he has got. If you can tick boxes on that model there, and he models the flat Earth in this model as well. Have you seen that?
Based on assumptions.
What assumptions do you think he makes?
Yep. So the way that one might think light would behave, those predictions are built in to the modeling.
Yeah.
So light is doing whatever it's doing. So light is either, a straight line or it isn't. And if it isn't, how the surface seems to be mutually exclusive End of story. It doesn't even seem like a point at which you could accomplish any gain at all.
Right, so I kind of see what you're saying. You're saying that you could effectively deceive yourself into thinking one because you make an assumption about the other.
Something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Like I say, I'm going to dig around at these equations that he's using for the refraction, because like I say, if you click on the flat Earth tick on it, it literally shows the surface is flat, but he's got the refractive algorithm still in play. So you can muck about with that, and actually, arguably, you could probably get the same visual acuity from the black swan in the flat Earth model he has. I don't know how I've not twiddled with it enough to have a go at that. But the point is that I want to work out where these equations have come from. If they're just some enormous fudge with no substance, then it's crap. If there's some citation to some scientific evaluation of refractive temperature differentials that have come out with this,
Yo, you know what's crazy?
That is. What's that? If there's some substantive experiment which is a foundation for this experiment,
I'm never gonna get discouraged and fall off again. You know what? I just hold on.
Are
I
you
have
talking
a
to us,
sneaking
Elijah?
suspicion. Yes, I am off mute. Okay.
Damn, you sound frustrated, Elijah.
Anyway.
You said you know what's crazy, but you didn't answer.
He's talking to somebody else.
Yeah, I thought so.
Oh, you might have been hot micing. My bad. Go ahead.
Okay, so
continue, gentlemen.
Posted the two graphics from the Bislin calculator with quote unquote refraction and without. And you'll still notice that he just keeps the Earth curved and the paths of light assumed as straight in his graphic here. Now you say, well, that just might be a graphical representation. But if you go to the sliding scale on refraction, you slide it to the left and you slide it to the right with your finger, then you look at the little outputs that it creates, you'll see that it says a change in the sagittah. The height of the sagittah changes. Now the sagittah is the apex arc at the midline of a chord between a circle and 2 points, right? Which is used the circle segment formula, right?
Yes.
So what would that mean? It means that effectively, if you change the sagittah and you maintain the same 2 points, you've increased or decreased the size of the radius of the Earth, which is very interesting because if you go down to another spot in this thing, it says perceived radius 69 million miles.
Yes.
Where's that on his?
So if I'm changing the scale of refraction and it's altering the sagittah, whatever this thing is doing is changing the geometry of the sphere, or sorry, the circle.
Oh, sorry. This is those two drawings on the feed, yeah.
Yeah, you go to the Bislin's calculator. I'm on there right now.
You've got a link to that.
You go up here.
Yeah.
You go up here. There we go. Sagittah bulge, 0.00314051. Okay. I'm going to scroll up here.
It's in the chat.
I'm going to turn this down some, right? And I'm going to go back to the sagittah. Now it's 40.736 meters. Why does it change? How can it change? I thought it was a fixed point between 2 points. If my target point is the same distance, how could the sagittah change?
So Pazza, remember when I asked you, or when I told you that they changed the radius? That's what he's talking about. So when you said that's not what they do, because you remember when you were talking about the equations and you were saying that the radius is not changing, what did you mean by that?
In the link I sent to the refraction calculator, the radius is fixed. The radius is fixed in his algorithm as far as I can see.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm looking at Mick West's post right here under that. And
No,
quote,
no. Not Mick West, Walter Bislin.
Okay, I thought, well, he was talking about his source that he put here.
Okay, which one are you talking about? Because I thought it was, you sent me to Walter Bislin earlier. Gospel Bearer also posted Walter Bislin.
Because that's what AI was talking about, was the Walter Bislin.
AI is also talking about Walter Bislin, so.
Yeah,
Are you
Paz,
not
that's what we were talking about.
Yeah.
Are you saying the Metabunk refraction model that I linked earlier on has got a variable radius in it?
Yeah, so that is what you were talking about, right? That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So here's Mick West's post. Under that, it says that's quite close to the 7/6R approximation used in the calculator. So yeah, he's using a variable radius, the standard refraction 7/6R. That's what the standard refraction button on that simulator is.
Yeah, exactly, and that's just the standard atmospheric one. But that's the minor component of his equation there. The secondary component is the one that deals with the temperature over altitude differential mechanism. That's not standard atmospheric. That's separate from the standard atmospheric refraction model.
No, that's not. No, while that may be true, while that may be true, the one that's actually the one that makes people say that refraction is making it possible is the component that changes the radius entirely. Has nothing to do with all the other stuff that he does with the equations or the ratios or whatever. Like that's a part of it, but the thing that we're talking about, the thing in question, right? The size of the bulge, that's variable.
Guys, I'll pose a question.
Yeah, cool.
Do you think that the R in the equation is just a mathematical representation that is then affected by refraction later on?
I thought it was just a number plugged in for what they assume is the radius of the Earth.
Yeah, I think I can understand where you and Elijah and AI aren't understanding each other. He's saying that the R is like a mathematical. Sorry, not he. Metabunk and all these other guys. They're saying that the R is purely mathematical. We're saying that if you want to apply the maths to reality, at that point you have to consider that the R value is talking about the physical Earth and isn't just a mathematical construct.
I totally agree. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the problem. If the R has to be affected by refraction, then the mathematical changing of that R value must apply to the physical Earth. Does that clear things up?
I'd go along with that line of thinking. Yeah.
Perfect. So at that point, they are changing the size of the Earth in order to explain away things like the black swan, right?
If that's what those bismuth calculations allow you to do, to change the radius as part of its model, then yeah, it's not necessarily representative of reality, is it?
Well, yeah, of course it's not.
Argument from the beginning that's
I know.
always been. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
The thing, Elijah, when you talk to people, when you talk to people who are like very into maths, right? Like just you throw a letter into an equation or whatever, and it doesn't actually. It doesn't represent reality in their brains. Like we understand that we're talking about reality. No. Look, man, I'm not having a go.
No, I deal with equations to do with the electronics all day long, and every single.
That's what I'm saying.
Is mapped to reality.
Yeah, I know, but when you're dealing with the equation itself, sometimes you have to remind yourself that it applies to reality, right? Because if you live within this kind of theoretical framework, theoretical is the wrong word, conceptual maybe framework, then, and especially when you're dealing with things that you don't necessarily get to see the end result of in that second, then it's easy to forget that it is applying to something in the real world. So that's the only reason I brought that up.
Okay.
So this is the thing that Globers don't often understand, is that the R has to apply to the physical Earth. It's not just a number that's then manipulated or modified later on in a.
Of course.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, you understand. This is just what
think
Elijah and AI are saying.
Sure, and I think that when they put the atmospheric refraction equation together and they put the R in there, they were working on the presumption that the R was what they thought it was in the globe model.
But they're changing the R.
They're inflating R. They're amplifying it.
Yeah, they start with an R value, they say it is this value, and then they change it. Well, why did you start with 3959 if you change it later?
Which slider were you moving on the advanced Earth curvature calculator to change the R exactly? Again, just remind me.
The refraction one, I'm pretty certain that he was referring to the refraction slider. Because when you slide the refraction slider, it changes the sagitta, which you're literally changing the shape of what you're arguing about, which invalidates your argument. Moving the goalpost hardcore, basically.
And the way that you change the position of the sagitta is by inflating the size of the Earth. And so that's what they say light is doing. It's blowing up the image of the Earth.
And just to be clear, sagitta decrease equals radius increase.
Yeah, but there is an inverse proportional function. I know.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure everybody's following along.
Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. They've locked the model to a refraction index of 0.
Here, I'll post two of them right now. Here's one. Here's another one. There you go. So in the first image there, let's see, I got refraction at negative 0.29. You got the sagitta at 40.7. You got the apparent radius at 4909,000 meters. You go to the next one. You got the refraction at 0.9. Got the sagitta at 61. And the apparent radius at 3263,000 meters. So how is the apparent radius and the sagitta changing? Now I could give you an apparent change, but he actually is changing the sagitta up here in the first set of calculations.
Yeah, I don't know why the sagitta is not locked there. Can you slide?
Well, that's because they're increasing the radius of the circle to the apparent radius in order to make the straight line path of light show you what you're going to see. Because nobody, listen, I'll put it to you like this. Nobody sees the Earth in this curvy, wavy nonsense, right? They just see it as it is. And so since it presents itself to you plainly, they have to use plane geometry here. Otherwise, it's going to be like heat-seeking missiles that shoot out from the Earth and blast you in the eyeballs, you know? That's not how everyone experiences life. Some of these even preface the beginning with quote unquote the Earth is a globe, but sometimes we can see further and the Earth presents itself as if it's flatter than it really is. And when that happens, we have to increase the apparent radius to make it look like it's supposed to look to you.
I'll have a dig around, see what's going on there.
Now, interestingly enough, we had a guy come on here who attempted to use Bisland's calculator to demonstrate that the Canigou shot, which is 250 miles away, a mountain, right, taken from an observer height at 9,000 feet. The mountain, 250 miles away, Peak Gaspard, should be 1 mile below the hidden height at the top of the mountain. Yet you can see the entire mountain down to the base town. We're talking miles of hidden. Should not be visible. Yet we're seeing the whole thing. We're seeing 3 miles of stuff that we shouldn't be able to see. Now there's nothing that can account for that, but lo and behold, if you go to Bisland's calculator, they have this category called like super extreme refraction, which just so happens to be within 1 decimal point of the exact amount of quote unquote refraction needed so that you can see the Canigou Mountains, right? Now, doesn't that sound contrived to you? In other words, it's just a number and a slider. It says, oh, if I get enough refraction, I can explain anything. And all I have to do is just slide these values left and slide these values right. And as soon as they match mathematically, I win.
You're essentially saying that, how do I put this? It's like playing the lottery, but you have every combination of numbers already. And then when the numbers are announced, you just find the right ticket that has numbers that were announced.
Yeah, keep in mind, we're talking 9,000 foot elevation observation, mitigating refraction as it is. And we're talking it's taken an infrared, mitigating refraction even more. And that's not even the longest distance that's been seen in infrared. That's just one that was done completely by a disinterested party that was trying to win a prize in a contest for long distance photography. It has no motive other than victory. Mind you, some of the longer distances ones, like the 1,200-mile one, was done by a flat earther. It was done in infrared. There's just no refraction that can account for that. You go back to the Blackbird pilot. Okay, the Blackbird pilot used to go on his lectures and say to people that he could see, basically California when he took off from the East Coast. Shouldn't be possible. Just observation after observation after observation in high altitude that is hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of miles greater distances than any kind of refraction could ever account for.
Well, my question is, why aren't we all talking about this information in this manner? There shouldn't be sides. I don't get it. There shouldn't be globe earthers versus flat earthers, which is what I've been saying from
Yeah,
the beginning.
absolutely.
We've just woken up to a bit of information that we decided this, deserves more scrutiny. So here we are, and it's like, well, with everything that's been said to you tonight, Pausa, it's like, well, great. Now we've had this conversation, and it's like, this is interesting. And it's like the question is, but why haven't we been able to have this kind of conversation or get to this point when all of this information is already available with the resources that you guys are using to try to explain an observation that honestly can't be explained?
Well, Elijah, if I remember correctly, the idea of atmospheric refraction came about as a rebuttal when the Selenelian was first put out as a question of the globe model. They said, uh-oh, crap, we got a problem here. Let's come up with an excuse. Oh, atmospheric refraction, problem solved. It's kind of like dark matter. It's, our predictions of the universe expansion are wrong. And our previous attempts to square Einsteinian and Newtonian mechanics on a universal scale have completely and utterly failed, and we're retards. Let's come up with an excuse. Oh, dark matter, that solves everything. No problem. Got any evidence for that? No, just a math equation.
Placeholder theory. It's a placeholder theory. It's meaningless.
That's the problem with math equations, is they have to balance, right? So if they don't balance, rather than saying, oh, I'm broke, you just make up dark money, and now you're rich again.
Yeah, it's like if
Don't
I
worry,
give
honey,
everyone else,
I can pay the bills. I can pay the bills in dark money.
it's like if I give everyone else minus $1 million, suddenly I'm a millionaire.
I wish Matthew was here. I wonder what he'd say. I tried to get him to read the PDF from Andrew Thomas Young. Then I asked him if he read it. He's like, yeah. And then I asked him a question. He's like, well, I didn't. And I'm like, come on, bro.
Appreciate you. Gee.
Now, they're all
Jeez
confused.
Louise.
For example, as a rebuttal, besides the Mandelic projection, which is a joke, it's pure wishful thinking that would rebut the Canigou shot. Somebody will say, oh, well, yeah, I can see the whole mountain that's supposed to be a mile below the hidden height of the geometric horizon, quote unquote. But why can't I see the very bottom of it? Now, think about that for a second. They're trying to use the argument that the horizon blocks the bottoms of things, which is why they can't see the very bottom of the Canigou Mountain. Yet, the Canigou Mountain itself is supposed to be a mile below the horizon that's supposed to be blocking it. How can you have both? At that point, your brain should explode.
Oh, hang on. Just realised something.
Right. Because it's like what's blocking the bottom. If you think that is geometric curve, then yes. At that
Yeah,
point,
it's the same thing, brother.
Oh no.
It's the same thing with the Black Swan. There were people who tried to rebut the Black Swan by saying, oh, I can't see the very bottom of the oil rig feet.
So
And
they
then
think
it's
it's
like,
being obstructed by a thing behind them.
exactly. So I'm like, what do we have here? Okay, we have flat Earth, globe Earth, dinosaur Earth. What do we have now? Hyperdimensional washboard Earth, where it's undulating like a wave in physical space-time or what? I mean, it's like, what? You could just make up excuses all day long.
I think you just gave them an idea. Hyperdimensional.
Look, hyperdimensionality is the next wave of the answers to all these problems that the globe has. If they just move into hyperphysics of the omniverse and subjective reality that's rendered simulatory to the sentient observer at the observation nexus that's instantaneous to each observer in each instance at that instantaneous point, they solve all the problems they'd ever had.
Mm-hmm. Well, they just haven't gotten to that page of the Book of Zohar yet. Just give them time.
That's like a page out of a game design manual. You know, how to have a multiple massive player online system where they share the same world, but they don't share the same rendered instances. You know, it's like we all live in a simulation now or something. Solves everything. I mean, think about it. Most of them try to prove reality with mathematics and rendered graphics and orthographic projections and modelic interpretations anyway. You might as well just pretend you live in a video game. That's what you think you live in anyway. You know, it's like, oh, how do you explain this optical phenomena? Oh, let me do some ray tracing in my Unreal Engine 5. Dirty, 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 dirty. Okay, where's the evidence that that took place in physical reality? Don't need it. I got a mathematical model. Models are great.
I think feet pics have rotted their brain, but that's just me.
You know where some of this began, Paza? Back in the day, when people were speculating on this stuff, they decided to do some experiments to prove it one way or the other. And the experiments conclusively showed that the Earth isn't moving. Right? So there goes your heliocentric Big Bang cosmology out the window. Goodbye. So Rather than accept the results that are validated by scientific experiment, they decided to reinterpret the experiment through mathematics. And hence, relativistic transforms were created, which literally changed, in math only, the physical size of the detection apparatus in order to maintain their predisposition to their philosophical choice to believe that they live in a heliocentric universe. You go back and look at their quotes, and you'll find that they admit that these were philosophical choices, not based on scientific validity, but rather preference. At any time when there was a chance to choose one viewpoint or another, they philosophically chose the one that they were predisposed to, even in the flying in the face of scientific validation to the opposite. So here we are with a bunch of people believing that we live inside a model. Oh, the globe Earth model, the heliocentric model, the Big Bang expanding universe model, dark matter, dark energy, fairy farts, black holes, Uranus, which opens up occasionally to let out gas that smells like farts. These are all headlines. Not even a joke. We got Globers come in here and deny that optical effects are the cause of some of these things. And we present them with a geometry that doesn't work with an optical imprint of an image. And then they say, oh, well, what's causing it is optical effects. It's like, well, 5 seconds ago, you say optical effects can't cause it. So which is it? It's like they change their subjective way of interpreting the data at any given time just to maintain the globe Earth belief. And the answer, of course, is, well, we already know it's a globe. So every answer is going to result in it's a globe. But the thing is that they require that to be proven in the first instance in order for their logic to carry to the end. Otherwise, they just end up with fallacious logic. If-then statements put into formal logic, which is a fallacy called affirming the consequent. If the Earth was a globe, boats would disappear from the bottom up. Boats disappear from the bottom up, therefore Earth's a globe. If the Earth was spinning, I wouldn't feel it. I don't feel it, therefore the Earth is spinning. But hey, I mean, if you got any actual physical field evidence that refraction of the nature which is required to nullify any of these observations exists in data points, by all means, that'd be great. Rather than a model with some sliding scales until you get the right answer.
Sure, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to dig around and see what there is.
Meanwhile, we got guys who took the premise to its axiomatic conclusion, which is if you want to know if the Earth is spherical or not, you just measure whether it's curved or not. That's simple. So they set up a premise called the laser transit, which is used in construction all the time. They set some tests, went out there, tested it, got even bigger and bigger. So eventually they shot a 25-mile laser test, approximately 2 meters on the one side and approximately 2 meters on the other side for the target. In construction, it's called the storyboard, where you shoot the laser from your one point, which you know the height of, to another point, which you know the height of, and then you can get the differential mean below it for maximum variability, right? So, for example, if you shoot a laser 2 meters and it hits a board 2 meters, then everything underneath it can only be a height of 2 meters. Now, mind you, at extreme distances, you're going to have a little bit of problems with the way light functions. Now, on the millirad laser that they used, approximately a 5-meter divergence at that range. But the hidden height is, if I remember correctly, 490 meters. So that laser should have went over the target by like, 2, and you add the 5 meters, right? So that's 7. Then you add the refraction, which was another 2 meters. So what you got there? Not even 10 meters. So that laser should have went over the target by like 470 meters. But yet they have a shot of a camera on the site where the beam was going, where you can use a Gaussian blur interpolation to see that the beam centroid is aimed directly at the camera. So it's receiving the intensity of the straight light from the laser. So to be fair, you might say, oh, well, that just proves that it's not as big of a ball as they claim, because there is a little bit of fudge factor, as I maintained before, between the height of the observation point and the other point. But I mean, then you're talking about a globe, like 10, 20, 30 times as big, which, by the way, destroys all the orbital mechanics and the path of every celestial object in the sky. They're no longer rotating around a sphere. They're now hovering above a point on a sphere. Either way, the entire heliocentral model is destroyed utterly, completely, and in totality. It all has to be thrown out and redone. And that's not all. I mean, that's just one of the ones that's done by a big name bunch of dudes that had some money to spend. There's people that have left far less money, far less credentials, that just went out like on a frozen lake of 7 miles and did some observations, or another lake of 14 miles, or this lake of this and that lake of this, with different colored lights and different colored lasers, all getting the same result, that there's no big hump of water in between point A and point B. The apex arc, known as the Sagittar, that's in all these curve calculators, that's supposed to be existing between point A and point B, just never seems to be there.
Yeah, fair enough, if that's what they're finding. I'll keep digging.
Yeah, I think you've been a pretty good sport so far. I've only really engaged with you tonight, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. And
no, I'm listening to everything that's been said.
You require.
Bring stuff in or take stuff away. That's where it goes, isn't it? That's what you got to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to be convinced by anybody else. I've got to convince myself, haven't I?
Yep. I'll tell you, one of the most convincing things for me is seeing for myself with my own 2 eyes. Things disappear from the bottom up when there is absolutely no presence of any curvature, whether in physical reality or in the model, that could account for it. Because that destroys one of the biggest globe claims, right? Which is things can only disappear from the bottom up if you're going over the curvature, right? And the big hump of water or whatever is getting in the way of your vision, like obstruction. Most globers believe that only obstruction can account for this, which is why when you present them Canigou shot, they still want to point to the bottom, because they're so programmed in their mind that only obstruction of a physical kind can cause anything from the bottom of anything to disappear.
Sure, I understand that, but there are some anecdotal go-tos that are presented to people at school which don't warrant any robustness if they're evaluated properly. But that's the same in any subject.
Yeah.
So if you taught history at school, what history you're taught as an 11-year-old is usually turned in some respects on its head. But if we were still being taught history, but something 19 anyway. But yeah, that's just the way it goes. School education is about preparing you for work. It's not about preparing you for thinking.
Yeah. Well, when I found out about this stuff, I took my graphics program, I drew out a bunch of angles, I drew the lines to the bottoms of things, I looked back at the propagation angles, and I said to myself, as an artist, how come I never thought of this before? And I think the answer is because we don't imagine as we go around in life that we're missing anything in our vision, because every part of our vision is filled with something. Everywhere we look, there's color. We can't imagine that the reason why perspective exists is because there's these massive chunks of visual loss occurring. And of course, the most massive chunk occurs as things approach 0 degrees in your field of view, because that's when all the propagation angles are below your angular resolution limit, which would always happen in your vision most prominently on the ground as you're looking across the horizon. And the bottoms of things happen to be on the ground. So of course, as they enter that limit, they would be the thing first to disappear. Now that's pretty counterintuitive because we don't really see that way at close ranges. We don't experience it. Like when you look out in your car dashboard, you see everything. You don't see things being cut off. But this doesn't really happen until it starts to reach the extreme angles, which just so happens to be, by coincidence, for a 6 foot tall observer, if you do the triangles out from the eye at 0.2 degrees is the limit of the human eye, it hits the ground. If you draw out a straight line underneath your man, approximately the same distance as the horizon that they. In fact, the factor is almost the same. In the Rayleigh criterion, it's 1.22 times, 1.225, I believe. And in the globe Earth calculation, it's 1.220 or 1.222 times, right? Very similar. And they line up at the horizon almost identically. Extremely coincidental.
Mm.
And so I went out to a 300-meter lake, right, where there's absolutely no discernible curvature that would be there based on the model. And you could just lower your head down and you could see things disappearing before you even get to the water. Some days I could see the entire kayaker disappear all the way up to his head, and then his paddle will come out. Definitely the other shoreline disappears. The bottom of the reeds disappear. The yellow brick that is at the boat ramp disappears. And what's interesting is you can float yourself just ever so slightly, so the height of your eye is changing just by a fraction. And you can watch things blink in and out of existence over and over again just by bobbing your head up and down. And there is nothing anywhere around me, whether by globe prediction or by anything I can ascertain, that is a greater height across the surface of the water than those objects on the other side. Literally makes no sense if anybody would claim that there would be. You could literally go there and be like, look, the water line is here on the shore and there on the shore. It's obvious that these things are higher than the water line. Now, if you press that to an honest glober, their only answer would be, well, it's obviously optical effects that's causing the bottoms of those things to disappear. And then you'd be like, no, duh. So if that's the case on a small scale, what do we need the curve of the Earth to explain it on a larger scale? I think it's because in the past people looked out and saw it happen, didn't really understand optics that well, didn't really have advanced optics or anything like that, and they just like inferred it. Like, well, since I was 3 years old, every time an object disappears, something's blocking it, so it must be the case here.
Best case scenario.
And that's really what matters at the crux of the issue, because there will be other arguments that say, oh, well, what about these interpretations of things in the sky? If the earth is flat, then these things in the sky don't seem to make sense to me. Well, they don't matter. The ground and the sky are not logically contingent upon each other. If the ground measures flat, it's flat. There's no other answer that needs to be known. Anything in the sky after that is hearsay. Yeah, so thank you for listening, and feel free to come back and ask me any questions or anybody else that knows more in depth about any of the topics I've discussed, especially the laser tests. Obviously, the FE core one is the one I was speaking about. There's a PDF for that. Someone can link it to you if you don't have it.
No, I've seen the F4 stuff.
Yeah, sure.
Through.
Okay. All right, but I'm taking off for now because I gotta go put my son to bed, and y'all have a good evening.
Likewise.
And you. Take care.
Yo, Elijah, yep. Elijah, you up? Anybody here?
I'm here.
Who was that?
Truth. Flat Earth.
Oh, truth. You want to go flat smack or at least scientifically smack this kid that's live? Talking about gravity and evolution and Big Bang are scientific theories.
Sure, you bringing him here?
No, he's live on TikTok, right? And you can request to get a to join, and he'll let you join.
I'm good, man. I got enough people in my life to do that. If
Yeah,
they come here, it's fine. I'll
he
try.
got a complete misconception of theory, a scientific theory, and
Yeah, they all do.
it's yeah, he'll be easy to smack. It is this. I mean, it's 1,000 people watching. Nice promo for 24/7. Like you really want to know truth? Go to 24/7.
Yeah, man. Something like Elijah said the other day. I don't like to go on two shows at the same time. This one is it. You know, like when you're watching TV and you're watching a series or a movie. I don't like to watch one movie halfway, then the other movie halfway, and then finish the first movie. I like to stick it out here. If they come
Yeah,
here,
understood.
it's all good.
Understood.
But thanks for the offer, though.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yo, anybody here?
Just me falling asleep on the mic.
Okay. We've got a no roles person here named Question. They want to go up to the VC check-in, or they wants to try to talk to him here, or whatever. Got hot dogs still in here, but they're on deaf, and the rest of it's usual suspects, looks like. A Question, if you can hear me, you can follow me up to the VC check-in. I'll get you checked in. Other than that, I guess I'll shut up till somebody starts talking.
Looks like we all passed the hell out. Or I did, and I'm just projecting. We got Jarva Games among us. What brings you through the server, Jarva Games?
You know, it's been a long night, you know what I mean? Yeah, so I've got a feeling that these funny flat earthers, you know, we're gonna go to Jupiter, gonna go to Mars. Yeah, but hold on, have a little bit of me energy drink. And then, you know, cause last night I was out partying really hard, you know what I mean? So today, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go online and like, try to like, you know, talk to these like flat earthers, you know, because we're gonna have a party on Jupiter. Who's coming, man? Alright, hold on, I need to have a little bit of me energy drink. Yeah, I don't need one of them, yeah, like running Red Bulls or something, you know, just I wanna go to Jupiter, gonna bring some alcohol, gonna bring my gal cause she's gonna do it, oh yeah. I'm gonna go and have a big fun on Jupiter. I'm gonna put my flag in one of the moons on Jupiter. Hold on, need a little bit of me energy drink. Need a little bit of me energy drink and a little bit, to bring a little bit of alcohol. We should bring something for eating too, because I don't know, we should bring barbecue maybe. Bring barbecue, yeah, we got the bar. Alright lads, alright, we decided we all want to go to Jupiter to show these stupid flat earthers that you can't really, you know, you can't just say that the earth is flat, you know what I mean? Like, hold on, I need some of me energy drink. Hold on, need me energy drink. A long night last night, now partying with my girlfriend, you know. Now I'm gonna get online. I'm gonna tell these flat earthers, you know, you can't just criticise anything, you know. You can totally just get a rocket. Let's just get a rocket. Let's get our own rocket. Right, fuck it, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, we just got together and just, you know, decided, you know, like, if we could do a meeting like at the UN or something, we could just decide that we was going to go to the moon, you know, again we could launch pad party on the moon. Hold on, need some of me energy drink. Hold on, need a little bit of me energy drink. Yeah, need a little bit of me energy drink. Hold up. Some Red Bull or something. Yeah.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna,
How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I want to speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't want to hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When a so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different time, same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything of truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
Met a man the other day who thought the earth was flat. I said, man, you must be crazy. Where the hell is your tinfoil hat? But he spoke with such conviction, and he believed the words he spoke. And something deep inside me knew this couldn't be a joke. But why would he believe this? And why believe such things? 'Cause everybody knows the earth's a ball and that it spins. Well, you must be pretty crazy if you think the earth is flat. 'Cause we all know that it's a globe, and that's a simple fact. So I said, what about the photographs that NASA takes from space? He gave a knowing smile and told me, man, those things are fake. But what about the videos that I've seen with my two eyes? What about them? He replied, have you heard of CGI? Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I was kind of skeptical, but I have an open mind. And what he said was interesting, and I've got a little time. So I grabbed myself a doobie, and I started watching vids. 'Cause if NASA's really lying, then they're lying to my kids. And as I watched, I got angry as I learned of the deceit. The global Earth deception was right there at my feet. Well, holy shit, this could be true. What if we're not on a globe? The more I learned, the more I yearned, the more I started to probe. I upturned every rock of information I could find. I started to unlock the truth, the war upon my mind. I had 1,000 questions I just couldn't understand. I had to meet that man again, that flat Earth, man. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I caught him up that evening, and he agreed to meet. He was very welcoming, and he showed me to my seat. He said, I see you've done some research, my open-minded friend. I know you'll have some questions, which we'll get to in the end. First, take a look at what's on these walls, paintings of a globe. I painted every single one of these, don't you know? You see, back in the day before computers, I was in demand. An artist painting everything I saw upon the land. Landscapes were my favorite, I was awfully good at those. Many people told me that they looked just like photos. And then one day I got a call from a real important dude. He asked me if I'd like a job and said the money's good. Well, what's the job, I asked him, then I'll wait for his reply. You'll be painting globes for NASA, then he promptly said goodbye. Well, I was sworn to secrecy, I could not tell a soul that I just got myself a job with NASA painting globes. My work was published globally in every magazine to fool the people of where we live, a truly evil scheme. See, we don't live on a globe, he said, the earth is truly flat. I've been on the inside and I know that that's a fact. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, we talked until the sun came up and my mind was truly blown. This man had challenged everything that I thought I'd known. And finally it was clear to me to why these bastards lie. And finally it was clear to me about the reasons why. It's all about control, you know, to get inside your head. It's all about the money too, they got an awful lot of bread. $50 million, man, what could you do with that? That's what NASA gets a day to hide the earth is flat. You see, if they can get you to believe that you're on a spinning ball, well, things like God and creation just make no sense at all. It all exploded from nothing, right, with their theory of Big Bang. It's true satanic mind control from the Freemasonic gang. You see, it's only Freemasons that get to go to space. They're the evil bastards who are lying to your face. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man, the whole thing is such a fraud. The only reason they exist is to hide a loving God. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. They're a lying scumbag. Take some time, man. Look into it. I did. Now my mind is truly blown. The truth will set you free.
Damn, nigga.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer
space, or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it. You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Hey, if we want to time out the music for a second, we got a VC verse. Toggle. Are you there? Hello, Toggle. Can unmute your mic, at least say hi. Or not. All right, I guess back to music. Unless somebody's got a topic or something.
Mic check. Quiet as shit in here.
You're good. I hear you.
Awesome. Where the hell is everybody?
I'm about to do paperwork and poof myself. So I just got home from work.
Did you walk?
No, I drove. And
That
like
cost.
um job pays for it. Let me grab my last receipt.
Oh, there you go.
Let's see. $57 for 13.26 gallons.
Man, the ignoramus is around here, man. What is the moon if the Earth is flat?
Man, I don't know. Well, driving tonight, the moon was bright enough, and I felt like I could turn the lights off on the car and still be able to see, because I could look out in the fields next to me and see the layout of the land. Like, it was bright and the clouds were still out. It was awesome.
Damn.
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty weird, man. That I knew that the Epicureans invented space, man. I didn't know they invented aliens too.
Wow. I was thinking it was the earliest was Babylon, because the way they describe certain things in their myths, especially the way the what was it, Ancient Aliens laid everything out. That TV series.
Houston, we have a problem.
The fraud that is SpaceX. The whole thing is definitely a hoax, so I'll kind of walk you through it. There's several points that are easy to point out as clear perception. This first part here, pay attention to this guy sitting in the chair. See how he rocked back, hands on his stomach there? You'll notice that just a couple seconds later here, that the video went right back to that same shot again. So just a quick deception. You'll see we're back in that same room. Again, you'll see this guy in the blue shirt. He'll do the same move again. Hands on the stomach, rocks. The people in the background, I've tried to take a look at. They look fake to me. At times you do see them cheering, or it doesn't seem like it ever coincides with what's going on in the building. So to me, it is fake. This is the Falcon that took off on April 14th. So I kind of watched the whole thing and watched the Dragon dock with the ISS. The whole thing is a joke. I would love comments from anybody out there who's going to try and tell me that this is real, this is what goes on in space. Please come comment, tell me how you believe it, because it's 100% false. Now watch right here, you'll see this big old baggy section here or something that just raises up out of nowhere. No idea what that is. No idea even where that camera shot is. Is it inside the rocket? If you watch that takeoff of that rocket, watch the camera as it goes up. It never moves, never shakes, doesn't tremble. It just stays completely still. That right there is impossible. There's no way you could have that happen on a rocket to space. You couldn't get a camera to stay that still with somebody who's walking down the street, let alone flying to space. So again, I still don't know what's going on in this image here. Now there, you see it drop its, I forgot what it's dropping there, going to the second stage, but look at the picture behind you. I mean, that is not the Earth. Why is it all of a sudden glowing white? Is this a particular camera that only can be used during this stage switch? I mean, it just makes no sense. These particles supposedly flying off in space, as you see some of them that I'm circling, they're not going in a consistent direction. Space would be, once it starts off in a certain direction, it has to continue in that direction forever. That's what we were taught. That's what we're told. But look at, we've got these little particles that are just kind of floating. Then other pieces will fly very quickly by. And I stayed on this shot because if you watch the Earth here, watch how pieces will actually now come off the Earth towards the little shuttle there, or whatever the hell that is. Then they'll take you back to the NASA headquarters, and I just like pointing out these people that look like they're sleeping. This guy's sleeping. This girl over here has no clue what she's doing. I mean, none of these people are even working. Is this their job? Another thing I noticed yesterday was that doesn't appear that there's any keyboards. So it looks like they're just all sitting, staring at screens. Kind of reminds me if you've ever been gambling or horse racing late night at the casino in Vegas. This is what you see at 2 a.m. in the sports book. Just people looking like their life is over. They'd rather be anywhere else. But yeah, they show you this. I don't know what we're supposed to think here, that this is exciting or that these people are really important. I mean, imagine if you have a space shuttle going, let's say, to the moon, Apollo 11. Would you really put your life in the hands of all these people sitting at computer screens? The buttons they press mean nothing. They don't have any control over anything. So here I was pointing out again that there's little bits and fragments that are peeling off of the Earth, and who knows why. I mean, the whole thing is disgusting, really. It is not real in any way. And if somebody's got any tips, or if they think it's real because their brother went to space or something, hey, comment. I would love to hear it, because all I see here is complete. It's not even good fakery. It's crap. Look at this. This is the extending of the solar panels. I mean, what is this? First of all, you saw that. I don't know if I pointed it out at the top of the screen. That's a light. That is nothing more than a light from the inside of a studio that shows up in the top as that thing opens. Let's see what's next here for this fabulous CRS-6 launch. So now they're showing inside the International Flight Center room, is what they call it. And you'll see here that none of these people are doing anything important. So in some of these videos, I will skip ahead a little bit till we find... Oh, here's the approaching Dragon. You can see it down at it's at the top of the screen. You'll notice that the clouds are not moving, not morphing at all like real clouds would. You'll also notice that the Dragon itself will never get closer during a camera shot. It will cut away and come back, and each time it's a little bit closer, a little bit closer, a little bit closer, but you never actually see it getting closer to the ISS. Okay, so now notice here, what happened to the Earth? So you see we just skipped ahead a little bit, and now the Earth is gone. We still have that same view. We're still looking down from the top of, I guess, the ISS. You can see the Dragon at the top of the screen. Now it just went to a completely disgusting screen. Who knows what's going on there? This is my least favorite person in the world. Something Cristoforetti. She did not put hairspray in her hair today. It's impressive. So you see I am just skipping around a little bit here. I actually watched this whole thing. It was painful. First of all, look at this disaster. Look at this mess. These are scientists. I mean, this is disgusting that they just have wires and computers. It's meant to look like they're doing something. They're not doing anything. They were taking video camera pictures and photos. So now all of a sudden it's black outside. Just a second ago it was, we could see the clouds, if you recall. Earth was bright blue right in front of us. Now all of a sudden we just see lights coming in a black sky. It'll keep showing these guys like they're important. This guy over here just reads a paper the whole time, and this other guy looks like he'd rather shoot himself in the face and sit there. And here's these two. I know the one guy's name is Viril or something, and this is Cristoforetti. Notice her hair is nice and flat today. If you ever see her on her once a week calls that she does with schools or something, she'll put all that hairspray in her hair and have it stick straight up. But not today. She must have woke up late or something. So yeah, they're just sitting in this messy little, what they call the cupola, which is the circular windows that they take the pictures. Again, we flip back. We just see the red and green light approaching. I mean, this is 2015. This is not 1936. This is how bad of the video that we get. The whole talk this whole time was that this girl, Cristoforetti, was going to use some Canada arm, and it was going to grapple with the dragon. And I mean, it's just ridiculous. They must have repeated it. If you watch it, go watch it on YouTube and just count the amount of times that the guy says the words grapple or the times that it would happen. And it's just ridiculous. Robotic arm, Canada robotic arm number 2, and will grapple with the dragon. And I mean, it's just over and over. It's like, it's just terrible. So this view here is showing some of these guys, and I was just pointing out that they really look like they're doing nothing. I don't see any keyboards. Looks like just computer screens. And looking up at the big board up there, you notice they've got the, not the flat Earth map, but the flat map on the screen. Here's these 3 guys again. Notice this guy is still reading the same piece of paper. Don't know what his job is. And the guy with the beard still looks like he wants to kill himself. And who knows what the guy in the blue is doing. But all this is just nonsense. It's meant for you to tune in, see that they're doing it, say, oh, space is real. And then you disappear and go tell all your friends how cool Elon Musk is. And he's not cool. This is just all continued propaganda. I mean, the sad thing is this has been going on 56 years that we've been dealing with this, and everybody just accepting it, and it's getting just disgusting at this point. They're not getting any better at it. They probably did their best work in 69 to 72, because since then, this is technology caught up with them. And they know that they can't fake something that we wouldn't notice, so they've got to kind of almost dummy it down so we don't see something fantastic and say, hey, that's not real. So instead they show us these crappy images, and I mean, look at this now. Where did this glare come from? I mean, that is just horrendous, that video. Now here I'm going to be checking. I want to show you that it's going to get daytime here in a second. Supposedly they see a sunrise every 45 minutes or 40 minutes, something like that. And so you'll see here in a second it's going to get daytime. And just pay attention to the fact of when is it daytime inside the ISS, when is it daytime outside where they're showing the dragon. It's just a complete mess. They can't keep anything in order. And it's just all the proof that you need to clearly see that SpaceX is a joke. NASA as an extension or Big Brother, whatever you want to call it, is a joke. This guy is a joke. And Cristoforetti is a joke. And all these astronauts who are pretending. Now, did you notice there he looked at his watch? He looked at his watch and now he's pressing some buttons or doing something, twisting something up there, and then all of a sudden it's going to turn daytime. So who knows? I don't like to make any accusations. I just think that they're all jokers, and it's like a big acting gig. None of this stuff is real. Believe me, if you were up in the Space Center where an item, this dragon, is about to dock with your spacecraft, meaning it could go offline, it could veer, who knows what could happen. It could blow up and blow a hole into the space. None of these guys are wearing any kind of suits. One little puncture into this ISS and these guys are all dead. So that they're not up there. And you'll see now the sun coming in. You're getting glare, but you can clearly see that the sun would be coming from the upper right in this view, which will be important later. So now we're back outside and you'll see there's this glare that was there 5 minutes ago. It's the same glare. So if you're going to say that glare is from the sun, then how come the sun was 5 minutes late getting into the ISS? These things are very close now. Makes no sense. They showed that 5 minutes too early. If you pay close attention, you'll see that this thing is supposedly correcting its position by shooting out little, see that? Little, who knows what, little jet streams, little little rocket boosters. You saw that one spit out. See another one from the lower right here. Now this is interesting because in a minute you will actually see it shoot from the solar panel. So there is no rocket booster on the solar panel. We saw that get deployed. So keep watching where I have the mouse here, and you'll see it's always shooting out from the bottom. There's another one from the right side. And in a second, it will just randomly shoot out of the solar panel. There's another one from the right. But do you see that there's another one from the lower left? Do you see the glare too? What is the glare? What are those lights? Up there went. See, it just shot out of the solar panel for no reason. But what are these glares? What is this? I have no idea what any of that is. Space would be a lot more black. There would be a lot more stars. We don't see any stars. And that's the same thing they couldn't do when they went to the moon, or supposedly went to the moon. They couldn't show stars because they knew that people would be able to figure out the time and make sure the stars were in the right spot. So what do? They just erase them. They're just completely gone. Now we get another view from above, which now notice this. We'll just switch positions all over for camera angles of this dragon. Right now we're kind of above it and way to the left. In a second it will just switch views and we'll be straight on with it. It's a joke. See behind there's no stars at all. Where's the sun coming from? It's just the glare is there. And then you go to this view. Now where's the glare on the dragon now? Now it's a clearer picture. We're still kind of halfway night. Kind of actually looks like a blue background. Oh, now they switch and it's daytime. You can see that clearly the clouds are lit up with sun on the earth below. But why do we see night from other views? So, I mean, if just watching this video doesn't tell you that it's a complete hoax, where did the solar panels go? Now we got dragon floating with no solar panels. So, I mean, if you can't see this for what it is, then I don't know what to tell you. You can go about your merry way loving NASA and loving Elon Musk and SpaceX and how awesome it is that we'll all get to tour the planets in years and we'll be on Mars in 3 years. And I mean, if you believe that, you're out in left field because we can't go to space. I mean, how much more proof do you need that nobody goes? Nobody's been to space. Nobody's going to space. It's all a hoax to get you to believe in cosmology and stars that are actually suns and planets that we can go land on. They're not actual bodies, I don't think, that we can land on. So you'll see now we have this video and the people from outside are all gone. There is some people inside. They don't look like they're working. But I don't know why we have to go to this view. Who cares that there's 6 people sitting at computers in this room? I don't care. So you see we're back looking at the dragon. Floats majestically through space. It's such a joke. Now we got panels back. And you'll notice, again, like I've pointed out in every other video, what do we always see on the Earth? Water. Water, 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 water. Like the ISS only flies above water. No, it's just because you'd be able to tell how fake it is if it was land. Like you can't tell this is fake. Look at the disaster. Clean up your mess. And this girl just pisses me off. Sorry if I sound frustrated. I hate this stuff. I hate what NASA and SpaceX became or are about. It's just, it fucking sucks is what it does. Because I've never been a big fan. It's not like I'm one of those people that loved space. There's a lot of people that will kill over space. Like, man, we go to space. We fly rockets, the Atlas, the V5. And I mean, it's just nonsense to me. I could care less. But the fact that all this money, I mean, we're talking $1 trillion. $1 trillion is how much NASA has gotten in tax money since 1972. So that's after Apollo. $1 trillion. They've done shit. And I mean, if you ask people that are NASA loyal, they'll tell you how many things they invented. Like, they don't understand that people would have invented those things anyway. Like, NASA invented the microwave. Do you enjoy using the microwave? Do you enjoy Teflon? It's like, yeah, people invented that, not NASA. NASA is an entity. People invented things, not NASA. So anyway, sorry, I'm getting upset. You'll notice there that they just showed the panels were black. Now they're gray. So now they're black. Now the Earth is going this way, and now we get this view, and it's sickening. Now we got this view. Now we got the black panels. Earth floating underneath us. Again, not getting any closer. Clouds, none of them moving. Look at Dragon, not moving. He's just stuck there in this view. So they'll switch the camera. Now this is classic. This is a JPG image. And if you see, if I'm going to skip forward here, this is how they showed it. Notice how I'm skipping ahead a little bit at a time, and they actually show it getting closer on the JPG file. I mean, what a joke. This guy's still looking at that same paper. Very important paperwork there. Oh, he's going to write something down. That's good. He did his job for the day. Pay him his 150 grand. And here we go. I'm going to skip a little bit ahead, and you'll watch these things kind of suck forward. You see this lady's ready to kill herself. Again, this is just showing kind of the path that it's on. Does anybody think this is real? I mean, come on. Now look at it skip forward so we can see they can change the JPEG image. Wow. That is impressive what these people are capable of. This lady's ready to kill herself. Oh, now we get to skip forward again a little bit. See it move forward. Oh, there we go. Move forward. I mean, this is what they're selling us as the footage. It's a joke. This lady here is texting, so you can see how important her job is. Text, text, text. This lady here wants to kill herself. If there was a gun anywhere nearby, she would just put it to her forehead. This girl's still texting. A lot of very important things going on. This lady here is just, she's ready to kill over. I mean, what are they doing there? This is what our tax money goes to, folks. If you live in the United States and you pay taxes, which you just paid the other day, or in the last few months, this is what it goes to, so that you can get beautiful fake ball Earth doing what isn't even a rotation. That's like a passing from left to right. Oh, now look how close it is. I mean, this is a joke. It is so disgusting that they try and pass this off. And it's not even that they try and pass this off. 98% of people believe it. That's what's disgusting. I mean, it's even worse than the fact if somebody tries to fake something, we all call it out as fake. They get shamed. They go into their little corner and cry. But no, everybody builds these guys up. I mean, if you talk to anybody about Elon Musk, like they think he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. I think he's a nothing and nobody. I think he's another paid government shill. Now, in a second here, you're going to see some lighting issues. Now, watch here. The Earth is up. Now it's bright. What's going on here? Now it's dark. Okay, so is the sun going away? The sun must be setting. It's the only thing I could think of that would call up. Now it's bright. Up. Now it's setting. Up. Now it's almost dark. I mean, what is going on here? This is disgusting. The whole thing must be some sort of joke. Because I can't figure it out. I mean, what is this view? This is asinine. What are we supposed to believe that is? That's floating in space? That's going 17,000 miles per hour through space? It is not. Oh, lighting issues. We got the sun. Is it going up? Is it coming down? Up? It's getting brighter. I mean, you can see that is a model. That's a model of Earth and a little model that somebody built of a little tiny little dragon. And that's what's going on here. It's little models and bad lighting instructors and nothing more. Oh, now we're back to this view. Of course, now it's even closer. Did you expect anything different? But what happened to the Earth? Wasn't the Earth just there? I can't keep up. This guy with the beard really, really wants to find the nearest guillotine. He has had enough fun for one day. This girl, if I haven't mentioned yet, she's pathetic. Christopher Hoaxie or whatever her name is. I mean, what are we watching here? This is painful. And this is where our tax money goes so that they can waste it, build little models, and run around and laugh at everybody. That's all they do. I mean, who knows what's going on here? Supposedly she's supposed to use some mechanical arm and grapple with the dragon. And, oh, isn't this cool? It's like, no, this is crap. I don't believe any of it. Like I said, if somebody out there believes that this is what's going on, this is really space, please speak up. This is a joke. I mean, it's just getting terrible. It's just, luckily it's almost over. You can be done listening to me for today, which is probably pretty bad, but it can't be as bad as actually watching this thing live. Nothing could be that bad. Now we got lighting again. The light goes out, and the light comes back, and the light goes out. I mean, what is going on? What are we supposed to think? Now the Earth is gone again. There was just Earth below there, not more than 5 minutes ago. Who knows what's going on? I can't figure it out. That's for sure. Now, do you see below there? There's a little stick. You can even see the little stick holding up the dragon. It cannot get any faker. On my life, I have not touched this video. This is exactly as it was. Now, if you watch her, she turns around over here. Now, watch this. She just turns a little knob, and here comes all the sun. So what knob did she turn? Is the sun over there? We thought the sun was to the upper right earlier. So, I mean, who can keep track of what's going on here? I can't. So now we're back on this view. And if you look below the dragon here, do you see that pole? It's kind of hard to see now. But what they're basically trying to do is adjust the contrast so you can't see the pole. It's like they can't even use wires. They've got to use a pole. It's disgusting. Also, if you agree with me, please comment. Tell me I'm not the only one in the world that sees this and wants to kick Christopher Eddy in the face and Elon Musk and everybody who works at NASA. Oh, now we got some lights on here. Woo, we need those lights. Yeah. Now watch here in a second. You're going to see, what is this line? Did you see that? It'll go back to it. Do you see the line? There's a line going right through that. I mean, it cannot be any more of a hoax. It's disgusting. I mean, who's with me? Let's just go to SpaceX and walk in there like, what the fuck's going on here? This is a hoax. We're not stupid. Oh, Lord. Anyway, I rewound it to see exactly how long it was before when the sun rose. Okay, so here it was dark, which we have, so I can't read that number too well. It was a 54. So if you add 45 minutes to 54, 40 after, and you'll see that we're well past that, and it's still not light. So they're just choosing when to turn on the sun and when to turn it off. I mean, honestly, that's what they're doing. They manipulate the time because it's all done either on a soundstage or I don't know. They're not in anywhere near space. Nobody can go there. That's obvious. We've never been there. This guy here, they hate their lives. This girl here, I mean, she was so proud of herself. That was all she did. You guys just saw her grapple with the dragon. That was it. They stuck a big magnet to it. See that thing? Is that flying 17,000 miles through space? Oh, boy. Guys, you tell me what you think. I've only got one word for it, and that word is bullshit. This lady's finally ready to kill herself. She's like, I'm out of here. Where's my gun? This lady's finally done texting. Busy day at NASA. Till next time, guys, this is Jeranism reminding you to tell the truth. Don't be fraudsters and hoaxsters and jokers and losers like Elon Musk, NASA, and the rest of the fucking clowns.
How real is this flat world? Some things to consider. Let's start off with a bold statement, one that some of you have heard me say over the last 5 years. If the world is flat and it's enclosed, then it's probably digital. I say digital because the word virtual seems to have lost its meaning, like artificial intelligence or smart when referring to electronics. Digital may seem like an older term, but it still applies. Why does this make perfect sense to me? Well, for starters, I'm older and had the pleasure of working in the tech field since its infancy. I was one of the first kids at my university to have their own computer. I played video games for a living during the 90s and then taught proprietary software for the better part of 20 years. The short version is I know what the industries have been striving to do for decades, and it is the one aspect of our future that has almost reached its potential. Most of what was promised to us since we started building machines has never been realized. No one has flying cars or ray guns or robot servants. I suppose there are special military programs that have achieved some of these goals, but the general public will never see them for various reasons. Flying cars are too risky. Ray guns are way too dangerous, and robot servants, well, you've seen the movies. No happy endings there. The one ladder we did scale was information technology, or IT. That progressed very quickly, and the leaps we made in that arena were astounding. We have basically put small computers in just about everything, and the large ones have been dedicated to creating virtual worlds, or what I like to call the ultimate escape. Maybe it's the only true escape. Human beings seem to be designed to want escapism. We've all heard that. It comes in various forms, from alcohol to drugs, and yes, many different kinds of entertainment. Anything that distorts or triggers our suspension of disbelief qualifies. Suspension of disbelief is, by the way, the reason why you get emotional when you watch television, movies, or even read a book. Drugs and alcohol are kind of a poor man's virtual reality and doesn't require much thought. They smudge the canvas of our world and give the illusion that you are somewhere else. The stronger the drugs, the stronger the illusion. Some of you know what I'm talking about. Books, television, and movies require some imagination, and a good story in any form can transport you to another world, but you have to buy into it. If the story isn't realistic, the effect doesn't work. What all entertainment has been striving to do since the 1990s is to create an immersive experience. One that can transport you but requires no suspension of disbelief, no buy-in. We've had some interesting revelations during the evolution of these software simulations. The first is that almost all groups or companies use the same programming techniques. Just about every piece of 3D software that has been created, be it Fortnite, Minecraft, GTA, and all earlier titles, are all built on a flat, closed world, similar to a cake box. In fact, everything you see above you in these realms uses what is known as a skybox system. Even those that display a dome-like structure have to eventually square off the edges, which is why I keep using the word box. Computers still can't do some of the things that we do. One is, of course, be self-aware. We will get into that later. Another is that computers can't draw true circles. Not because they aren't smart enough to do it, it's because we haven't figured out a way to tell them how to do it. That's something to think about. If you zoom in on any circle drawn by a computer, it will start to get pixelated or square off into right angles. The same goes with large areas. Eventually, you have to draw a straight edge border. Why? It's more efficient. We can create illusions of spherical things like the moon and other planets, but up close they are always just bunches of little boxes. The same goes for the flatness of these realms. They are all built using a perfectly flat base. Mountains and valleys are of course added for texture, but the outer edges are always perfectly level with each other. Why? Because programming a curvature is much more complex. Developers are notoriously efficient, and the player isn't going to notice anyway. People don't notice the missing curve in simulations because they never see it in real life either. The curve of the real Earth is supposed to be 8 inches per mile squared. But it is only assumed. See what I'm doing here? This also happens in some simulations. Warcraft being the perfect example. The game itself is built on a perfectly flat framework. Originally designed in 2004, but Warcraft globes that included continents were added to various rooms in later versions, and that subtle reinforcement worked. Now, younger players think the world of Warcraft is built on a globe framework. We believe the world that is presented to us. That line is from the now 20-year-old movie The Truman Show, which proposed that people born into a created reality will believe anything that is told to them by the authority. Other movies have attempted to show us the potential of virtual worlds, the most high-profile being the Matrix trilogy, which started in 1999, otherwise known as the greatest year in movies. Probably the most thought-provoking was a lesser-known movie from 1999 called The 13th Floor. It was a remake of a 1973 German film called World on a Wire, which was itself based on a 1964 book called Simulacron 3. As you can see, we've been thinking about this ultimate escape long before computers were even a common term. I'm going to spoil the movie for you, but please do watch it anyway. People in a company that creates virtual worlds discover that they also are living inside a virtual world. And yet, outside the movie, in our real world, as we inch closer to creating our own perfect simulations, we have already started seeing hints that maybe, just maybe, This place isn't what we first thought it was. The most obvious is the double slit experiment, which seems confusing when you read it. I'll give you the super simple version. Have you ever made a face at someone when they aren't looking, then they turn your way and you make your face normal again? That happens all around us, all the time, to everything. Ask any scientist and they will avoid the topic, which is interesting considering they were the ones who first discovered it. When you have your back to something, it's not being rendered or drawn at its highest possible quality. When you stare at it or observe it in any way, then it does. Why is this so important? Because this is what we do in simulations right now. If you're playing a character in a building, then everything outside that building is not drawn at all. It's called conservation of resources, and we do it for obvious reasons, because it's more efficient. Why waste computer power? So why is this happening here? Why is this world displaying traits exactly like traits of our own simulation? And if you think that's the strangest clue to where we live, think again. We've discovered something years ago called neuroscience and free will. The test was simple. Tape some sensors to a person's head and have them pick numbers on a computer screen. Have the subject note the time that they decided to pick the number before hitting the keypad. So when I think of the number 3, just then I thought of it. That's one of the ways we define being self-aware, that we can choose these things out of thin air, right? We create thought from nothing. Not so fast. It turns out that the computer could tell when we decided to pick that number 8 seconds before we chose it. Maybe that didn't sink in. Think of a number right now. Now understand that a computer can see that thought process 8 seconds ago. It's not possible. Nothing exists pre-thought, unless, of course, all this isn't really interactive, not really live. If you need to pause for a moment or get a drink, I don't blame you. The next few minutes are going to get pretty weird. Science doesn't believe in predestination or lack of free will. We have the ability to make choices on our own. We decide what we do when we walk through our day, what coffee to drink, where to drive, who to talk to. And even if this was some sort of interactive simulation, that would still make sense. We make choices on the fly in real time. That's how it works. It isn't the most efficient process, however. There is a way of doing all this that streamlines everything, something I like to call the interactive movie. It's like a real-time simulation, only you make most or all of the choices ahead of time. You pre-make all the big decisions, where to grow up, career paths, who to marry, etc. And the simulation fills in all the smaller stuff. You don't have to choose to brush your teeth 25,000 times in your life. After the choices have been made, you block all memory up until that point and enter the movie. The system only has to build the path that you took. If you never chose to go to Africa during your lifetime, the system doesn't fully build it. It's there, of course, but only in reference code. And it gets stranger from there, because then you have to ask about all the other people in here with you. How many of them are actually self-aware or real? And how many are NPCs, otherwise known as non-player character? In the movies, that question seems to be all or nothing. In The Matrix, everyone that walked the streets was a real person that fed the system. In the 13th floor, only the user was real, and everyone else were just millions of apps in human form. Which makes more sense. In most cases, programmers create armies of NPCs to interact with the players because no one wants to be a placeholder program. Everyone wants the freedom to run around and do whatever they want. In massive multiplayer games, there is a huge social aspect, where people interact with each other, but what if that could be simulated as well? What if basic conversation could be, for lack of a better word, simulated? I'm sure you've met people who fit this criteria, and it raises even more questions. There are too many different holes we could dive into here, so I'll try to be blunt. It's very possible, even likely, that the percentage of real people in this world is extremely low. And if you are listening to this and understanding that statement, then you are probably one of them. The rest of the masses milling around, sleepwalking through their lives, are just basic characters, like the ones in the movie Vanilla Sky, especially the last 30 minutes of it. If you are one of the very lucky people who got everything I just said and had a mind-bending moment where things started to make more sense, then I envy you. To end this rant, I suppose I need to address the why, and there are two of them. Why not reveal the nature of the world to the people when they enter? Why not give them the freedom and unlimited choices in real time? Why hide that? Because I believe that's where you came from originally. A world with unlimited possibilities, where freedom was like breathing. This Earth is a world full of conflict and restrictions. It's the opposite. And if you realize that, you would want to leave this place every day after a certain age. That defeats the purpose. You already see what can happen here with that kind of situation. If you've ever known or heard about a trust fund kid, you'll understand. A child is told at a certain age they will inherit millions of dollars when they turn 16 or 21 or whatever. Their motivation then tanks and they eventually self-destruct. Not always, but often. Which is why lawyers advise the parents not to tell the children until after university. It also happens with child actors, royalty, and so on. Last but not least is the other why. Why come here? Why did you volunteer to suffer in this place? It's called dualism, and we all know it in one form or another. How do you know true heat without understanding cold? Pleasure without pain, light without shadow. The truly great worlds that exist outside of here in the boundless beyond can only be appreciated when they are taken away from you. Or, as the song lyric goes, you've got to go through hell before you get to heaven.
Help me. I have too many thoughts in my brain. I don't like it.
I don't understand. I don't understand what he's talking about. That there's a computer that could guess your number 9 seconds before you were asked to guess a number.
Yeah, that's why I wanted the video link, because I thought maybe they'd have some reference to that, because I'd be curious to try it, actually.
What technology would that be?
Jeez. I don't know. I wonder, does it need data first to figure out what kind of program you are? I mean, if we want to look at it that way. Like, make 10 guesses and it'll, you know.
I have no idea. He should have elaborated a little bit on that.
I wish.
I was kind of like calling bullshit on that. Is something else going to play, or how does this work?
I think
every time I've come here before, it's just been people talking.
Yeah, no, I think when there's nothing going on, the admin or whoever puts it in.
It's like movie night.
Have you noticed there's not been that many people here in the last, 3
weeks? Yeah,
the
list used to be longer, I think.
I think actually, since the Ukrainian war started, that's when I noticed it. I'm like, oh, where'd the flat earth go? Hardly anybody in there.
Huh.
That was the exact day, yeah.
I don't know. I was always amazed when I found this Discord. The a list of people in the chat.
Yeah, busy.
Like, whoa.
But yeah, no, I haven't seen it like more than this little while. I mean, I don't check every day, mind you, but I don't know.
I think it'll always be the regulars, and then it's just up to us to promote it and
All
bring
right.
new people in. You know what I mean? Like the server's just gonna stay how it is. Like we're always gonna run a solid 20 people, just the regulars. But then if we don't promote it, then it's just gonna sit stagnant.
I had a crazy idea about promoting it. I was in the bathroom in the mall I work at, and just on one of the urinal, the flush things, it was like, oh, look, research vaccine injuries.com or something like that. I thought, oh, like, oh, yeah, that would be a great idea. Just big flat earth Discord link sticker. Like, check it out. I don't know.
Well,
Write
I
some
have
catchy thing.
on my bumper, I have discord.gg/flat earth. Join the voice chat. That's on my
Oh,
bumper.
yeah. That's good.
You custom made your own bumper sticker.
I do sidewalk chalk too.
What do you mean,
Oh,
sidewalk?
yeah. Yeah,
If you can imagine, sidewalk chalk kind of goes away, but it does make a difference, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Like hopscotch, but
It's like
flat earth.
graffiti that goes away eventually.
But that's the thing; they can't really get mad at you either.
No.
I haven't thought of that stuff for years. I mean, decades.
Discord./flat earth too. It's like such a good vanity link. It's so straightforward. Flat earth /flat earth. And that's the vanity link. Discord.gg/flat earth brings you right here.
Vanity link? I'm an old
Vanity
guy.
link. Yeah, see, he bought the vanity link. So instead of it being just random numbers and letters, it's just flat earth. And you can get straight here.
You know, whenever I see like chalk on the sidewalk, I always look. I mean, I can't remember. It's like not being like, I'm just ignore it.
Yeah, you'd have to look at it and try to read it and stuff.
I mean,
your
like,
eyes would just look and it would happen automatically.
Like I always look though. So I mean, if I saw someone actually writing something, I usually read it. It's usually like, oh, peace to the world or something. But
yeah,
it's like, oh, look, a Discord link, huh?
And for me, if I didn't like write it down, I'd get home and go, "What the hell was that link that I saw?" My memory's not that great.
Actually, it'd be a funny experiment to like go into the mall parking lot, print off a whole bunch of just Discord, discord.gg/flat earth, just that.
Yo,
just
you
put
know
it
what's
under people's
crazy, dude?
windshield wipers.
You know what's crazy is I put flat earth on the sidewalk and immediately somebody hit me up on Snapchat like, I know this is you. So I can't graffiti like, like markers and spray paint like earth is flat. Like that would get me like in trouble because people know it's me, dude. It's like I'm the only flat earth guy. I put flat earth on the sidewalk and they know it's me. Like shit, dude.
Oh, what's your hobby? Oh, promoting the flat earth. Oh, that's unique.
Oh, you're insane.
I've been trying to think.
Thing that's annoying, bro, is like I've been teaching for so long, right? So whenever I teach people now, it's like, you've never heard of this before. And when they're like, no, I've never heard of this, like you're the first person I've heard talk about it, I get like genuinely mad. Like, why is there not more people? Why aren't there more people teaching flat earth? Like that shit drives me crazy, bro. Like, have you ever met a flat earther before? And they're like, no. And I snap the fuck out because like, it's getting ridiculous. Like after you learn this, you need to go teach it. Like, or else we're fucked.
It's like you found the Lord and you you're compelled to go out and be an evangelist of the truth now.
I keep trying to figure out ways to get my best friend into it, except he loves space. Like, he fucking
That's the problem.
loves
They
it.
all love space.
He wants to live on Mars the moment he can. I'm like, well, I bet you everything like that'll never happen your whole life.
So delusional.
And
To think,
yeah,
to
but
think
he
they
like
could
yeah.
put a contraption on some rock that's, I don't even know how many million miles they claim away it is. It's just a ridiculous amount, and then it just looks like the desert when you get there. It's I don't know.
What's really funny too is before I got into the flat Earth thing, the first thing me and him were looking at was the Mars rover and the lemmings, the little fucking
Oh yeah,
hamster thing or
the
whatever.
ground squirrel they caught on Mars.
Yeah,
That's great.
and we looked at that and we're just like, oh shit, look at that. That's stupid. I guess it's not real. Huh. And then a little while later, I went down the rabbit hole. I'm like, oh my god, the world's flat. And then he's just like, oh, that's crazy. And then we talked about it more and more and more. And then a little while later, he's like, oh, that lemming thing, that wasn't true. And I'm like, oh, here, let's go get the official picture from NASA's website. Let's do this again. Is that it? He's like, nah, that's just a distortion in the thing. Because I'm just like, oh, right. Because if they're lying to you about Mars, which you want to go there, and you can't, and they can't get there either, maybe they're lying to you about the moon. No, that's not true. So he like just reeled it all back in, just like, no, everything NASA does is real. Oh, that fucking I don't know. It looks like a possum or something that was on the rocket ship. What is that? The thruster thing when they were going into space. Like, what was that? A couple months ago. That like just moves around the edge of the rocket fire thing. I don't know what the hell it's called. And oh fuck, I have that video somewhere. Let me see if I can find it.
Mars is real.
That's cool. I like to look at it with P1000. It looks really funny. All right, let's see if I got this little thing. Oh yeah, okay, here I got the video. Check out Livestream, voice text, 56 minutes after the hour. It's like, is it a possum? I don't know what the hell that thing is. It's like a big rat. But I'm showing them like, man, it's got a fucking tail and ears. Like, what is that? And they're just like, no, that's space debris. What the fuck are you talking about? Look at that.
Who's ready to teach flat Earth? I got somebody here who's ready to learn, dog.
I'm too drunk for this. I wouldn't be very good.
Who wants to learn? Who wants to learn?
If you're too drunk, well, man.
Someone teach me flat Earth.
Well, no, introduce yourself. Tell him.
What do you want to know, Sweet Brown?
No. All right, yo, hello, Dave Hinkle, bro. Dave.
Yo.
It's chemtrail.
Yep.
I have somebody here with me who wants to learn.
Oh, me too.
Oh, cool. All right. Well, then you go first, then, dude.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I don't really know where to start.
Yeah, you learn first. I'll wait.
I don't know where to start.
We'll find out what he believes right now.
How long have you heard about this subject that people are denying the globe, or what have you heard?
My whole life I've been told I live on a circle.
But how long ago did you find out that people were serious about the globe is bullshit?
About 2 days ago.
So you're brand new to it?
Huh?
You're brand new to this subject, basically?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Well, the first thing we need to establish is what you know about the globe and see if you can be honest. You want to do that real quick? You know when, where, and how, anytime anybody measured the curvature of the
What? I don't fucking know. All I know
That's the honest answer. You just believe that somebody did it. You just don't know how they did it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What about the motion of the Earth? You know, anytime in history.
Yeah. Oh, I know about that. There's this one experiment. You
What's
get
that?
like fuck. It's called hold on, let me find it. Forget what it's called. There's something to do with this. You have like a string, and then there's a ball attached to it, and it swings around. And
You're talking about Foucault's pendulum. What do you know about that?
It shows the rotation of the Earth.
How does it do that?
Because it'd be spinning.
Well, do you know that those pendulums have been found to spin all different directions? They're never consistent. It doesn't prove anything. I mean, I can give you video after video just debunking that pendulum.
Okay.
If the Earth was moving underneath that pendulum, it would be moving under airplanes and helicopters and everything else, don't you think?
I don't know what to think.
Well, I'll just tell you right now, if you want to investigate that pendulum for yourself, go for it. But it's basically just it's a parlor trick to fool the masses, is basically what it is.
Oh,
so,
okay.
You know anything else that scientifically where anybody proved the motion of the Earth?
Yeah. By when they're wait, I forgot. You guys don't believe in the ISS or like space.
Well, that's part
really
of the
know.
third question, but if you just want to say you don't know, that you think some smart scientists proved the motion of the Earth, you just say you don't know, right?
Yeah.
You just believe it.
They definitely have, yeah.
Okay, you just believe somebody did it, right?
Yeah, for sure. 100%.
Okay. Third question related to what you just mentioned there, the vacuum of space. The claim from the globe model is that the vacuum of space exists right next to our gas pressure system, which, you know, we're all breathing oxygen, right, at 14.7 here at the surface, PSI. Correct?
All right.
So how is our gas pressure system adjacent or right next to a vacuum of space? How come what's holding the gas here?
So that's our atmosphere, like
the atmosphere is the gases. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
How can we have gas pressure? The question is, how can we have gas pressure without containment, without a container?
You don't need a container when you have gravity pulling in everything.
Well, unfortunately, we have something called the second law of thermodynamics. You ever heard about it?
Yeah.
Well, it establishes that entropy will always increase. High pressure will go to low pressure, right? So, you know of anybody that's ever shown having pressurized gas without some form of containment?
Probably.
Well, please enlighten us, because we've been looking for it for a long time.
Probably like something. I don't know.
Yeah. Let's say you don't know. You agree because you figure some smart scientists figured it out, but you don't know, right?
That's right.
So that's the basic problem with the globe here. That's the three main globe claims, and those are all just beliefs in your mind right now. You can't prove any of them. You agree?
Well, someone else proved them.
You think they did, but you don't know that for a fact, do you?
Well, they do. So.
Okay.
I love this part of the conversation. You're doing great, homie.
Well, I'll open it up for your questions, and anybody else wants to jump in, go ahead.
All right.
I appreciate you being honest. You know, right at this point, we've established that if you live on a globe, it's you believe you do. You don't know for a fact that you do. You know the difference in that?
Thinking I live in a globe is
like the difference between opinion and fact.
Yeah, so
That's
thinking.
So it's an opinion that you think the Earth is a ball. It's not fact.
Okay. The only way to make it fact is to go fly up really high and fly around the Earth and see if it's
Nope.
flat.
Nope,
No.
that's wrong. The only way to establish it as fact is to observe, test, and repeat. It's to put it through the scientific method. It's observe, test,
Yeah.
and repeat. And then you're a scientist, and you've established it as fact. And that's what we've done. And you just need to care for a second. You either care or you don't.
Actually, the shape of the Earth is not even a scientific question. Did you know that, Sweet Broom?
No.
It's just a matter of geometry and measurement. Because they tell us we're on a ball and they gave us the size for the ball, right?
Okay.
So we can do the math. And to break it down real quick, at 1 foot above the surface anywhere on this globe, the edge of the ball, which is the horizon, should be 1.2 miles away. Does that kind of shock you that it's that close?
What?
Say you're 1 foot above the surface, say you're at the beach or something, right?
But what's the baseline surface?
Well,
sea
the
level?
horizon, you agree the horizon is where the sky meets the ground, right? Or the water, whatever you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
So, according to the globe math, if you're 1 foot above the surface, the horizon should, the place where boats start going over, that should appear 1.2 miles away from you, from your observer point. Have you ever been out to the beach? You can see a lot further
Every
than.
day.
Can I break it down, Dave?
Go ahead, Chemtrail.
So
I got to get off here soon anyway.
Watch the boat disappear into the horizon, right?
Where?
You following me? So you're on the shoreline. You're watching the boat go out to sea. It
it goes away.
It disappears into the horizon. It goes into the horizon, not over it. So you take a zoom camera and you zoom in and you bring the whole boat right back into perspective. So it didn't go over the horizon. It went into the horizon. It disappeared. All right. So what happens is, you still following me? You drop the camera down to 1 foot observer height. So you're 1 foot off the beach and you're zooming in. According to the ball Earth measurements, you should only be able to see 1.22 miles. And then things should be over the curve. Do you get me? So you're 1 foot off the beach and you're zooming in.
But how do I see 1.22 miles with my
Because
naked eye?
the curve, well, it's not a naked eye. We have a P900
With
camera.
your naked eye, you see much further than that.
But do you have a tape measure, something to go so you know it's
The
exactly
naked eye is 3 miles. But dude, that's besides the point. According to the ball Earth, 24,901 miles in circumference. You should only be able to see 1.22 miles at 1 foot observer height. Now that has been disproven, dude. So the Earth is not a ball. So when we
that's
see
not
things,
good.
so when we see things further than 1.22, that means they're lying. So when we see
Who's
10
lying?
miles, they are. Use
Who's
your
they?
imagination. Use your imagination. They.
What is
NASA,
they,
RACTA,
them?
JAXA, CIA, FBI, NSA. You know what I mean? Come on, bro. Don't be stupid. They are. They're lying.
Oh, why are they lying about that?
School,
So it doesn't matter why.
at school, the school system, the educational system is born
But don't you think? But what if you go back to the start of the trading system in the whole world, and exploring, when countries
I just
first
feel like you're
started
missing the point,
exploring,
dude. You're
and
missing
they
the
thought
point.
they were going to sail over the edge, and then they ended up finding the United States. They ended up finding Australia.
Really?
They ended up
So
finding
you
all
think?
this from
Wait,
United Kingdom, from Europe.
Mic check.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I remember
Thank
them
you.
teaching
So,
that
do you think
this proved the globe Earth
if you
because
walk in a circle,
Columbus. Yeah, go ahead. Just talk over me. It's okay.
I didn't finish talking. Yeah. So
you're robotic.
You walk in a circle, yeah.
I can't hear you
robotic now.
You're robotic.
Yeah. Okay.
Yo, so you got to stop obfuscating away from water. Just stay on water level. Mic check.
Mm-hmm.
So just stay on water level, sweet brown. Listen, dude. Whatever
Yeah.
you think is happening over flat water. So you said Buddy went, sailed, found America, right? He found America, but the water is still fucking flat, right? You're looking at the moon, it's a light in the sky, but the water is still flat. You gotta fucking show me the curve, right? So if the earth is a ball, then that means it's curving. It doesn't matter what's happening. You got to show me the curve, or else it's called obfuscation. It's called a fallacy. It has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. You see what I'm
Okay.
saying?
All
So
right.
stick with
I have a
water.
question.
Yeah.
So, like,
It doesn't matter, bro. The
you
water's
see?
still flat.
Okay. Moving on. So my question is, like, you know how, like, you look out and you see the moon and you see the sun, right? Those two things exist, right? Right?
Yeah, the moon. We all see the moon. Yes.
And the sun.
Oh,
Yeah.
and the sun. Yep.
So you see how the sun, like, rises in the west? I mean, rises in the east, sets in the
Yes.
west. Like, what
Yep.
does that have
Like
to?
it goes overhead. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, is it the
So
sun moving or are you moving?
it's
We watch it move.
we rotate around the sun, like,
No. When you look up, hold on. When you look up to the sky, what's moving?
The sun is moving.
There you go. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth. Go on, folks.
Simple as that.
Yep.
What if we just rotating though?
Okay,
It
demonstrate that.
doesn't matter, dude. The earth is still a level plane. Do you get what I'm saying? So the sun, the moon, the stars, they're revolving around us. You see it rising in the east, setting in the west, and the water is still flat. Like you did not show me curvature of water. You cannot do it. It doesn't exist. I apologize. Sorry, not sorry.
OMG. I think I'm a flat earther now.
That's cool. I mean, just the ground under your feet has never been moving. You've never felt it move unless you felt an earthquake.
Yeah, earthquakes. Yeah, I feel them a lot.
Okay, well,
Usually
that's not what we're
occurs when
talking
your mom
about.
comes into my room.
This place is not moving. Just believe your own senses. Believe what's obvious.
But
You can't prove that it moves. That pendulum thing is crap. Doesn't prove jack shit.
He's memeing on you.
No.
No, you're not?
No.
You're genuine?
Yeah. So, another question though, like, because I don't really know. Like, what does it have to do with, like, the different continents being able to fit together? Like, you know?
Like they all broke apart at one point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Pangea.
That's a different subject. I don't know. You could look into that.
Alright, okay. I'll join back later.
Okay.
Thank you for inspiring.
Yeah. Come back anytime.
I love it when people come in here with like a list of questions just to fucking like troll.
It's not gonna work.
Who said he was memeing? Who said he was memeing?
That was me.
Yeah, you were right. He was memeing.
I mean, I picked up on it because he said some really sly comment, and I was like, yeah, this is not...
It's like as soon as I said, don't say anything about the sun and moon, just stick to water, and then he said sun and moon, that's when I knew it was like, fuck, man. This is going to be difficult.
Well, he didn't bring any argument or anything.
There's never an argument. You can't argue it. It doesn't exist.
Well, most people will come in and argue with you. But I feel so confident now that we've already been over all these things so many times. It's all dumb. The arguments they have.
That's what I mean. The arguments don't exist. That's why I just stick to water level. And then once like they can't stick to water level, that means that it's over. Like you fucking are joking. There is no argument.
There's refraction over the water level, man.
No, refraction only works up to 12 miles.
Oh no, but the refraction. it could refract the other refraction. And it's all going through a denser medium every mile, so it
Yeah,
totally
whatever
works.
we say, they do have some kind of a debug prepared somewhere, but it's never. It's even worse than the original idea that they're presenting.
Well, when someone says refraction like that, they're just saying that a word in a piece of paper is causing things. That's what they're saying.
Tuck your tail and cluck, bro.
That guy seemed like he was heavily fluoridated, brainwashed on TV. He was like in a trance of a stupor.
Impaired.
Yeah.
It's an adverse reaction from indoctrination and all that
I
comes
know
with that.
they put us in a trance on purpose, It's all psychological warfare operations.
Not just psychological, it's chemical warfare too, so don't forget.
Oh,
It's a
yeah,
mixture.
so it's full spectrum. They're going to poison your food, your water, your air, your mind, whatever goes in your eyes, in your ears. All about mind control. Govern, control, meant, mind. Mind
Oh
control.
no. Hopefully God's there's a anyways, yeah. Some people argue that government doesn't mean that. I wouldn't.
Well, it's not that difficult. Govern. That's like they're going to control. Governor, control. Meant is mind, period.
Yeah. And that's what they do. What they do is control, and they do work with the mind control too. So they do that, even if government doesn't mean it, but they do.
Yeah, right. That's how the few can control the many. They can't have a policeman watching each person, you see. They got to get you thinking a certain way to behave the way they need you to behave. Support the things they want you to support. All right, I guess I'm going to bounce out of here and check you guys later.
Later, bro.
Later.
So we tell the Globers it measures flat. And instead of them going out and checking themselves, they just come here and argue with us. Not one Glober has measured the Earth for curvature. Not one. And I'm going to say that. I will speak for all Globers worldwide. Not one of you has measured the Earth for curvature. You know how I know that? Because we still exist up in here. You haven't shown us one instance of measured Earth curvature. And all we do is show you how flat it is, no matter where we go, no matter how high or how low.
Yeah, tell the Flobus it measures flat.
That's all. Yeah, that's all we need. That's all. I mean, it's like, it measures flat. What else do you want? Do you want to talk about gravity? Why? You don't even have the curvature, dude. Pathetic. So I figured I'd just say that, poke the ribs of a few people out there. Come on, Globers, let's talk about it.
Oh my god, I still can't believe you just said that. I'm offended.
What are you offended by?
The flat Earth.
Wait, who's talking? I swear. You're a flatty, so I don't want to hear it.
I'm trying to
Well,
pretend.
I'm offended that you're offended. So what are you gonna do?
Oh my god, I still can't believe you just said that.
So it's Generation Butthurt Snowflake.
Yeah.
Generation Butthurt. My victimhood equals
Flat hurt.
What'd you say, Metalark?
My victimhood equals power.
For sure. And why not, right? Participation trophies for everybody.
Yay.
Since you offended me, I'm gonna send armed thugs to beat you up.
Oh no. But I can't hurt you with my frail little arms. I haven't worked out ever or anything like that, or even been outside of my house in years.
Right. That's the generation coming up right now. Can you imagine, though, a world built on hard physical labor, mostly, and then you got this next generation coming up that, well, frankly, they're better off with just Velcro shoes. I don't mean to be a dickhead, but it's getting nasty out there. I don't trust the next generation coming up to have, even one cojone, let alone the two.
Only one cajon.
We'll see.
No offense with people with 1 or 0 cojones.
Well, I'm talking more figuratively. I hope the audience gets that. But yes, I mean, even in that situation, right? The more cojones you have, the more testosterone you have, the more apt you are for something, right?
I don't identify that way.
What do you identify as?
Don't identify me with your cojones. It's an artificial construct.
Well, I would hope you don't have my cojones, indeed.
Yeah, you get your own cojones, not his. If you want to get his cojones, his girlfriend might have an issue with that.
You're using my words against me. How dare you?
Right? Don't make me assume my ultimate form. My ultimate cojone form.
An invasion of Antarctica. I never even thought of the expedition replacing that word with invasion. Makes sense to me.
4,000, yeah. 4,000 soldiers. If it's true, why did Homeboy take, the right bicep of the American military and such all the way down there?
Invading Antarctica?
Yeah, 1940. Apparently, Byrd led an invasion of Antarctica. Why he had 4,000 soldiers, a man of war, a fully equipped aircraft carrier, and functioning supply system at his command. He had that down there. Now, why would he do that unless he were afraid of something that he'd have to fight?
They also had this video with weird effects where they were shooting at something supposedly in the skies, and kind of it looked really weird. It kind of looked like made up propaganda.
Yeah, it almost looked like it was fake. Yeah, but I mean, they wouldn't. Why would they lie? This is all real stuff, guys. We need to prepare for meteors, asteroids, and aliens. Okay, let's go.
Well, apparently in the operation that they did, he had like over 3,000 soldiers. They went out there.
Yeah, it was 4,000 soldiers. Are you talking about Bird in 47?
Yeah.
Yeah, over
That's
$4
a
grand
lot
in
of
soldiers.
soldiers.
Yeah.
Well, they figured that that's where the Nazis went. They went south, so they wanted to be prepared.
That actually makes more sense than any other explanation I've heard. Though it is speculation, that to me that adds up.
It is possible that the imagery that we've been getting, I mean, that we got the Antarctica is this frozen land. It's possible that some other areas are not like that, you know? Some other areas might have more, like not a frozen wasteland. So I've seen some footage from the Antarctica, and it definitely looks frozen, whatever we got in the footage. But that probably doesn't mean that's the whole thing. It looks like a pretty big region. I wouldn't be surprised if they having the good time down there.
What if the world invasion by aliens was just Nazi Mark III coming in?
They're definitely pushing that. The alien, kind of like the alien visiting or invasion stuff.
So I got this weird hobby going on Google Earth. I'm looking really precisely at shit in the desert. You wouldn't believe all the weird stuff I find. Here, I'll put a picture of what I just found. I have no idea what the hell this is, but this is sketch, you know, in the middle of the desert, middle of nowhere.
What's in the middle of nowhere? Sorry, I had to take a phone
Here,
call.
I'm gonna post a picture.
Your mind.
I literally just found this as we're talking. I just go to the middle of Africa where it's desert and just zoom in and start scrolling around.
Oh, are you doing the Google Earth thing?
Oh yeah.
Why?
I like to do the same thing, but with the globe priests. It's easy to find the connections in the societies and bloodlines and all that kind of thing.
I mean, I assume this is just fucking a drone that takes all these pictures. But like
planes, drones,
what the hell
balloons.
is this?
Yeah, you know, there's
middle of the desert. Nothing there.
There's probably the combination of all three: a drone that's a plane and a balloon. It goes on forever.
There is no road for like more than 100 kilometers.
It looks like an 8-year-old started drawing tanks, and that's what we see in that picture.
It looks like a cell.
You know what I mean?
Didn't finish forming. It was dividing, but didn't finish, and it just there.
You know what I mean? Like 2D tanks. Kids just drawing on landscape, like
with his finger.
You know what I mean?
Doesn't that look sketchy though?
What do you mean sketchy, dude? Okay, check this out. You're using man-made technology to look at man-edited photos, quote-unquote photos of a place. Like, if you trust anything you see on Google Earth, I might restart your day. I might restart your life.
I don't know, man, but I found my house in Google Earth and I trust it. It looks just like that.
Oh, good. I'm glad that then you trust the entire body of Google Earth because it found your house.
Yeah. I mean, why will they lie?
Well, and then they'll claim it's so much harder to lie than it is to tell the truth. That's what they'll say. One of the smartest people I know, my brother, he's like, dude, you know nobody can keep a secret in the administration. Pfft, come on, you think they'd hide the shape of the earth? They can't even keep a secret about this, that, and the other, and the derp that I saw on CNN, and the Drudge Report, and the fucking Alex Jones. Blah.
Bro, you never seen a movie? The bad guy always, the truth always comes out, you know? You always can tell the bad
I've seen
the bad
movies. I'm just,
Yeah, it's
this
easier
one's
to
fucked up.
it's easier to go to the moon than to fake it.
Right.
Logic.
I love that. That's just
it
genius.
sounds like we have a kind of similar brothers because I have an older brother that thinks like that.
Okay, yeah,
And he's a military guy. He's an engineer. He builds airplanes for a living.
Oh, yeah, yeah, for sure. He thinks he's woke as fuck because he knows that the military isn't here for good or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, he's like, oh, I know this, that, and this. Yeah, so what do you think about the Earth? What do you mean? Well, is there space and planets and all that? Well, absolutely. You know about the Space Force? I'm really excited. Okay.
Space Force.
So, Saigon, I didn't mean to make fun of your, I guess your intentions
Yes,
here.
you did meant to. Yes, you did.
No, I meant to
You
make fun of.
Mean it. You did
some
mean
stuff.
it. Admit it.
Fine, whatever. Anyway, Saigon. What do you think those drawings are on the ground? Do you think those are real and we can go to them? Do you think we'd even know if we were like standing next to one of these?
Yeah, I think that some of these things are definitely real. You can go to them.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really just saying I don't know either way, but it's interesting stuff, yeah. You can get lost on the Google Earth for sure.
Nah, all you gotta do is press exit and you won't be lost anymore.
Well, you know what I find curious and fascinating is that no matter how far you zoom out, it never curves until that last zoom out function where you just see the ball. Right? It goes from ball animation, and then the next zoom in frame is completely flat from left to right everywhere, and then you're just zooming in on complete flat over and over and over and over, no matter where you look. Isn't that weird?
Haven't they been adding some kind of like curve scenes?
I mean, they can go ahead and give it a shot, right?
Yeah.
Oh, poor guys.
Saigon, where are you, Saigon? We're asking you questions, Saigon.
He left. I don't know why he left, but he posted the picture and he bounced. Probably didn't like my sarcastic
his
attitude.
feelings, bro. Yeah, you hurt his feelings. It's your fault.
Well, now I'm going to reply to his thing and tag him and tell him I love him and thank you for the share.
Yeah. It's gonna go to Google Maps and find more stuff to prove you wrong. I'm gonna like it. Thumbs up. You know, it's possible. You see, like you said, right? Like somebody drawing whatever, like a kid drawing. But imagine, I don't know, maybe in the past some group built I don't know, like a small town, and they did like a perimeter like that.
Sure.
And now it's probably just, I don't know, leftovers of whatever it was. You know, something like that. Because those two look pretty similar. Like there's some kind of someone kind of did that middle.
Oh, yeah. I'd like to go there and see if it's just like, so it looks like it's just dug into the ground, depressed. These are depressions, right? Of some sort.
Mm-hmm. If you ask me, it looks like that, like someone was, maybe there was some type of structure there or something. Who knows? It's probably not there anymore. But yeah, like you said, you can't just trust everything in the Google Maps for sure.
Right. I remember way back 5-6 years ago, I was like, dude, well then let's go to the North Pole, check and see what Google Earth has to say about it. Didn't find anything. It's all just blurry, weird shit up there, or if there was anything.
Yeah. I did that and with the Google Earth, and I went to the north area. And you know how today people add photographs to places? And I found some photographs like in the middle of the Arctic Ocean, and it looked like a shore, and it had like buildings on the shore and trees and that kind of stuff. But it was like in the north. The photograph wasn't basically in the water, because I went to the water. You know when you go to the map and it's all water up there in the Arctic Ocean, but then the photograph was right there in the water.
Crazy.
And when I clicked on it, it was like a shore. Like I said, it was like a shore, and it had like some buildings. And then there was another one like that in Greenland. I was looking around Greenland, and like in it's supposed to be like ice or whatever, only like frozen area. I clicked on it, and there was like like a town with a tower, like a communication tower. And
cool.
It looked green. It didn't look frozen.
Yeah.
But then I tried to look for this stuff again, and I can't find it anymore. So they patched it, most likely.
You got to imagine there's countless places that aren't going to show up on any kind of detection, right? Whether or not people even live there, if it's like an abandoned little town or whatever. You know what I mean? There's just shit like that everywhere.
Yeah. But when you take into account, like, bro, even I could drive a couple hours from here, and I'll be like in some gated private driveways that you cannot access,
Yeah.
And then there's another layer to that. There's towns that you could only access by airplane or by small aircrafts. So I imagine there's another layer to that, like places that you cannot go, and it's not in the map.
Absolutely. And you can barely, if you were to fly, you'd probably have to get thermo vision, whatever, you know what I mean, to view from a top like they do when they bust drug dealers. And get the thermo vision from, I don't even know what the hell I'm talking about. What is that? Somebody help me. Infrared. There we go. Goodness. Infrared.
Yeah.
I had a guy I knew. We were in high school, and he was selling weed to the high school kids, and he was growing it in his place, and he was one of the first in town to get busted with the infrared helicopters. It's a big deal.
In the Google Maps, you can search an address, whatever, and see the houses in the address. There's a bunch of communities that you cannot search the houses. There's no public view of the houses inside this area. You can see the street that passed by it, and you see like the entrance, and it's like a gated community or whatever. It's a private access, but whatever is inside, you can't see the houses inside of it, the properties. You will have to, I guess, use a drone or something to see them.
Something, yeah. Remember back in the day too, Alex Jones was talking about satellites that can pick up the details of a dime on your dinner table if you got the window open, something like that.
Damn.
Well, and then my question is, really? Let me get this straight. Satellites are hundreds or thousands of miles away. Airplanes can be much closer. Which would you use to take a high-quality photo?
Yeah.
It's just so... I mean, people are like, no, man, satellites are way better. Yeah? How?
Isn't that satellite moving like 17,000 miles per hour or something? How is it going to take that?
That's a Gotham right there.
It is a Gotham. Straight up. I mean, just, come on. And I didn't come up with it. Somebody else. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I know. I remember, like you said, like people saying that the satellite will read the date on 1 cent if it's on the floor.
Right.
I'm like, damn. Oh, I think that came up. People saying that. I remember around the time Man in Black came out, and he was spying on his ex-wife or something, on his wife. Remember? The guy, what was his letter name? K, I think it was K or
Yeah,
something.
he's accessing the satellites or whatever it was.
Yeah, he sits down on a computer and
Oh yeah,
accesses the
Kay. Yeah,
satellite
in Men in Black.
to look at his wife, and she was watering the gardens and looking up, thinking of where is he? Was he taken by the aliens?
Why is everybody stuck in virtual reality?
Not everybody is.
Well, because
Yeah, but they
people
think
want to
it's
be
a
able
ball,
to.
though, dude. Why do they think it's a ball?
People crave the comfort of certainty, and the official Globe narrative provides just that.
They're not even certain, though. What do you mean?
Well, remember when
they just believe.
It's been imprinted since people are very young. When the mind is kind of like new to all these things, and people have been given these images, even especially when you get the globe that you can touch and spin on top of the table. You say, oh, the globe, and someone of authority tells the child, this is where you live, this is the earth, right? And then a next step to that is giving images and cartoons and zooming in and out of the earth on these screens and in animations and stuff, and that image starts get taking a shape inside the child's mind, and eventually they believe
So they see the
that's what,
globe for their very eyes, but it's not actually there.
yeah. It's been imprinted in the mind.
Man, that's a funny word, dude. In the mind.
But just like anything, you could believe something is true until you know it's not true, and that's it. Now you know it's not true. Or you can realize what is it.
Well, I would say knowledge is better than no knowledge.
Some people will call like black holes and that stuff knowledge, speed of light and the distances to the sun, they will call that knowledge. And I would say that's just garbage.
Yeah, but does somebody really have like a measuring tape that long, dude? Nobody's done that, dude. Like, where are they getting these numbers from? Are they pulling it out of space? And if so, what else are they pulling out of space?
You get the best of my love.
You see how they have to push it and push it and repeat it and repeat it, because if they stop doing that, it will just fall apart eventually. So they have to keep pushing it.
Yeah, it's like every big screen, right? It's a picture of the globe on every screen everywhere, right? Even back in the day, you'd walk past the radio store and there'd be screens in the windows, and you'd be looking through not one but two pieces of glass. But that's reality, right? Is the window flat?
Yeah, it could be flat, the window, but you could make a curved window, right?
Anything that holds dirt, right? Because if there wasn't a container, where would the dirt go? Would it go off into space? What's holding the dirt here? They claim gravity, right? They claim gravity all day long, but no one's ever observed it, right? Where if it's a natural thing, go take a picture of it. No one ever has. Like I said, good luck
Have you
providing.
seen?
Good luck providing that photo. Good luck.
Have you seen what sound and cymatics can cause the dirt to take shapes or show shapes?
Where the Earth
Water.
conforms into many things.
Yeah, and like, I was just looking at some cymatics video, and I think it was sand that they had, and it was just making these shapes
Yeah,
depending on the
same
sound.
thing. Same thing.
Yeah, she's very interesting.
People say they walk the Earth or whatever. I'm like, sure, but it's not a ball. It's not a globe. Might be something inside of one, but it's not a globe.
Well, it is what it is, and we know it's not a globe.
It's definitely not a ball either.
It's not a ball. I mean, from the first, how do you say, from the frame of reference that we are standing and we can experience, it's not a ball from here.
I mean, we can go to the land of make believe and, believe that something that we've never sensed one time in our entire life exists, right? And that's what's holding it all together. I mean, we can go to the land of make believe.
Yeah, you could do that, but you don't want to teach that or tell that to other people if it's true. I wouldn't. If I hear someone saying like, "Hey, the world," like if I hear someone talking, let's say for example, let's say my children, and someone start telling them this stuff that is it's not true, I'm gonna call them out. I'll be like, "Excuse me, that is not true." Or I wouldn't like someone to be promoting lies.
It's like literally walking, talking, lying boxes. That's what people are today.
Ezra Martin, welcome to the Flutter Discord. Ezra.
Is that supposed to be Morse code?
Yeah, he's from another dimension. Ezra, how's it?
Pretty good.
What are your thoughts about the lack of curvature?
Huh?
Why has nobody been able to find the curvature of the supposed Earth?
You have a YouTube channel?
What's that?
YouTube channel.
Yeah, what is it?
Do you have one?
I don't know what it is.
Oh. You live in New Zealand?
No, I'm just saying I don't know what these things are.
Lol. Nice.
Ezra Martin, do you know what the Earth is?
Yes, it's a round object. A sphere.
A round object. Oh. Sphere. Does that has a geometric shape?
No.
The sphere?
I don't know.
Is the sphere geometrical?
Do you have a cool gaming setup?
Does a sphere have a radius?
Yes.
How'd you measure it?
One point of the world to the bottom.
How'd you do that by digging only 8 miles? Tell Toggle about it. He wants to hear this.
Yeah, I'm not very smart with.
Yeah, Toggle's just looking for a radius measurement. He really needs that if you could help him out.
Yeah, wait, so what was the question?
Earth radius. We need to get that measured right away.
So what is the Earth radius?
Yeah, nobody's done it. They've been going around saying that, the Earth's a globe for hundreds of years now, but nobody's measured this radius yet, so we need that measurement right away.
Earth radius is 6,371.
Ah, so you're Google Earther.
So SR Martin, you know when you pour water on a cup, have you seen the surface of that water? How would you describe the surface of the water in the cup? Yeah, ask your friend in the background, how will you describe the water inside the cup?
Oh, I've been invited to this as well. No, is it?
What was the question again?
If you pour water on a cup, water in a cup?
Mm-hmm.
How would you describe the top of the water in the cup?
Full.
Level. You know how the
Full.
water is level in the cup?
Listen.
Yep.
Yes, you do, right? Everybody does.
Yes.
Level in the cup. And what about in a bathtub? In a bathtub, is the water level as well?
It's full.
Is it level? The water?
Yes. Yes.
You know why? Why is it level? Because the building that the cup on top of the table that is in the building, that building is level, is it not?
Yes. Or not always.
The building, not always, right? But it has to be level for the water to be level.
No.
In the bathtub, it's level. What about in a lake? Is the lake level? Is the water in the lake level? What about sea level? Is that level?
Yes.
Sea level, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you measure any body of water on the earth, it will measure
You seem like
level.
quite a smart guy.
No, this is just basic stuff. Level is very basic. We experience it. Your vestibular system in your ears has liquid that is level, right? If you tilt your head, oh, he's talking with someone in the background. Someone is talking.
Hey, mind carry on.
I just wonder, has anybody ever observed curvature?
No, I haven't.
Why is that? I thought it was very apparent.
I'm not very smart though.
It's
You don't have to be
invisible.
smart.
But
You got eyes,
hey,
right?
I was
You
taking
got
it to
eyes, don't
level,
you?
remember? Remember you do experience level. The water, the bathtub, the building, the lake level, the sea level. You do know that, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Excellent. So all waters across the earth are level, and that's all you experience. And then what percentage of the earth is water, the surface of the earth? 70+%, will you say?
Yeah, I gotta go.
Yeah, he has to go. All right, take care. Come back later. We have he has to go. It's all good.
But
we also have X Farshad that wants to be unmuted, and you can speak to him, Toggle. I won't interrupt you. Welcome, X Farshad. You've been muted
What's
since
up, man?
you asked for it. Hi, welcome. So you asked to be unmuted. You have any questions?
No, I just wanted to see how to get unmuted.
So you wanted to get unmuted so you can speak?
Yeah, like when I wanted to say something, but I didn't want to speak over anybody else.
Okay. What brings you to the Flutter Discord?
Well, what happened was I was in another channel, and so I believed I'm using a past tense, that the Earth was a globe, and then there was a few basically people who believed in flat Earth that were arguing their argument against like 80 people who believed the Earth was a globe. And what I consistently saw was that they kept being muted, talked over, yelled at, called names, and I just didn't like it at all. And it basically pushed me towards, because to me, if you're silencing somebody, there's a somewhat of a truth to it that you're silencing that opposition. So it basically pushed me off the edge there to basically come to the other side and see. Like, I can't say I'm totally a flat earther. I'm not, but I'm interested in getting to know the details about it.
What server did it happen in?
Sorry?
What server did it happen in?
I think it's called Debate Flat Earth.
Ah, gotcha.
That's too bad. Toggle here is looking for a radius measurement of the Earth. He's really hoping you'd be able to help him out.
So you mentioned that you heard people speaking about the topic, and one side was kind of like being ridiculed about bringing a different point of view from the one claim that the Earth is a spinning sphere of certain dimensions.
Yeah.
So once you saw that, now you have more questions about the other side because you want to hear it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on the edge, man. I don't know. I don't know if it's at this point. I don't know what shape it is.
So the question comes when some people that claim that the Earth is a spinning sphere of certain dimensions, and that's been put to the test and been falsified. So that's why there's people that ask those people making the claim that the Earth is a sphere to provide evidence, and it turns out that there's no evidence for the sphere. The opposite is true. You experience flat, level, motionless, containment.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't have evidence, so they do personal attacks instead, as you saw.
Yeah, that's true.
They have all sorts of gimmicks.
They don't.
That's all they have is gimmicks, man. Like, first of all, ask yourself, who has the burden of proof? Flat Earth.
The one making the claim.
Who has? Yeah, exactly. It's obvious to everybody. It's ever lived.
The one making the claim opposite to the experience.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself. They have the burden of proof. And instead of meeting their burden of proof, they have gimmicks, right? They'll say you're dumb. They'll say you don't understand. They'll start talking about flat earthers instead of flat earth. They talk about personalities. They talk about all sorts of stuff. The one thing they won't talk about is measurements. They don't want to talk about that. They want to talk about anything but that. And a lot of people have it in their head that like somehow Earth is a globe, the Earth is flat, are somehow equivalent claims, right? That somehow they have the same evidence, somehow they're just they're the same claim, but they're just like, opposite things, right? It's like saying, oh, the color of that is red, no, the color of that is blue. The nature of the claims are completely different. Their claim has never been, yeah, we measured the Earth and it's curving. That's not their claim. But our claim is, yeah, we measured the Earth and it's flat. Their claim is, oh, we have a theory. It's called gravity. And because gravity, Earth formed into a ball from a bunch of particles in the vacuum of space. They all formed together in a ball. Something that's A, number one, that's never been observed. B, or number two, it's not even a prediction of Newtonian gravity. So when they run this Newtonian gravity in a simulation, like a computer simulation with bunches of particles, and let it run, doesn't form into a ball. So point being is that their claim is we have a physics model, and a prediction of that physics model is that the Earth would form into a ball. Their claim isn't, yeah, we measured the Earth as a ball. That's not their claim. But that is our claim. Our claim isn't, that's why people come in here and they go, well, what about the sun? What about the moon? What about this? What about that? What about the other thing? We're not claiming that we have a physics model and that the flat Earth is a consequence of it. We're claiming, and you can demonstrate this yourself. You don't have to believe us. You can go do the test yourself. We're claiming that if you go out and you make observations of the Earth and you measure the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature. There's no curving water. And as a logical consequence of that it can't be a ball. Because you can't have a ball that's 72% flat water. That's not possible. Have you ever seen the 72% flat ball? Me neither.
No flat balls. If it was flat, you wouldn't be able to play. It
Yeah,
wouldn't be a ball.
we wouldn't call it a ball. Yeah, exactly.
It might be a flobe.
Well, you can tell it's a ball because of how flat it is.
Yeah, exactly.
You bring it home, the point that they make about, the model that they have, this physics model, and all that comes with it. But they're not making a claim of measurement.
Yeah, they have a model and they make a prediction based on the model. But ultimately, all models must be tested against reality.
Yeah.
Right? Even predictions of the model. Now, you could prove, so you could have a theory, right? And you can prove the theory. But if the theory if that theory says, okay, this is a consequence of the theory, you have to test that consequence against reality.
Yeah.
Now, that consequence, you could be wrong and it's not actually a consequence of the theory. Right? So you could actually say, hey, the Earth being a ball is not actually a prediction of Newtonian gravity. So that means even measuring a flat Earth doesn't falsify that theory because it's not actually a prediction of it. people saying that, gravity pulls to the center of mass and forms a ball. People just say that. They don't have any like mathematics to back it up. There's no published paper to back it up. It's just something people say. It sounds good, but ask any glober, right? And this is how I know that they've run Newtonian gravity and simulation doesn't form a ball. I asked a glober, and he provided the evidence for me. And he only read the title of the it is a peer-reviewed paper in an astronomical journal. He gave it to me. He didn't look inside the paper. He thought,
No.
yes, this is going to debunk flat Earth. He just read the title. They ran it in simulation and just assumed that it was the result he wanted and sent it to me.
Yeah, the title.
And then I read it. And then it doesn't say what he thinks it says. It specifically said they couldn't get it to form a ball. And that because they couldn't get it to form a ball, they added, in their simulation, they added a glue variable so things would stick together. So, like, think about it. It's in outer space, shit's flying around, they hit each other, they bounce apart. But it kept bouncing and bouncing and bouncing forever. It would never coalesce into anything. So they added the stickness factor. And then when they did that, it still didn't form a ball.
Yeah. That title reading and pre-assumptions about what he says just based on the title, that comes from the backward thinking that brings them to the sort of imaginary conclusion that
that's the blind faith
because you
part.
see lights in the sky, they see lights in the sky and they step it down step by step with I'm looking for the
That
word.
dude jetted, man.
Yeah.
That dude ejected.
But the backward thinkings and the fallacies that they add up until they come down to Earth and they say, hey, Earth is curving and it's a ball because all of the fallacies that we been bringing it from looking at the sun, looking at the moon downwards, and the ideas that we have about that, and we bring it down to Earth, and therefore the Earth is a consequence of these fallacies.
So did you know this? So the Globers say refraction exists because the air at the bottom, closer to the ground, is denser, and light bends towards the denser medium. Did you know that is actually a model that the U.S. It's called the U.S. standard. It's called U.S. standard atmosphere. It's a model. It's not actually based upon any measurement. It's completely a model based upon the air being an ideal gas, which it's not, because the ideal gas doesn't exist. That's why they call it an ideal gas, because it's an idea. So think about when they come in here and they try to say refraction, they're actually just saying, I have a bunch of models, and all my models predict that this is going to happen, and therefore it is happening. The same as what I posted in Livestream voice text. He sent this to me, and he had such blind faith in the heliocentric model. He thought that what he sent me was going to go along with what he believed. So he felt he didn't even need to read it. That's how sure he was of the results. But he was wrong. And another thing Cobras like to do, which is really irritating to me, is they try to turn everything like everything's just an opinion. That there are no facts, there's just opinions.
That's really tough to think like that.
Yeah. So like when they're wrong about something, It's just that they just have a wrong opinion. They're not factually wrong. It's just like it's a difference of opinion. They try to like paint things this way. It's really irritating to me. It's like, no, dude, you're factually wrong. Like, it's just like saying, Wednesday's the first day of the week. That's factually wrong. It's not an opinion. I wonder why that guy took off.
Yeah, he said that he came from he heard people talking in the debate flat earth server, and he heard like arguments against flat
Scientists,
earthers or
pseudoscience?
whatever. No, the debate flat earth and more.
Oh, Gem Panda's shithole.
Yeah.
That's not a flat earth server.
Now we
Literally.
That's a furry
Disinfo
server.
server.
It's a furry server posing as a flat earth server.
Yeah, and it's funny how they title it debate flat earth. People see that and they're, oh, I'm in a flat earth server.
Right, and they're gonna get
Just
steered in the
based on
wrong
the
direction.
title.
Yeah, I finally quit going in there about a month ago. Got old.
The other Glober gimmick is you don't understand. No matter what it is, they'll just say you don't understand. No matter how wrong they are about it, they'll just say you don't understand. And it's actually cover for them. It's actually a projection that they don't understand.
Yeah, they tell you don't understand, and they could also ask you, do you have, are you like an expert on this? What are your credentials, whatever? And if you keep, like bringing let's say they bringing it to them, they'll be like, oh, I'm not an expert, and you're not an expert, so we don't know. You don't know, I don't know.
So why do experts even bother to write anything down? If it's just like they're the only ones that can understand it, why even bother to write it down? Why bother to write down their findings for everybody else to read if nobody else can understand them?
And there's no way anybody can understand what they're claiming because it's not based in reality. So it's just some thinking of the mind. Can't understand it completely because you cannot experience it. You can overstand it and know that it's not true. Stand under that made up idea on a piece of paper. You can stand on that paper and stamp on it. You see, this gravity on this paper doesn't do anything. Stepping on it. This globe that is not for educational purposes just falls apart if it
Well, listen, I don't
doesn't
have
have
any.
a
Listen, tell somebody they don't understand. That's not the issue. The issue is they say you don't understand, but they don't say what the correct thing is. That's the problem. They just try to this is just a version of nuh-uh. It's just a more and they try to make their nuh-uh less obvious, basically, by saying you don't understand. But then you go, hey, okay, if it's incorrect, tell me what is correct. Then they vanish.
Yeah. That's kind of like the recipe for a lot of topics, the globe or politics or whatever. Any topic these days, many topics. People talk like they know what they're talking about. They are kind of like an authority, but they actually don't know what they're talking about. Or they're just spewing propaganda. They think it's true because reasons.
And then there's the gaslighting. That's the other one. Flat Earth is dead. It's pointless. Someday we're going to be in space. Like all these things to try to convince you you're wasting your time. Then there's you're going to be a social outcast. Just like gimmicks. They're just gimmicks. When all they have to do, it's so simple. Just come in here or go on YouTube. Go anywhere. Show us your measurements of curvature. Tell us how you did it, the method, what you use, the equipment. No problem. And we'll go out, we'll replicate it, and then we can all go home. Right? I'll go back to being a NASA fanboy. But until that happens, I'm going to trust my senses.
It'd be one thing if sarcasm were evidence of something scientific, right? But that's all they have.
Professor Dave?
Oh yeah, any of them, all of them, every single one of them.
Like snide comments and thinly veiled insults are proof of the globe.
And it's sad because it's like, guys, is it really that you're too stupid to look into it, or is it that you just don't want to? Like now there's a question really being posed there. You know what I mean?
Well, when they start this stuff, because of the character limit on Twitter, I just asked them, I'm like, is this the best you can do? Is this really the best you have to offer? Nothing of substance, bunch of insults, gimmicks, and logical fallacies. This is really the best you can do.
How dare you?
But I like go on Twitter, and the only reason I even like comment stuff on Twitter is because like the Globers on Twitter are really dishonest. I mean, even worse than the ones that come in here. And I know that's hard to believe, but they really are. They are just straight up lying pieces of crap on Twitter.
Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, it's the whole thing, all the places where they're allowed to spew vitriol and we're
Twitter
not.
has a particular culture though, because Twitter is like very mobbish.
Oh, I've never used Twitter, so I don't know.
Well, so if you like start smashing, and there's a character limit, so I think it's like 240 or 250 characters. You start smashing on a Glober on Twitter, they start pinging all their other Glober buddies, right? And then, like, your Twitter starts going crazy because all their Glober buddies starts liking and retweeting their comments, right? So your notifications are going off the hook. And, like, these people are saying, like, the dumbest shit imaginable. And you're like, are you, like, shit that's just plainly wrong. So it's like they try to create it's almost like this thing where they're trying to create a perception like, here's a debate and this person is obviously winning the debate because look at all these likes he has and all these retweets he has and all these other people calling this flat earther stupid. So obviously he's right. It's really like peer pressury. It's way different. It's like it's way different than YouTube comments. So I only go on there to like utterly expose their antics, dude. To just utterly expose their lies. I can't even tell you how many people like Globers on Twitter. I just they'll straight up lie and say they didn't say something. So like you literally have to screenshot shit because they'll say something then realize they fucked up, and then delete it, and then try to say they never said that. So you literally have to make a post, screenshot it, and
Man,
like,
why do that? Why do any of that?
that's how that's why I said on Twitter they are super scummy, man, way beyond like what you experience here on YouTube.
Oh well,
but it's still
then,
a platform, and it's still like like I just like I said, I just go on there, and McToon and a bunch of other like clowns are on there. I just go on there to expose them as liars.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah. I'm confident because I'm lazy. I'm just like, dude, Earth is flat regardless of what any platform says or does. You know what I mean? I'm just like, oh, okay, well, y'all can go over there and have your little circus. I'm going to come over here if you want to know the truth about a couple things. If not, whatever. Do your thing.
What you want to do?
You go on Reddit much, Indio?
Reddit? No, but we have a sub. We have a subreddit. It's called The Real Flat Earth.
Oh, okay.
I post stuff on it occasionally, but it's not really attended. Occasionally someone will post on it. Like I check it like maybe once every 10 days or something. Someone will say something stupid, try to post a meme. And I just go on there, smack them around for a minute. That Reddit is like that's freaking.
Yeah, it's a Stewart.
They don't have nothing on Reddit, believe me, nothing. Those dudes have got nothing. That's like debating like 2017 stuff. And they'll just disappear too. They're not like, they're not like here. They'll just vanish. But the thing about Twitter is that at Twitter, they just won't admit defeat. They'll just double down, triple down, quadruple down. They'll just pile on lies after lies.
Yeah, and they'll just downvote you no matter what you say. So,
they just try to hogpile you, and then like it's happened tons of times. And usually some Glober like will say something, and I'll just make some comment like, "Dude, you're wrong. It's this, not that." Then it starts this whole debate with that person. Then next thing you know, there's 20 people all like bombarding me. And the thing is, like, you can only answer so many. The thing about Twitter is the way I have to use Twitter is like, I have to go, okay, I'm only going to use it for like an hour because they'll never stop. And they pull things like, you have 50 different people like asking you questions. Explain this, explain that, explain this. And if you don't answer every single one, the moment you don't answer it for like 3 minutes, see, Flat Earth can't answer any of these questions, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's just all gimmicks, dude. Like, they don't have anything of substance. And the only reason, like I said, the only reason I go on there is just to expose these like honest tactics. So that people see this is science. Like, this is what you think science is. These guys have science backing them. That's why they're doing this, right? That's why they're using this dirty shit, is because they have science backing them. See, people that have the truth on their side, they don't lie. They don't have to,
Yeah, I have to say one thing I do like about Discord is, I mean, we have the voice chat, so they can't hide behind the keyboard. So it's a little better. I like that.
Be careful not to be arguing against bots in the chats.
Oh, there's a couple in there in like the YouTube chat.
These globe bots will give you really bad globe arguments. The worst you can get.
See, robots cannot be programmed to be as pathetic and deplorable as some of those in the YouTube chat currently, right now, and throughout the day. You cannot write it. You know what I mean? You can't program someone to be that worthless. You can't. There's no way to do it. You couldn't even mess with genes before they were born to make them that just bad at life.
They also have the Vatican and God on their side.
Wow.
That's where the science comes from. You know, because if you think of it, if all the scientists and the Vatican think it's a ball, then we've got God on our side too. Am I right?
I guess, yeah. I mean, anything's possible, Bong. You and I know this. Anything is possible if you can believe in the globe narrative, right? Anything else that you can imagine is easily possible.
Yes, is blasphemous. Because science, I mean, you know, both God and science. You know, who can explain?
I would describe Twitter as fake it till you make it. That's how they
Yes.
operate. Fake it till you make it.
Well, Twitter is where you launch your social, you know, your influencer channel brand. You know, that's where it all starts.
So there's a thing about there's this weird thing about people looking at the sky. I don't know why this is. So there's different conventions. So if you want to tell somebody, hey, where the sun's going to be, right? If you go on time and date, they use something called azimuth and elevation or altitude, right? So the altitude is the angular distance of the sun above the horizon, and the azimuth is the angle from true north, right? So if you're looking east, it's 90 degrees. If you're looking south, it's 180 degrees, right? But if you go into astronomy, right, they use something else. They use something called zenith distance. So instead of measuring from the horizon, they measure from zenith coming down, right? And they use something called right ascension. Don't ask me why they have all these fucking different, like, each thing has their own thing. Like, I don't know. And then surveying, geodetic surveying, uses something else, right? They use zenith angle, and I think they might use azimuth too. But anyway, so MC Toon, so post this video. Someone modeled the sun angles to the sun from time and date, and time and date uses the convention for solar observations, this azimuth and elevation. And McToon's calling this dude stupid because he's not using zenith angles. Now, what did I just tell you? Zenith angles are for surveying. They're not used for solar observations. But he's like saying, this idiot don't even know geometry. He didn't even know zenith angles. Not even knowing that he's like actually embarrassing himself. Because like this is the kind of shit, dude, that just blows my mind. It's like you don't. But the thing is, someone that doesn't know either, right? Someone that's ignorant, just watching, right? They're actually gonna think that this dude knows what he's talking about because they don't know any better.
And they shit.
This is the fake it till you make it. He's faking like he actually knows something, but he's actually using the wrong convention for what the dude is modeling. But a standard someone that doesn't know anything is going to actually think this dude knows what he's talking about, which is, it's something that like we have to combat all the time. That we don't just combat like the globe and the facts and the propaganda. We have to combat straight up degenerate liars.
Yeah, anyone in that industry would call him out, but then like, has anyone called him out? Who's watching it?
I called him out. I freaking exposed this stupid ass on Twitter. I mean, what else can you do?
Exactly.
But it's not like this dude goes on time and date, right? So time, like or SunCalc, and then SunCalc, right? I don't know if you've ever used it. You can like go to the map, and it'll tell you like where the sun is, right? Sunrise time, sunset time, and this is how it measures it. Okay, where's the sun? And it's say elevation angle. And then you like if you hover over it, it says the angle of the sun is above the horizon. Hover over azimuth says direction from. Actually, it uses the word meridian instead of true north. Talking about the prime meridian that runs through Greenwich. That's supposed to run through Greenwich. So anyway, the point is that it's the like where it is in the coordinate system, north, south, east, west. That's the azimuth. Instead of using north, south, east, west, it uses the angle in degrees. The point is that he's using their convention. Dude is like comes out and it's like you're wrong. Like what? And they use the U.S. Naval Observatory. So here's the kicker about the U.S. Naval Observatory. If you go on their website and go to their legal section, because they get so there's court cases where like people want to know, like there's an issue in the court, like the trial, where they need to know like what time of day it was or where the sun was or some other facts. So their legal section says we don't answer subpoenas. We don't testify to anything because this is just a model. And it says nowhere in the United States does any branch of the government make observations of sunrises, sunsets, or solar noon. So nobody's watching. Okay? Nobody's checking if their model's even accurate in the first place. Is there globies in the YouTube chat? They're probably fucking spiraling right now.
Well, yeah, the globe is never used. I don't ever remember using the globe in the military for anything. But I don't think
not.
anyone in the military does. Yeah, I don't think any person has ever used the globe to do anything. Like navigate, build anything. Why would the Navy? MC Tune, eh?
McTune.
Who is who? Who's the pilot? I forget. I get it. They're always they leave here and then never see them again. Just hear about them. So they leave here and then they go off and start another. Like, don't you have a life, bro? Right? Is your goal to be a teacher to teach this shit for the rest? This, I just keep waking up wondering. All right, is it still flat? Of course it is. Of course it is. Out.
You think you're gonna wake up? It's gonna be a ball. Come on, man.
I still do. I wake up like.
Come on, man.
It's like there's gotta be something, man. There's gotta be something hidden out there, right? Like the government's gonna explain, right? What's going. I still wake up like, oh my gosh, I can't believe the world is fucking incompetent as shit. It has to be something, it can't be this incompetent.
Okay, so I'm going to read this. It's the page that says astronomical data used for litigation. The U.S. Naval Observatory does not furnish data specifically tailored for litigation.
Astronomical
The data describing astronomical phenomena provided by the U.S. Naval Observatory are intended for public information and general use. The data are computed and are not reports of observed or recorded events. The computations assume certain conditions, and the data might therefore not be relevant to the facts at issue in a specific case. The data are provided without seal or certification regarding authority, custody, or authenticity, and acceptance by a court is not guaranteed. The U.S. Naval Observatory does not collect or maintain records or systems of records of astronomical phenomenon. For example, observed times of sunrise, sunset, twilight, or moon phases that might be useful for litigation. Such observations are not regularly made by any agency of the U.S. government, since the relevant data can be computed for past and future dates for sufficient accuracy for all practical purposes. In this sense, astronomical data are different from weather data, which must be observed and recorded.
Wow. Not for
So,
educational use, sir.
so this is why, like, when they like, so the government is lying about the shape of the Earth. Like, I think, man, does the government actually? Do they actually have an official position on the shape of the Earth?
That's what I just heard. That's what I just heard.
They don't have an official position. They didn't pass a law that says the United States government hereby declares that we think the Earth's a globe. They've never said that.
Like, you know what? You know what the Navy taught me? Like, they literally taught me this. Always cover your ass.
Ha! There you go.
Always, yeah. No matter what you do, you first cover your ass. Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Well, you're working for the government. That's standard operating procedure.
Exactly.
Cover your
Yeah, that's
ass.
what it sounds like. It's like, what data? We're not gonna. Data is, anyone can make up data. I mean, we don't, we don't track
Like,
stars. What are you talking about?
people don't. A lot of people don't understand about like people that are in government jobs. There's a difference between official acts of the government and just like the other stuff they do. They do very little things, very few things officially, but they do a lot of things. Let's put it that way. Because they're only responsible for official acts. Unofficial acts. So, like, if the president gets up at a press conference and says whatever, he's not liable to anybody for anything of what he says. Can't sue him, right?
Yeah.
Can't go to jail. Like, so he can say whatever he wants. But if it's an official act of the government, then he can get in trouble because it's an official act. He's acting in an official capacity. So NASA, when NASA says we went to the moon, that doesn't mean anything, okay? Unless it's an official act, right? So if NASA puts their freaking seal, their organization on a piece of paper and says we went to the moon, now it's like an official government record, and they could get in trouble for spreading false information. Right, but I very much doubt that they're running around writing, we went to the moon on shit. That's what I mean. Like, people just think, like, because it's a government official and they're on TV, this is an official act. No, it's not. Not how it works. The government's not lying about the shape of the Earth. You know why? Because they've never made the claim about the shape of the Earth.
Right.
I don't think any country has. Has any country made like an official act of their government to say the Earth is a ball?
I mean, that's what's so crazy about it, eh?
It's one of those things where they just.
They think it
Okay,
has.
I'll give you an example, a perfect example of when they've done this before. The Boston bombing. So during the Boston bombing, the governor of Massachusetts got on TV and said everybody should shelter in place. Don't leave your house. We're looking to apprehend these two terrorists. Well, and everybody stayed home. But that was never an official act. There was never an official emergency declared by the government. There was nothing official actually happened. He just went on TV and said it. But because people assume that everything that this guy said, this guy's the governor, when he goes on TV, everything he says is an official act of the government, they just assumed that. When in reality, he never told anybody to stay home. He never told anybody, he never told anybody that they were forced to do anything. They did it to themselves through ignorance.
I mean, that's how you do it, right? I mean, yeah, that's how they
you're
do
not
it.
responsive. That's how you listen. But the beauty of it is this, right? If someone went to court and said, the governor of Massachusetts forbid me unlawfully from leaving my house, I'm suing him, they would immediately they would immediately drop the case because the government would have went and said this wasn't an official act. This was just like a public information. It was a suggestion. Because our official acts, the governor writes down a piece of paper and they put the seal of the governor's office on it, and then they send it to the Secretary of State, and then he gives a public notice, and that's the procedure for official acts. So I don't know why this person thought it was an official act. There's no reason for them to think so, because we never said it was. It was never written down on paper. It didn't go through any of the procedures for an official act. This person did it to themselves. He can't sue us.
I think what it's successful. It's a successful experiment because the people, right? The people. How did the people not know that it wasn't an official act of the government? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think it was a success that people went along with it and thought it was official. Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like you go to court, right? They don't even have to find you guilty, right? They're like, you belong in jail, and you're like, you're right, and you just go over and lock yourself in a cell.
Yes, we must.
No
do
trial, no nothing. You just think whatever the judge says, then that's how it is, and like you just go lock yourself. It must be official act. I must have been convicted. I didn't see a trial, but that's okay. I must have been convicted because why would the judge lie, right? Why would they lie? So I could just lock myself in this cell.
Yeah. They know what's it's what's best for everyone, and if this is what the government has decided, it must be right. Everybody stay. Yeah, listen to your elders.
Yeah. The government doesn't exist. The government's a figment of our collective imagination.
Oh, it's also like the War of the Worlds. Remember when it was announced on the radio? People immediately assumed it was real.
Oh yeah. That's that's a good example right there. It's on the radio. But why would they lie? That really happened, Bong. We really got invaded by aliens and a bunch of people died. That really happened because why would they lie?
People believed it because it was announced, like as if it was real. That's why, like.
Oh, stupid fucking
Scary how
cows.
people. Yeah. Scary how people don't think when they hear, when the bell rings, ding, 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 they just move, get up and go to the next class or respond like, what's the proper response to this that I saw in that movie? Oh yeah, listen to the turn on the TV and find out what to do next.
You know where things like this don't happen? In totalitarian countries. They actually have the balls to just come out and say it like, yeah, you can't do this. This is an official act. Here they play mind games.
Yeah.
Because they want you to think that you're free.
Yeah.
But you're really not.
Well, it's Alice in Wonderland. The thing the effect.
Oh, the Alice in Wonderland technique.
Yeah. It's making shit so fucking weird and not normal, for it's like the pandemic, you throw people into such an unnormal, unnatural. It's like the CIA, like it's almost like the sense deprivation.
There was a lot of that going on for the pandemic thing. A lot of someone from the government would get on TV and say something, but it wasn't actually an official act. But everybody would just obey whatever they would say.
Yeah,
that happened lots and lots and lots of times. I can't even count. It happened so many times.
Yeah, I used to walk away from the TV like scratching my head, like what the fuck is wrong with people like that? But that was the Alice in Wonderland effect.
Yeah,
it's so fucking.
Look, when you don't have a foundation to act, and you can't make sense of the world, and you can't predict, like, you have no foundation from which to make predictions, right? Should I do this? Should I do that? And then, because the world's so crazy, when you think in your head, when you run a scenario, right? If I do this, then this will happen. Like, when you actually do that, run that scenario in your head, you draw a blank. And then you come out and you go, okay, if I do this, then this will happen. You draw another blank. because the world's so crazy. You can't you can't string together any scenario in your mind, any plan. You can't even make a plan because you have no, like, all your past experience that determines how you behave. That just got thrown out the window. So, like, what do? I don't know what to do. Tell me what to do. So you default to tell me what to do.
Yeah.
I can't decide for myself. Please tell me what to do. Tell me how to act. Tell me how to behave. Am I standing in the right place? How does my hair look? Like,
yeah. Some people, you know, they panic because they don't know what's coming. You know, what's gonna happen to their jobs. Where they're gonna get, you know, resources, right? You know, and then there's this. It's happening to everyone. You know, like nobody knows what's coming. Like nobody knows what to expect. So it's like they've gotten the whole population um under that spell, you know, under that fucking asshole, man.
Day about how, like, this person was telling me about, because we were talking about the same thing we're talking about, like, kind of like how, like, people are starting to act like pretty weird. We were talking about, like, how, like, the situation, right, between the Mexican beer germ and the Russian Ukraine thing, and just like all this stuff, like the way the media has just gone straight crazy, that they're just telling lies that are so desperate that are like, you're just like, man, things must be really bad if you're lying this bad, right?
Rolling.
If you're lying this bad, like if you're telling such a ridiculous things got to be really shitty. But the effect is, but what we were talking about is like, because, you know, we're aware of the propaganda, we're aware of the game. The people that aren't aware of the game, the normies, they're starting to act fucking weird because their brain can't process it. Right? They can't make any sense of it. So they are like in this weird state of cognitive dissonance, like paralysis, where they can't even make coherent fucking thoughts, man. Because a lot of people, they just go through. So I'll give you like, it's going to be a strange analogy, maybe. So there's a thing about animals that they'll walk the same way between places, right? So animals form like these trails, right? So if you're a deer, right, they'll go a certain way to like go to water, and they kind of like always follow the same way no matter what. They do, because if they make it once, I guess they figure it's safe to go that way, and they just keep doing it over and over again. And the thing is, human beings do the same thing. They become very repetitive. Like people, when they drive to work, they'll drive the exact same way every time. Or when they walk somewhere, they'll walk the same way every time. Right? So they form these patterns. So people have these patterns and these habits. So a lot of these patterns and habits, because of the situation, people's normal, like, and this is small stuff, right? It's not like huge things in their lives. They're just little things. But these patterns and habits of them doing things are breaking down. They're not happening. And it's almost like a subconscious thing that you don't, like, you know, I couldn't go to the gas station I normally go to get gas because the price was like 3 times higher than it normally is. So I had to drive like 15 minutes out of my way to go to this other place, which made me had to go to work a little bit earlier, which made me late for the daycare, which made me like, so it has this whole string of consequences where the entire orderly process of your world, which has been happening every single day, is now getting skewed, right?
Yeah.
This is happening to a lot of people.
Yeah.
A lot of normies that rely and they feel comfort in this certain repetitive, safe, you know, procedure of their lives, right?
Yeah, like a routine.
Yeah, the routine, exactly. The routine of their lives is now getting skewed. In simultaneously on TV, they're being bombarded with fucking brainwashing. And I think like the normies are starting to really like have psychological issues. I posted an admin mods, I think it was like 3 weeks ago. There was like some crazy mental health survey, like mental health issues went up something like, I don't know what it was, like 3 times, 7 times, some ridiculous goddamn figure. that people
Yeah.
are actually starting to have severe mental fucking crises.
Yeah. Because that's what you know how we have a clock, an internal clock, right? And
Yeah.
we need that routine, right, in order for our clock to synchronize with the day and our activities. And
Certainly,
there's a
certainly.
we need that every day. We need that, and if we don't have that routine, well, we're out of sync with life. Pretty, with what we have to do. Like
Well, listen, Bong, I partly agree with you. I partly don't. The part I agree with you is indigenous people, you have that routine, right? They have a routine, but it's not structured to a clock. So it's semi-structured, right? It's a routine, but it's not rigid. In modern America, it's rigid, right? That you are like literally a slave to the clock, right? That clock tells you where you should be and when you should be there. And
Yeah,
it determines,
artificial
like, are you going to have a good day or a bad day? How good did I follow that clock determines my day. That's people don't think of it that way, but that's really how it is. Like, there's a clock on the wall. How I synchronize like my activities for the day with that clock determines whether my day is good or bad. What a fucking existence, right? So,
well,
which is the same as a routine, but it's way more regiment or way more like stringent and rigorous and regimented. So when you get off of that, the effect is worse than say like if you were in an indigenous culture.
Yeah, it's more flexible. Like in a natural indigenous life, right? Like you can still predict what's going to happen. Like not everything is going to be unpredictable, but in this world, like with what this kind of living, like you can't even, everything you rely on to live, it has to be on by the clock. And if you miss, it's not even flexible, right? If you don't get a job, if you don't secure, to secure that, you're going to be homeless. It's like this. There's no. Yeah, it's absolutely no control over anything in your life
Yeah,
versus
indigenous life, it's like, yeah, I have to eat today. It isn't like I gotta eat in the next 20 minutes. It's you know what I mean? I gotta get up when the sun comes up. I gotta go to bed when the sun goes down. It's
yeah,
it's regiment. It's a routine, but it's not.
it's
Not
flexible.
super rigid.
You can
Yeah,
predict things. You can
got a lot
still
of
make
wiggle room.
predictions and plan shit because you have a lot of control over your life. But in this world, it doesn't matter day or night. No, every single minute, time is money. So it's like that's what I mean. Like you can totally throw people into chaos, and they have no control over their lives. Like they're afraid where next week's rent, next week's shopping. The kids, like all these things that you have like no, because you can't just live off the land. Things like that. Like,
I
but
wasn't
yeah,
gonna post this, but I'm gonna post this shit. Watch this, Bong. Oh man, this is gonna fucking blow your mind. Hold on, I have to find them. It's a picture. Ah shit, it's somewhere else. This is crazy, man. It's gonna take a minute. You keep talking.
yeah. I'm just waiting to. I just want to know when I can fly again.